Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, Number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Once again, we are cordially inviting you to attend and support the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference this coming August 4, 5, and 6, 2020.
This year's regional conference is hosted by the IIE Metro North Chapter with the full support of Metro Central, Metro East, Metro South, and Metro West chapters and will be conducted on a hybrid setup. Virtually on August 4 via Zoom video conference and IIE Event Hub platform, and simultaneously with physical setup at Novotel Manila, Cubao, Quezon City on August 5 and 6.
All the chapters of the IIE Metro Manila region have come together and are continuously working hard to bring back the kind of conference that we all need.
Have fun while strengthening our camaraderie with our fellow electrical practitioner. This is by participating in our various sports activities.
Enjoy our technical sessions and engage yourself with our colleagues and industry partners to expand your knowledge, skills, and network.
It is our deepest desire to see you all at the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. And it is our goal to make this meaningful and a remarkable conference for all of you. To all our sponsors and members, thank you very much for your overwhelming support to our region.
Everyone register now!
See you anymore!
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Once again, we are cordially inviting you to attend and support the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference this coming August 4, 5, and 6, 2022.
This year's regional conference is hosted by the IIE Metro North chapter with the full support of Metro Central, Metro East, Metro South, and Metro West chapters and will be conducted on a hybrid setup. Virtually on August 4 via Zoom video conference and IIE Event Hub platform, and simultaneously with physical setup in Novotel, Manila, Cubao, Quezon City on August 5 and 6.
All the chapters of the IAE Metro Manila region have come together and are continuously working hard to bring back the kind of conference that we all need.
Have fun while strengthening our camaraderie with our fellow electrical practitioner. This is by participating in our various sports activities.
Enjoy our technical sessions and engage yourself with our colleagues and industry partners to expand your knowledge, skills, and network.
It is our deepest desire to see you all at the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. And it is our goal to make this meaningful and a remarkable conference for all of you. To all our sponsors and members, thank you very much for your overwhelming support to our vision.
Everyone register now! See you in our
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Once again, we are cordially inviting you to attend and support the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference this coming August 4, 5, and 6, 2022.
This year's regional conference is hosted by the IIE Metro North chapter with the full support of Metro Central, Metro East, Metro South, and Metro West chapters, and will be conducted on a hybrid setup. Virtually on August 4 via Zoom video conference and IIE event hub platform, and simultaneously with physical setup at Novotel Manila, Cubao, Quezon City on August 5 and 6.
All the chapters of the IAE Metro Manila region have come together and are continuously working hard to bring back the kind of conference that we all need.
Have fun while strengthening our camaraderie with our fellow electrical practitioner. This is by participating in our various sports activities.
Enjoy our technical sessions and engage yourself with our colleagues and industry partners to expand your knowledge, skills, and network.
It is our deepest desire to see you all at the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference, and it is our goal to make this meaningful and a remarkable conference for all of you. To all our sponsors and members, thank you very much for your overwhelming support to our region.
Everyone register now! See you anymore!
cutting. We would like to invite everyone to please proceed outside to witness.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Once again, we are cordially inviting you to attend and support the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference this coming August 4, 5, and 6, 2022.
This year's regional conference is hosted by the IIE Metro North chapter with the full support of Metro Central, Metro East, Metro South, and Metro West chapters and will be conducted on a hybrid setup. Virtually on August 4 via Zoom video conference and IIE event hub platform, and simultaneously with physical setup in Hotel Manila, Cubao, Quezon City on August 5 and 6.
All the chapters of the IAE Metro Manila region have come together and are continuously working hard to bring back the kind of conference that we all need.
Have fun while strengthening our camaraderie with our fellow electrical practitioner. This is by participating in our various sports activities.
Enjoy our technical sessions and engage yourself with our colleagues and industry partners to expand your knowledge, skills, and network.
It is our deepest desire to see you all at the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. And it is our goal to make this meaningful and a remarkable conference for all of you. To all our sponsors and members, thank you very much for your overwhelming support to our team.
Everyone register now! See you anymore!
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Once again, we are cordially inviting you to attend and support the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference this coming August 4, 5, and 6, 2022.
This year's regional conference is hosted by the IIE Metro North chapter with the full support of Metro Central, Metro East, Metro South, and Metro West chapters and will be conducted on a hybrid setup. Virtually on August 4 via Zoom video conference and IIE event hub platform, and simultaneously with physical setup in Novotel, Manila, Cubao, Quezon City on August 5 and 6.
All chapters of the IAE Metro Manila region have come together and are continuously working hard to bring back the kind of conference that we all need.
Have fun while strengthening our camaraderie with our fellow electrical practitioner. This is by participating in our various sports activities.
Enjoy our technical sessions and engage yourself with our colleagues and industry partners to expand your knowledge, skills, and network.
It is our deepest desire to see you all at the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. And it is our goal to make this meaningful and a remarkable conference for all of you. To all our sponsors and members, thank you very much for your overwhelming support to our team.
Register now! See you anymore!
going to start in 5 minutes.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. We are also live via Zoom. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening po, wherever you are. Hello to our online attendees. Ayan. And for a webinar etiquette, eyes on the screen please, and let us all watch this.
Once again, we are cordially inviting you to attend and support the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference this coming August 4, 5, and 6, 2022.
This year's regional conference is hosted by the IIE Metro North chapter with the full support of Metro Central, Metro East, Metro South, and Metro West chapters, and will be conducted on a hybrid setup. Virtually on August 4 via Zoom video conference and IIE event hub platform, and simultaneously with physical setup in Hotel Manila, Cubao, Quezon City on August 5 and 6.
All the chapters of the IAE Metro Manila region have come together and are continuously working hard to bring back the kind of conference that we all need.
Have fun while strengthening our camaraderie with our fellow electrical practitioner. This is by participating in our various sports activities.
Enjoy our technical sessions and engage yourself with our colleagues and industry partners to expand your knowledge, skills, and network.
It is our deepest desire to see you all at the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. And it is our goal to make this meaningful and a remarkable conference for all of you. To all our sponsors and members, thank you very much for your overwhelming support to our team.
See you anymore.
Welcome to the 8th IICD Metro Manila Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment to Recovery. We are also live via Zoom. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever you are. Hello po to our online attendees. For our webinar etiquette, eyes on the screen please, and let us all watch this.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Now for some building safety orientations, let's call on the Novotel Manila building official. We will play instead an audiovisual presentation.
Mabuhay! Welcome to Novotel Manila, Araneta City. I am Denise Galindo, Director of Guest Experience, Sustainability, and All Safe Officer. And with me is Eric Castillo, Fire and Life Safety Officer. Stay put, pay attention, and join us as we demonstrate to you the hotel safety and security features to ensure your all-safe stay at Novotel Manila. Upon entry, guests are required to scan the QR code for contact tracing purposes. An alcohol dispenser is in place to ensure sanitation before entering. Guest temperature will be checked by the security personnel. Remember to wash your hands with soap and water regularly. Alcohol dispensers are placed in public areas for accessibility. Guests are also provided with individual hygiene kits for personal use. Here in Novotel, we want you to have an all-safe dining experience. This way, sir. Please always observe physical distancing and wear your face mask at all times, only to be removed when eating or drinking. In case of any emergency, please feel free to approach any of our employees or dial extension 7007 using any of the hotel phones. Please do not use the elevator during the evacuation. Please use the nearest fire exit doors for safe evacuation. All fire exit doors are labeled with proper signage and will guide you on your way to the exit. Employees will act as marshals during an evacuation. All employees are trained on what to do during emergencies. Alarm is to be activated in the event of evacuation. A sound of the alarm is a continuous ringing of fire bells accompanied by a flashing red light and strobe lights. The hotel is in contact with the nearest hospitals, and we have trained emergency response team and Red Cross certified first aiders on duty 24/7. Thank you and enjoy your all-safe stay at Novotel Manila, Araneta City. Stay safe, Novo fans!
Once again, welcome to the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery. For our processional march, please welcome our conference committee members. Our host chapter officers. The chapter presidents of Metro Manila, the former regional governors, the board of the electrical engineering, Council of former national presidents, please give them a warm round of applause, please. Of course, we also have our regional governors. A big hand for them, please. let's welcome the MMR officers. We have the officers from Metro Central, Metro East, Metro West, and Metro South. Let's welcome with a big hand our national officers, starting off with our national auditor, Engineer Florigo C. Varona. Our national treasurer, Engineer Catalino E. Rana. The National Secretary, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado. The National Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Ramon Z. Gatchanian, Jr. Our National Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera, Jr. We also have our National Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Page. And now, please welcome our National President, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, with our host, Regional Governor, Engineer Orville John M. Borrega, together with our keynote speaker representative, Attorney Mark Dale Diamond P. Paral, CE, on behalf of Mayor Joy Belmonte.
Mark Sanchano. Sino?
We would also like to welcome our host chapter president, Engineer Mark Santiano. Also, the immediate former president, Engineer Alan Anthony Alvarez. And MMR Deputy Governor. Now let's welcome the Metro Manila Deputy Governors from Metro South, Metro West, Metro East, and Metro Central. Now please all rise for the entrance of colors. Please remain standing for the invocation to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the IIEE hymn to be led by the PUP Taguig Chorale.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
As the deer panteth for the water, so my soul longeth after thee. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. You alone are my strength, my shield. To you alone may my spirit yield. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. You're my friend and you are my brother, even though you are a king. I love you more than any other, so much more than anything. You alone are my strength, my shield. To you alone may my spirit yield. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. Strength, my shield. To you alone may my spirit yield. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hiniram, duyan ka ng mabitin, sa manlulupi, di ka pa sisigil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy, sa langit mong baga, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niyang kailan, may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. IIE members look stronger than the chain and bolt, rising to any challenge involving watts, ohms and volts, E, RE, and RME, connecting industries by the electric circuits. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lives. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission with reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. When shifting from one place, the use of oil earth. Bind us together, I-I-E. Bind us forever, I-I-E. With our cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, I-I-E. Bind us together, I-I-E. Bind us forever, I-I-E. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one I.
You may now all be seated. Thank you so much to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Taguig Corral, and of course, our ROTC cadets from Technological University of the Philippines. And now for the reading of the IIEE Vision and Mission, let's call on Engineer Lester M. Makalipay, Metro North Chapter Secretary.
IIE mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems, to consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions, to promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. IIE vision to be the leading electrical profession organization globally.
Thank you so much, Engineer Makalipay. At this juncture, let's call on Engineer Orville John M. Borrega, Metro Manila Region Governor, for the call to order.
Good morning. By the authority vested in me by the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, I now hereby declare this 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference officially open.
Thank you so much, Engineer Borrega. And now to formally welcome us all, let's have Engineer Mark Gerald L. Santiano, Metro North Chapter President.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. To our guests of honor, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, our National President, Honorable Attorney Mark Dale Diamond, P. Peral, our PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, our BE, Honorable Francis B. Mapile, our BE member, Honorable Jaime B. Mendoza, to our Council of Former National Presidents, chaired by Sir Jules Alcantara, to the 22 Board of Governors under the helm of Presidency of Feliciano Padua III, to our former National Metro Manila Regional Governors and Chapter Officers, to the host chapter Metro North and our Regional Governor, John Borrega, an electrifying morning to all. From the humble beginnings of Metro Manila, our region is making another history as the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference takes off, transcending in this new normal world. I am truly delighted that this day has finally come and all our hard work has come into fruition. Seeing you all here today gives me an inmost satisfaction and pride as our fellow members reunite face to face and our exhibitors and industry partners make its comeback. I am awe-inspired how this region has maneuvered its way together. Seeing you here today gives me the inmost satisfaction and pride as our fellowship members reunite face to face and our exhibitors and industry partners make its comeback. I am awe-inspired how this region has maneuvered its way to gather and integrate the electrical engineers into one MMR and electrical practitioners into one MMR, and it is how today, and I am mighty proud to be from this dynamic region. This event is nothing but a living testament of our drive to empower our members as we spur a meaningful regional conference as an avenue in expanding the mental horizon of our electrical practitioners towards innovation and adopting the best technological practices. With this, let me extend sincerest gratitude to everyone for all the infallible efforts each and one of you has placed in realizing the accomplishments we have achieved and obstacles we have faced. May this regional conference be instrumental in reigniting Metro Manila region's passion and dedication to the service of our beloved organization. My warmest welcome to everyone, and let's enjoy the ride. This is one MMR, bind us together, IIE.
Yes, thank you so very much, Engineer Santiano. And once again, welcome everyone. Please don't forget to use our official hashtag, that is hashtag 1MMR, whenever you post on social media. Once again, that is hashtag 1MMR. And now, to acknowledge the delegates, guests, sponsors, and dignitaries, let's welcome Engineer Nico Ulnagan, the VP Technical, Metro North Chapter.
Good morning, everyone. Isn't it a great day for us electrical engineers for the first face-to-face convention after such a long time? We appreciate everyone on joining us here in this event. We acknowledge the presence of our guests, delegates, sponsors, and our dignitaries. Our PRC Board of Directors, Engineer Jaime Mendoza, Engineer Francis Mapile, and our guest speaker today, Attorney Mark Dale Ferral. Our national officers, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, our National President, our VP Internal Affairs, Lyndon Bague, our VP External Affairs, Alberto Herrera Jr., our VP Technical, Ramon, our National Secretary, Esperanza Collado, our National Treasurer, Catalino Rana, and our National Auditor, Florigo Varona. Our immediate former President and Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. We would like also to thank our regional officers for coming here and our officers from our MMR, North, South, Central, and East IIE MMR. Without your contributions, this electrifying event will not be possible. We hope that this occasion will empower knowledge and opportunities to everyone here. Again, thank you and have a good day.
A big hand for Engineer Olnagan. Maraming salamat po. And again, our exhibit has officially opened up until 5:30 this afternoon here at Novotel Manila and online via Event Hub link to be provided to our online attendees. And now, for the address of the Regional Governor, let's welcome back Engineer Orville John M. Borrega. A big hand for him, please.
Good morning to all, and enjoy your meal. And I welcome you to our 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. The protocol observed and our guest was already acknowledged. My opening statement for today. Okay, the physical regional conference of IIE Metro Manila region once again come to life this August as our members, officers, and staff return to normal after more than 2 years of pandemic. Though everyone has been incredibly resilient during pandemic, our national and chapter officers work hard to serve our members nationwide and in foreign countries. We adapted to change brought by leadership via online. We lost touch physically with each other, but we survived the difficulties caused by it. We learned a lot over the past 2 years. Some new things like being aware of our surroundings, maintaining distance with each other, and remain diligent in our health and safety. I look forward to seeing what this new normal will bring to us and the challenges that comes along with it. We must be ready at all times, but not forgetting our mandate to help our community by practicing and educating them about electrical safety. Camaraderie, fun, fellowship, and sportsmanship brought by a series of sports events headed by our Metro North chapter as hosts and 4 other chapters as co-hosts. Technical knowledge, new learning, new networks and friends during the physical and virtual meeting will be highlighted in our 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. Let us celebrate our liberation from pandemic and look forward to a future full of hope and opportunity. Yours in IIE and in MMR. Thank you and good morning to all.
Thank you for that meaningful message, Governor Borrega. Maraming salamat po. And now, to introduce our most distinguished guest of honor, let's have Engineer Alexandra Crespo, Metro North Chapter Vice President Internal.
He is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at St. Louis University. He was the manager for electrical instrumentation and automation of Holcim Philippines for La Union plant from 2010 to 2014 and corporate-wide from 2014 to 2018. At present, he is the general manager of Star Ace Trading and Engineering Services and president of Firm Consult and Trade Philippines, Inc. He was a board of director of IIEE La Union chapter in 2012 and 2013 and was elected as chapter president in 2014. He was also elected as the 2017 governor of the Northern Luzon region. He was a member of the Convention Bureau from 2017 to 2019 and Exhibit Bureau from 2018 to 2019. He was the IIEE National Treasurer in 2020 and the National Vice President for Technical Affairs in 2021. He is now leading the IIEE as the National President. For his years of service to the IIEE, he was awarded the Most Outstanding Regional Governor and received the Regional Icon Leadership Award in 2017 and Leadership Award in 2019. Let us all welcome our National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III.
Thank you, Alex. To our guests, Attorney, Engineer Mark Diamond Del Ferral, who will be properly introduced later. To our PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, Honorable Chairman Francis B. Mapile and Member Honorable Jaime B. Mendoza. To our Council of former National Presidents, chaired by Sir Jules Alcantara, and with us today face-to-face is our COCNAP Engineer Paul Leoncio, Engineer Rod Pecolera, and immediate past President Alan Alvarez. I think we have also here Engineer Greg Gibara. No? Our former regional governors na nandito sa harapan, chapter officers na napakarami, Board of Governors, to the IIEE Metro North officers under the leadership of Pres Marks Santiano, and of course, Metro Manila Regional Governor Gov. Bill Borrega. My beloved IIEE members, good morning to everyone. I am gratified to be standing right before you all today as we witness this much-awaited 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference in the new normal. This momentous event simply paved the way for us to reunite and meet and greet everyone and show our utmost support to this dynamic region. True to its dictum, 1 MMR, this regional conference is a living testament how this young region persevered in reshaping our beloved organization that is ever passionate and resilient in the service of our members. IIEE have experienced one of the greatest challenges over the past 2 years. By the grit and perseverance, the Metro Manila region managed to make it and yield our leadership and services to greater and bolder heights. I thank you, my fellow members, for helping us steer the direction as to what IIEE is now today. We may not be perfect, but it is our differences which makes us distinctive and powerful in upholding the integrity of the electrical profession. I am certain that this event will provide an affable environment for all the electrical practitioners to freely exchange its views and ideas as we further explore and sharpen the Filipinos' technical expertise. As Metro Manila region continues to strive for professional excellence and efficient services to our members, my warmest and sincerest gratitude to the men and women behind for all the efforts each of one of you has placed in realizing accomplishments as we journey to rise above adversity geared towards dynamism, professional excellence, and service to the members. So I just would like to update our members regarding our e-voting to the chapter level. This is the same platform and system that the national is using. Please support po our e-voting in the chapter level. Last year, we are only 20% on the national level. That is equivalent to almost 11,000 of the 60,000 strong members of the IIE. This year, we are targeting 50% of our members to vote. So, gusto po natin mas maraming bumoto para ma-select yung ating mga officers at saka yung mga gustong mag-serve sa ating organization. So, this is now the 7th Regional Conference plus 1 National Mid-Year Convention. So, attended by almost face-to-face na ito. So, napakaraming face-to-face and we have lots of exhibitors on site. I just would like to invite you all on our 47th Annual National Convention on November 7 to 12. So, yung pong Hall 2, 3, and 4 para sa ating mga exhibitors ay halos nakuha na po yung, this time, nakuha na po yung mga slots. So, we are targeting 4,000 to 6,000 members to go face-to-face during our national convention. Please, I would like also to encourage everyone to support this annual national convention. With that, congratulations again, Metro Manila Region. Bind us together, bind us forever. Mabuhay po ang Metro Manila.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Engineer Padua. Ayan. And likewise, thank you so much for the leadership of our national, regional, and chapter officers and all the key people. Ayan. Please give yourselves a warm round of applause. And as early as this time, congratulations po. And now, we are indeed privileged to be graced by the presence of our keynote speaker. And to introduce, here is Engineer Eddie T. Feliciano, Secretary General, Metro Manila Region.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 8th IIE Metro Manila Regional Conference. It is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker. He is currently a Professor of Law at Universidad de Manila College of Law, Professor of Law at St. Dominic Savio College of Law. He is the Technical Audit Specialist at COA Central Office from April 2011 up to October 2017. He is Attorney 4 at Commission on Audit, Central Office, Fraud Audit Office, as well as Technical Services Office. He is currently the Administrator of the Quezon City Memorial Circle. He is responsible in the administration of the Quezon Memorial Circle as an open park, heritage site, and other related function. He is the chairman of Bids and Awards Committee for Infrastructure and Consulting Services for the Quezon City Government. Also, he is the head officer in charge of the Department of Building Official for the Quezon City Government. It is responsible in carrying out the provisions of the National Building Code of the Philippines and the local Building Code of Quezon City within the territorial jurisdiction of Quezon City. It is my honor to introduce and let's give a warm round of applause for Attorney Mark Dale Diamond Peral.
Can I remove my mask, sirs and ma'am? Hirap pong magsalita eh. Unfortunately, the Honorable Mayor cannot be with us today, this morning, because of some pressing matters. But nonetheless, our Honorable Mayor is very interested with engineering organizations. In fact, she always attends yung mga ganito pong mga events. No? Unfortunately, today meron lang pong mga importanteng bagay na kailangang asikasuhin. But nonetheless, the Quezon City government support to IIE is steadfast and will be even stronger, no, for this administration. I can see familiar faces because perhaps our meetings with the Department of Building officials. I can see sir who is a good friend of my professor in law school. Magandang umaga po. Pagpasensyahan nyo na po at ako'y pinadala, no? Pagtiyagaan nyo na po ako. But nonetheless, aside from the building official, I'm also active with the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, being a past national officer as well. So that's why I'm familiar with some of the officers of IIEE. I'll just recognize some of our personalities today. To our PRC Board of Electrical Engineering Chairman, Honorable Francis V. Mapile. Sir, good morning. Honorable Engineer Jaime V. Mendoza, well, everybody's an engineer. IIEE Board of Governors headed by the National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III. Sir, good morning po. To our IIEE Council of Former National Presidents, MMR former officers, our Governor, Engineer Orville John Borrega. Sir, magandang umaga po. Our Secretary General, Engineer Eddie Feliciano. Sir, our host chapter, IIEE Metro North, headed by Engineer Mark Gerald Santiano, sorry. Good morning po. And to the rest of MMR chapters officers, again, good morning. Please allow me to read the Honorable Mayor Joy's message to each and everyone. Hanapin ko lang po sa cellphone ko. High-tech na kayo. Yung speech na sa cellphone. Good day to each and everyone. I would like to congratulate the officers and members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, or the IIEE. It is indeed a pleasure for me to serve as your keynote speaker in this 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference. The electrical engineers play a vital role in ensuring the safety of our buildings and our homes. We are fully aware that most of the fire incidents, not only here in Quezon City but throughout our country, are due to faulty electrical wiring. We rely upon the electrical engineering technology to mitigate these preventable incidents that do not only damage properties but may also claim innocent lives. Simply put, we actively participate in this shared vocation of saving lives. This year's theme, Leadership, Rising of IIEE's oath to ensure the safety of our community. More importantly, this is a candid admission that electrical engineers of Metro Manila, whose livelihood has been adversely affected by the pandemic, also need our help. We always invoke the truism that there is safety in numbers. If we can help more electrical engineers flourish their practice of profession here in Quezon City, we can increase our chances of survival and progress of our communities. I am particularly inspired by the appropriate coining of the word leader shift. It reminds us that leaders must be open to changes and agile in this position in order to face the challenges head-on while navigating this ever-shifting professional landscape. The Quezon City government shares the IIE's commitment to the realization of its programs that are not only beneficial to the electrical engineers but also to the entire Q citizenry. The Quezon City government, through its Department of Building Official, has launched the QC Build Easy program. It is an online system which seeks to improve the efficiency and transparency of the entire cycle of building regulation, which includes the issuance of wiring permits and certificates of final electrical inspections, or CFEIs. The QC Build Easy program is also providing for the registration of building professionals, which includes electrical engineers. The electrical engineers now have an equal opportunity of engaging with prospective clients without the usual palakasan system or collision with any of the employees of City Hall. In fact, yung mga meron pong opisina sa likod ng City Hall, nagsasara na po eh. Kasi ang hiring po natin ng electrical engineers, online na po. This system of pre-accreditation and registration guards the public and the profession from unlicensed and unscrupulous individuals pretending to be electrical engineers. Project and property owners may also procure professional services of legitimate electrical engineers by directly using the QC Build Easy platform. The primary safety of stakeholders, you can rely upon the Quezon City government to keep your profession and your best interests in our minds and hearts. As we aggressively build our nation together, let us put our trust in each other. As we vigilantly keep our community safe, let us commit to the best interests of our people. And as we trudge through the difficult challenges, rest assured that the Quezon City government will remain your strong partner in ensuring electrical safety and in protecting one of the most reliable pillars of our nation's well-being, our electrical engineers. Muli, magandang umaga po at mabuhay po ang electrical engineers at IIEE.
Thank you so very much for the inspirational message, Attorney Peral. Please stay on stage po for the awarding of the Plaque of Appreciation. We would also like to invite the MMR Governor, Engineer Orville John M. Borrega, the host chapter President, Engineer Mark Gerald L. Santiano, and of course, our National President, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, to present the Plaque of Appreciation. The citation reads, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, presents this Plaque of Appreciation to Attorney Mark Dale Diamond P. Peral in honor and grateful appreciation for sharing his words of wisdom, time, and support as special guest during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022. Given this 5th day of August 2022 at the Novotel Manila, Araneta Center, Cubao, Quezon City, and via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Mark Gerald L. Santiano, PEE, Host Chapter President, Metro North, and Engineer John M. Borrega, REE Governor, Metro Manila Region. We would like to invite once again our National President, Engineer Padua. Yes, sir. Please share a photo with our keynote speaker, Attorney Peral, and of course, our MMR Governor, Engineer Borrega, and the host chapter President, Engineer Santiano. We would also like to request a photo op together with the IIEE Board of Governors, please. We would like to invite once again Attorney Paral to please have a photo op with our IIEE Board of Governors. Sir, I'm Ayan, maraming salamat po muli, Attorney Mark Diamond Peral. And now, we would like to invite Engineer Feliciano Padua III to receive this plaque of appreciation to be awarded by the MMR Governor, Engineer Orville John M. Borrega, and the host chapter president, Engineer Mark Gerald Santiano. The citation reads, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents this plaque of appreciation to Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III in honor and grateful appreciation for sharing his words of wisdom, time, and support as guest of honor during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition opening ceremonies with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022. Given the 6th day or 5th day of August 2022 at Novotel Manila, Araneta Center, Cubao, Quezon City, and via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Mark Gerald L. Santiano, PEE, Host Chapter President, Metro North, and Orville John M. Borrega, REE, Governor, Metro Manila Region. A warm round of applause for our National President, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III. Once again, maraming salamat po, Engineer Padua, and of course, Engineer Borrega and Engineer Santiano. And now, to give us an intermission number, please welcome Techno Harmonica Choral.
525,600 minutes, 525,000 moments so dear, 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year? In daylights, in sunsets, in midnights, in cups of coffee, in inches, in miles, in laughter, in striving. 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year in life? How about love?
Ayan, maraming salamat po muli, Techno Harmonica Choral. Once again, maraming salamat for attending. That concludes the first part of today's program. And we are now going to jump straight to our technical sessions. And now for the first topic of our technical sessions for today, to discuss censored cable accessories, let us all welcome Mr. Salva Kumar, Application Engineering Manager, 3M Singapore Pte. Limited. A warm round of applause for him, please.
Testing, testing. All right. Good morning, everybody. Today, I'm Selva from 3M. In the next slide, I will do a quick introduction of myself. And I'm here today to present about one of the newest product in our portfolio, which is the censored cable accessories. Right. So without any delay, just a quick introduction of myself. So my full name is Selva Kumar. I'm a Regional Application Engineering Manager based in Singapore. So I'm from the 3M Electrical Markets Division. So my responsibility covers Southeast Asia and Australia and New Zealand region. And I've been with 3M coming to this August over 15 years. So with that, I have more than 15 years of experience in low, medium, high voltage overhead conductors and underground cable accessories. So you can see my email address there. So in case any one of you want to get in touch, that's my email address. Or you can connect with me through LinkedIn. You can see that's my LinkedIn ID, right? If you have your LinkedIn app, that's my QR code. You can directly connect me through, you can just scan the QR code right now and then connect me through LinkedIn. All right? So with that, I'm going to today, and then I'll do a bit of the product introduction. Okay, what 3M has started to develop and what kind of solutions we can offer. Then I'll talk about the different types of sensing technologies available today, the pros and cons, what are the advantages and disadvantages, and I'll also show you a quick video on how to install the censored cable accessories into your existing infrastructure, your RMUs and your switch gears, and then how to interface the censored cable accessories to the existing RTUs. Okay, I will talk about a bit about different RTUs, how to do the interface, and then I have prepared some use cases. So one of them is a project we did with Enel. In fact, this whole development started with Enel in Italy. I'll talk about the project. And then I'll talk in some upcoming emerging use cases like the finding incipient fault, the effect of EVs on the network. Okay, so this is the agenda. So let me start with the trends and the challenges in the industry. So let's look at the market drivers, power utilities today. So the grid is changing, right? We used to have a very passive grid. We used to have power source and then a unidirectional power flow, and then just the end user and the consumer. But today that is changing. We have three primary drivers for grid modernization. I think most of you are familiar. The first one is renewable penetration. Your solar farms, your wind farms, right? Your battery storage. So all these are renewable penetration. We call it a DER, distributed energy resources. So this is the first driver today that's influencing the as you know, electric vehicles are getting very popular. I know in Asia it's picking up, in Europe and other countries is getting very popular, it's rapidly growing. I believe most of you are aware of Tesla and how well Tesla is doing. And the third driver is the evolving regulations. So you have the SAIFI and SAIDI, which means consumers are more demanding today. They want 24/7 power supply. They don't want to have outages, no blackout, no downtime. So regulatory bodies are emphasizing on that and putting in fines. So we need to make sure that that is being met. And also we are starting to get subsidies from government to kind of influence power utilities to adopt renewable energy, right? So these are the three key primary drivers that is changing the grid today. Okay. If you look below, you see what's happening. The one in blue is what you're doing today, right? The function, the focus is mostly on the grid operations and planning. But with the DER integration and utilization, and we also need to look at market operation today. If you look on this side of the grid, you can see there is a solar farm, wind farm, battery storage, PVs on residential houses, PVs on commercial buildings connecting to the same grid at medium voltage, at the medium voltage level as well. So now that is the new grid capability that needs to be addressed. We need to look at the DER, distributed energy resources integration, as well as the utilization. Right? So with that, I'm gonna touch a bit on the challenges in hosting a distributed generation. Right? Today, in the passive network, the power quality is measured on the LV side, right? The LV side, and then we do a calculation to MV side. In a unidirectional flow, that is not a problem. It works fine. But once you have renewable energy where you have bidirectional flow, multiple source of power, this is not very accurate anymore. In fact, our feedback from the other utilities is this is only 50% effective to actually calculate the power quality on the MV network from LV network. So more and more utilities are starting to focus on monitoring directly and then MV. So on MV side today, we mainly control the current and short circuit. Okay, the focus today for MV side is just to keep the customer minutes lost and customer interruption as low as possible. That's the key goal today. But as you know, as we have more and more renewables connecting directly to medium voltage network, power quality becomes a very important part of the monitoring process. So today we have some regionally distributed generation, small scale PVs and wind farms. But as we move to large scale distributed generation and also the upcoming electrification, we are starting to see more and more issues on the MV side of the distribution network. So one of them is absolutely the hosting capacity issues. Now we have more power feeding into the network. And because of that, you have network congestion of the existing grid that needs to be addressed. you have to control the over voltage and power quality issues. We are starting to see load imbalances due to the distributed generations. And the protection scheme that's been used today doesn't work very well the moment you have distributed generation connecting to the network. With that, we need new capabilities. We need to measure voltage, current, PQS, the real power, the reactive power, apparent power, the frequencies, the temperature. Is need to be measured on the PV side. So we need new capabilities in that area. We also need to minimize the impact of reverse power. As I said, before renewable energies, distributed generation came into the picture, the power was unidirectional. Today is bidirectional. We need to monitor which direction the power is flowing. So we need to minimize the impact of reverse power. And then we need to keep the grid balanced due to the behavior of DER. So here I'm just want to kind of talk about the challenges we are facing today due to the distributed generation. So here, here's an overview of what I just talked to you about earlier, grid modernization. We are moving from a passive network to a active network, right? So what happens here is, as I said earlier, is unidirectional. These are all your consumers. Today, you suddenly 100% of your power is generated at a huge power plant. Today is about 70% of the power source is from your power plants, like a hydropower plant. About 30%, and this is growing rapidly today, it comes from your wind farms, it comes from your solar farm, you have some smaller power plants, you also have EVs connecting to the grid, right? With that, we need new capabilities to modernize the grid. You will need high accuracy sensors and digital relaying. You need to have automation and communication. This is to control the generated and absorbed power. We need to control the voltage and the OLTCs. We need to manage the grid congestion. We need to present overload faults by isolating the affected part of the network and even capturing incipient faults. So this is possible, and 3M has a solution for that. With that, the goal is to lower the risk of failures, improve lifetime estimation, enhance grid operations, expand customer services, and improve hosting capacity, right? So let's look at the need of grid modernization from a utility point of view. So first thing, as I mentioned, they need to improve the fault isolation, outage management, optimize voltage and power. They need to integrate the distribution energy into the existing MV network. They need to use the data for better fault localization, real-time network management. And with this data information which we have, we can leverage analytics. We can do predictive learning for asset health. And the key drivers for this is, of course, ROI, right? We need to look at the return of investments. We need to look at how we can reduce costs, risk reduction, of course, improve reliability and the efficiency. These are the key value drivers for grid modernization. So this is the value creation pyramid. So this is where we are today. We are starting to connect and monitor the medium voltage network. With that, we are moving forward now. We are able to do fault detection, power flow and power quality monitoring. And in the future, our goal is to do a precise fault location and classification. So we need to different types of faults in the network, and where is the fault happening. We can capture this kind of information. And then the ultimate goal is the asset of network health, right? So basically, we need to monitor the entire asset and network goal. So this is the need of the utilities, and this is where we are driving towards. So let's look at the gaps. As I mentioned before, today, we are only monitoring at the source, which is the distribution substation. We have PT and CTs based monitoring. Of course, these are bulky and very expensive. So it's impractical to have CTs and PTs installed in the RMUs on a switchgear in an MV network. So this area doesn't have any monitoring provision. The other area we monitor is at the LV side, right? We have smart meters with smart meter based monitoring. As I said earlier, using the data today, we calculate back into MV network. So monitoring is generally not implemented in almost most of the utilities out there today for ME network. This kind of monitoring, we call it nodal monitoring. That means you can monitor each RMUs or switchgear in the network, which is typically not enabled. And our goal is to enable nodal monitoring with easy to retrofit and bridge this gap which we have in the system. As I said, if you want to install traditional VTs and PTs in these switchgears or RMU, you need to spend a lot of money. You need to change the infrastructure and all this. Our goal is to not to change anything. By just changing the cable termination, you achieve this requirement. So why do we need voltage and current measurement at a nodal point? Very simple. As you can see, we can start to do energy auditing, revenue recovery, volt-var CVR optimization. You can monitor the power quality and harmonics monitoring. As I said, we can do fault identification, location of the fault, implement protection, a better protection because of the distributed energy resources. And ultimate goal is you can do predictive maintenance. So before a failure happens, you can actually do analytics of the wave. You can do waveform analytics, monitor the waveform and the current, look out for distortion and abnormality, and then you know there's a failure upcoming. You can shut down and then make the changes. So that is the goal we have. But in order to do that, you need to have more and more network nodes. All right, and with that, if you want to install a traditional CTs and PTs, you're going to have a space constraint. You got to spend a lot of money to change your equipment, and the investment is actually a lot more. So for us, this is what we are trying to achieve. We want to achieve nodal monitoring with minimal impact in terms of investment. So let's look at the traditional inductive transformer versus sensors. So we are trying to go towards sensors. So inductive transformers is a very mature technology. I think most of you are familiar. For CTs and PC, both use ferromagnetic core. Typically, it's an iron core. The downside of iron core that it gets saturated at certain current. Once your current is too high, it starts to saturate. You lose the accuracy, right? But also it's bulky, heavy, and you need to have calibration. And also PT, one of the advantage of traditional PT and CTs is provide a convenient power source. So you don't need a separate power source, but the drawback is safety. And I know a lot of utilities actually remove voltage transformers from their medium voltage network because of safety issues. There'll be a number of cases where there's fire. So they remove all the VTs from the network. So let's look at sensors. So sensor is an evolving technology. It's very small. It doesn't use any ferromagnetic core, little or no ferromagnetic core. We are pretty much solid state component, capacitors and a circuit board. So the output is very low energy output, high accuracy because there's no ferromagnetic core, so there's no saturation. So you have a broader range, safer and easier to install. And for our case, we actually went with the capacitive voltage sensor. And for the others, like a resistive divider as well, I will talk about the sensor technology later. And today, most of these sensors are only used for protection application with the RTU. But the emerging applications, as I mentioned before, is for power quality, fault isolation, fault localization, and asset health. So these are some of the upcoming applications for the sensor-based monitoring. So what are the different ways to upgrade your existing substation in a medium voltage network? Today, we have new switchgears, which have integrated sensors with ADP. which is Advanced Directional Protection Relay, but it's a very expensive solution, right? And this is, if it's a new project, it's an option for you. If it's an existing project, then this will be very expensive because you need to change a lot of infrastructure. Another way to do it is using changing the insulators. You can change the insulator with the built-in voltage sensors, right? Again, you need to have rebuilding and retesting, and they typically use a resistive divider. Another option is becoming very popular today is using a T-plug, where at the back end, you have a sensors to monitor the voltage. Again, here, they're also using a resistive divider, and later I'll talk to you the difference between the capacitive divider and the resistive divider, and what the advantages and disadvantages. All right, so I hope that gives you a bit of background in terms of the market trends, the pain points, the needs from the utility, what are the options available today. The next few slides are focused more on what we have developed, right? So the key point here is to transforming the grid starts with accurate sensing. So that was our key goal here, is accurate sensing. So, and we also want to provide an economical way to gain visibility to the MV distribution network with voltage and current measurement integrated into the existing equipment. That was the main goal. And we know that we have access to these two information because we have been applying terminations for over 50 years today. So how this project started is Enel actually approached 3M, and they were having issues in their medium voltage network. And they were having mostly very old RMUs and switch gears. So installing a new VTs and PTs was not something was an option for them. So they asked us whether we can embed sensors into our termination in a way to measure the current and voltage. So they pretty much want to retrofit the existing cables. They want it to be suitable for medium voltage distribution grid. And they want it to be pluggable. For their case, was a pluggable termination because we cut away the existing termination. We just plug a new termination. So it's very long, as you can see. It's about 700 mm, right? And the range was up to 24 kV at 300 square mm. And accuracy range at ambience was 0 to 35 degrees C, right? So with Manel, with this type of termination, we have installed more than 30,000 in their network to improve their monitoring in Enel. So as I mentioned before, some of the features, it's a capacitive voltage divider for the voltage measurement, and we use a Rogowski coil for the current measurement. High accuracy, very compact design, and we follow the IEC 61869 standard. That means our outputs, as long as you have the RTU and IEDs, the intelligent electronic devices following this standard, they should be able to interface with our sensor termination and do the readings. With that, we can do a real-time measurement and not throughout the medium voltage distribution network. So here you can see this is the installed termination, right? You can see it looks exactly like a normal termination, but there are sensors built in. This is a separable connectors with the sensors built in. So voltage sensor, because we have two options today. The first one was for Enel. The ratio was 10,000 to 1. So output is 1.2 volts. In order to meet the requirements of the IEC 61869, we need to have an output of 3.25. So we actually adjusted the ratio to give this output, the 3.25, so that we can interface with the RTUs. In the future, we are also working on the 10 kV network. So we need to adjust the ratio in order to have the consistent output. So today we have solution up to 24 kV impulse following IEC 125 kV. Accuracy is 0.5% accuracy. This is very important. With this accuracy, we can go up to 2500 kilohertz. The accuracy maintains at 0.5, which is the 50th harmonic. And this is important if you are starting to look at the harmonics in the network. And phase offset is less than 1 degree C. Using the air coil, which is a Rogowski coil, the current output you can see is pretty low. It's 31 millivolts for every 1000 amp with 1% accuracy. The short circuit current is 16 kilo amp for this air coil. We also offer the iron coil. The reason why we offer this is if you have low current in your network and more for metering, if you use the air coil, the reading will be too low. You may not be able to read the reading. Iron core, low power CT gives you about 225 millivolts for 300 amp, which is higher. So if you end up the accuracy class is a bit lower, it's 5% at 10 times the rated current, right? So typically we will go with the air coil unless you have a specific requirement for low current application. We will provide the iron core. So this is the separable connectors, sensor separable connectors termination, and this is the individual parts before assembly, and I'll show you how it works. And later at the booth, 3M booth, you can actually see a sample of this. Okay, you can feel and touch and see how it looks like. So this is how it looks like after it's installed. The voltage sensor is the electronic is casted in an epoxy. It's right inside here. The current coil, the Rogowski coil, is a separate piece, so it's modular, right? And then you have the typical. It's actually a termination. It has all the termination features. It does stress control, anti-tracking. Everything is built in. Just that there's additional sensing component built into the termination. So we have completely done a type test according to ISINALAC HD 629.1, which is a type test standard for a termination. We have also done a type test for the accuracy versus temperature, accuracy versus voltage, current, and frequency, right? So with that, this type test guarantees a high quality of the design. On top of that, every single piece of termination goes out. We do a 100% check. So after we complete the epoxy rod, we do a AC withstand and a PD test. After it's molded onto the silicon tube, we also again do a AC withstand and a PD test. So this routine test also guarantees a high quality of the production. So by the time you receive the product, it's highly fully tested. All right, so let's look at the sensor. Let's do a quick comparison between the traditional PT, CT, and sensors. So you can see that the signal of a normal inductive transformers and the current transformer is 110 to 240 to 1 to 5 amp is pretty high. But if you look at the sensors, it's all in volts, but it's 2 to 10 volt, and then the current sensor is in millivolts, right? You don't have a saturation problem with the sensors, but you do have with the traditional inductive transformers, as I mentioned before. You don't have any current limiting mechanism in the transformer, especially for the potential transformer. So that can cause a fire or a failure, right? You don't have that issue with the sensors because the outputs are low energy outputs. Footprint wise, this is 40 to 60 kg. Sensors are very small. And then of course, and if you look from an environmental point of view, you use more material, so which is not the best. We prefer to have a small form factor. Knowledge-wise, CTs or PTs are very mature, widely adopted. This is evolving in the last 20 years. And then in terms of standardization, CTs and PTs are a lot of variants, so there's very limited standardization. But if you go to a sensor, we do have the 61869. So as long as we follow the standard, it's very the standardization is there. So here, just a comparison between CT voltage and the sensors used in 3M. I think the biggest advantage you can see is the size. It's very compact, all right? It's lightweight, fast and easy to install, and no network modification is required, especially for the VTs. Normally, if you want to install a voltage transformer to the existing equipment, you need to modify the network. So the rest of them are more or less, you can achieve that with a traditional CTs and PTs. So here are some examples of how it's been installed. Okay, here I'm going to talk a bit about two technologies available today, which is a capacitive divider. The other is a resistive divider. So for 3M, we decided to go with the capacitive divider because we find that it's the most stable over time, temperature, and voltage. And also, we use a very special high voltage capacitor. We are material specialists, which has a very small thermal gradient, right? And with that, we can resolve the space issue, and we can give precise measurement and safe path, right? There is a disadvantage on the resistive dividers. I will show you in the next slide, which is a graph. This line here in yellow is the line of the resistive divider, and the one in blue is the capacitive divider. You can see the voltage amplitude, the accuracy of the resistive divider start to drop significantly as the frequency increases beyond 900 hertz, right? Right. Whereas when you look at the capacitive divider, up to beyond 10,000 is still within the 5% requirement of the IEC standard. So if you want to do some analytics on to detect PDs, you are looking at this range here, right? If you use a resistive divider, you will not be able to do that. Same thing with the phase offset. You can see that above 1000 hertz, the resistive divider starts to lose accuracy, whereas our accuracy is very stable within the limits. And this is one of the reasons why we went with the capacitive divider, because of the accuracy. And here we also do a study in terms of temperature. You can see that the voltage accuracy, the requirement from this IEC 61869 is plus minus 0.5%. If you look at our sensors, the voltage sensors, it's actually 0.15%. It's actually highly accurate. It's even better than what is specified in the IEC 61869. So with that, just to summarize, the benefits of this product is high accuracy, which I mentioned many times. Factory pre-calibrated, which means you don't need to do any calibration on site. It's all calibrated in the factory. Very compact, integrated design, and we are using capacitive voltage sensors. And it's a modular design, so we provide the voltage sensors and the current sensor as a separate unit, so you can actually install either one. If you don't need the current sensor, you just install the voltage sensor. Okay, so that gives you a bit on the technology behind our sensing, how we do the sensing of the current and the voltage. So now I'm going to show you how to install it into your existing equipment. So a good example here, you can see many examples. It goes in just like a traditional termination or separable connectors. So these are actual installation that was done in different countries using our sensor cable accessories. So this is how it works. Right after this, I'm going to show you a video. But just give you just to explain first. First thing you do is a cable preparation, right? As usual, if you're familiar with cable termination and splices, you'll be familiar with this step. And then you install the current sensor, and then the voltage sensor, and then you connect the voltage sensor to the conductor using the lug here, right? That's actually a lead over here. You connect both together, and then you install the insulation body, right? Then once you're done with that, you have to connect the leads to the data cable to the RTU. So I'm going to show you a quick video that will show you the step up. So up to this step, we have completed the cable preparation. We will show you how to do the installation. So this is your Rogowski coil. So this is your current sensor. You just slide it onto the cable. Right. Once you slide it on, it's very tight. So there is a cable tie to tighten it, so there's no gap between the current sensor and the cable itself. Applying grease is as per normal. This is the voltage sensor. So this is using a push-on technology, as you can see. So you push on the voltage sensor, and then you remove the guide. And now you need to install the lug. So there is actually a lead over here from the voltage sensor. So you couple the lead and the conductor together, and then you cream them together. Or for this case, you are using a Schobel connectors. So you just install the Schobel connector. Once you're done, you put a cap, and then you seal the bottom for bottom sealing to prevent moisture from getting in. And this is the anti-tracking tube with the skirts. So this is your last step, and this is using a cold string technology. So you can see you just need to unwind the ribbon. And then you connect your earth lead and your data cable. Once you're done with this step, now you have to bring the cable to the RTU. So they'll show you that in a bit. So you can just, you can see, to look at a profile, it's just like a normal termination. There's a wire coming out, the cable. You arrange the cable, and then you connect to your RTU. Right? So you can see the entire step is just like installing a normal termination. And next thing you know that you have the capability to install voltage, to monitor voltage and current. Right? You look at the footprint, the profile, nothing has changed. Right? So it's very easy to retrofit into your existing equipment if you want to have the capability. So if you want to retrofit into, if you have existing termination, all you need to do is cut away the termination, pull your cable up, and then install the sensor termination. So you can do that with the cold applied. You can do that with the heat applied. The steps are very similar. You can also do that with a 3-core cable, both cold applied and heat applied. As long as you have sufficient cable to pull up, you can install you can switch the normal termination into a sensor termination. Pretty straightforward. In case you don't have enough cable length, we also provide joints. You can add additional cable length, and then we can joint it to the existing cable. Even for PILC cable, if you want to monitor that in your network, we have a transition joint where we can connect a PLC cable to a polymeric cable, and then you can install your sensor termination at that point. So just to give you some idea, some of the ways to implement the sensor cable accessories into your current network. Okay, so I just showed you how to install it into your network, and now I'm going to talk a bit about how to integrate that into your existing SCADA system. So this is a very general structure. So once you have the termination installed, this is a system, in the SCADA system, right? It's doing processing and control units, and then you also have communication. So you connect to the RTU, right? You will do the processing and the control unit, and then they will communicate the information to the control center, which is the SCADA system. And then if you need to take any action, the action come back from the SCADA system, and then you will operate the relays accordingly. So this is a very high level overview. If you go a bit deeper in the function of the RTU, so basically the RTU convert the analog. First thing it does is the analog to digital conversion. You convert that information into digital information, which is the current voltage and current. And with that, they can calculate the power and the phase angle. Depending on the kind of RTU you have, you can also do some filtering at this point. You can look out for over voltage, under voltage, and overload. And the more advanced RTU can also do classification. That means local analytics. They can do a pattern recognition. You can look out for harmonic distortion, short circuit, and earth fault and things like that. It all depends on what kind of RTUs you're using. And then you can communicate that with the SCADA system at the real time with timestamps. You can send the error warnings, or even can send a fault location if your RTU is capable of doing that. So these are some of the different RTUs available in the market, which is compatible with our products as well. So here you have a RTU which provides protection and control, and another RTU which does directional short circuit and earth fault indicators. And we have IEDs for distribution, protection, and control. Are there others? And the key thing we need to look out for is the IEC 61869. As long as your RTU or IED meets this requirement, you can accept our input. But just one thing you need to look out for is the resistance. It has to be more than 1 mega ohm for a capacitive voltage. Because for resistive divider is different from a capacitive dividers. So ratio-wise, similar to what I mentioned earlier. So this is for the current sensors, voltage sensor. The current sensor, same thing, Rogowski coil. As long as you can read the inputs about 225 millivolts to 31 millivolts, you should be fine. So the most key thing here is we look at is a standard, the IEC 61869. As long as the RTU meet this standard, you should be able to use our sensor termination with your RTUs. And these are the three IEDs which we have type tested together with our three types which have been tested with the 3M sensor cable accessories, and it works very well. But I'm not going into the details of this, but we can get more information later. So with that, I'm going to just talk about the use cases. I showed you this pyramid earlier. So today, the first step is to connect and monitor, right? So we need to establish economic real-time measurement via high accuracy pre-calibrated sensors. And then now we want to analyze this highly accurate information to identify faults to enable load planning and balancing. With that, moving forward, we will moving forward in the future, we are hoping to provide precise fault location. That means whenever there's a fault in a network, we will tell you exactly where the fault is and what kind of fault, so that we can develop a predictive maintenance. As I said, and the end goal is to enable predictive maintenance and a risk-based asset management for a variety of energy grids. So this is the roadmap where we are, and these are the different IEDs and RTUs. So the higher hand RTUs can do like metering and even incipient fault detection. And most of the lower end, today we can do monitoring, fault detection, power quality measurement, river flow. In the future, we are also looking at incipient fault detection as well. So what are the benefits? This is just application map of the different users. So to the business benefit, you improve reliability, energy efficiency, service quality, and you reduce operation maintenance costs, and then capex deferral. You don't need to spend money. You can defer because you know what's happening in the network. You can delay some of the expenditures. From a technical point of view, of course, improve SAIFI and SAIDI, preemptive maintenance, right? You can improve power quality. You have the information. Help you to improve on planning and design, losses, improve safety and security, and grid modernization. So these are some of the capability which can be derived from the data you get from the SEA. Okay, so I'm going to spend next, I have 15 minutes, just a few slides to show you some examples of the actual application in other parts of the world. This is Enel. Enel actually approached 3M in 2013. And what they wanted to do is they had grid intelligence, but there was only concentrated on a few nodes. And they wanted to expand it to the entire medium voltage network, right? So the goal was to create a foundation for a distributed intelligence in the MV network. But because they already have old substation and switch gears, as I said earlier, CTs and PTs was not a option for them. So they was asking whether we can embed sensors into the termination. That's how this whole project started. So the requirement was to have a termination which can sense line current and voltage. Then we can interface with, they have this RGDM smart grid device developed by NL, and they wanted us to interface with their device, and which is what we work on the 10,000 to 1 ratio, and then retrofit into their existing switch gears, right? So with that GM, we started to work to come out with a one-piece design, which has a voltage sensor as well as a current sensor. So what were the challenges they are facing? Very similar to what I have said earlier. They are having wind farms connecting at a HV site. For the MV side, they're also starting to have large-scale solar farms. Then with that, you also have the EVs connecting at the LV side. They started to have PVs being installed at commercial buildings and residential. With this, they started to have a lot of power quality issues in the MV network, which they couldn't calculate that from an LV network. They had load imbalances, network congestions, and then their protection scheme was not working anymore, right? So they had protection coordination issues. So with that, we supplied the sensor cable terminations to them. So with that, they reduced the operation and maintenance costs due to reduced penalty due to service interruption. So their annual yearly savings in full deployment was over $200 million, right? And we have installed more than 30,000 units in Italy, and we are starting pilots in Romania, Colombia, and Brazil as well, wherever NL is. And we actually sold more than $14 million worth of termination to NL, just NL alone. Okay, that's a quick overview of our project with NL. I just want to touch on two users cases. One is incipient fault, right? So incipient fault happened for various reasons. If you just look at a cable itself, once you have cable accessories or cable itself degradation, you will allow moisture to enter the accessories, right? This moisture will cause an arc, and once there's an arc, once the moisture evaporates due to the arc, you extinguish the fault immediately. This kind of incipient fault eventually will lead to a full-blown fault, but it's very difficult to detect that today. Today, you cannot detect this kind of fault. But with those highly accurate, high-resolution sensors from 3M, you can actually do a waveform analytics to detect this kind of fault, right? Why? Okay, let me explain. Incipient fault, as I said, happen at a quarter to a half cycle. Most CTs and PTs cannot capture this waveform. Our voltage sensor, we do sampling at 128 samples per cycle, right? So imagine the fault happening at a quarter cycle, we are doing 128 samples per cycle. So we can capture this fault right here. This is an example of a fault that was captured in the voltage. Our voltage sensor captured this fault. And we need to have both current and voltage waveform to understand what's happening here. So here, this is the current waveform, and both are time-stamped. So you can actually compare when you have this distortion and the waveform, a voltage waveform, you should look at the current waveform as well and see what's happening there. So here, there's some abnormality happening in the network, right? So with that, you can actually set a threshold on the RTU if you want to. But the key thing here is to monitor what's happening. If this transient event, start to occur more often, get shorter and shorter, it means that we're going towards a failure, right? So with that increased transient activities, the RTU can provide alarm. And what some customer do, they will actually put a load on the network to fail the network. Or by just looking at the waveform itself, you know there's something not right in the network. You can plan for the next maintenance to shut down and take a look at what's happening there. This is evolving. So of course, this data requires learning and analysis to be sure, but at least you will know that something is happening in the network, and then you will start to pay attention to it. So this is one way to look at the incipient fault using a high accuracy network. The other thing you can do is also distance to fault. So here is to know where the fault happened in your network. So today we use distant protection, or what we call a differential protection, in some parts of the network. But with the 3M sensor cable accessories, it can become a common feature, right? So with the data coming up from the sensor cable termination, you can measure the voltage, current, and the frequency. Then with that, you can calculate the fault reactance, right? The fault can have any kind of waveform, but we need to have the reactance. Then you have the cable type and the characteristic, right? So you have the cable reactance, which you can get from the DMS system, which is the distribution management system. You can compare the fault reactance to the cable reactance from the DMS, and then you can determine the fault distance. So just giving a few examples how you can use the highly accurate, high resolution data from our sensors to do some of these analyses. There are a lot more. I'm just showing you a few. The last topic I want to cover a bit is the EV and the impact on EV. So here, this is a bit more. WPD stands for Western Power Distribution in UK. So they were having issues with the PV penetration. So here you can see the growth of PVs in UK over the years. So you can see it's very rapidly growing, right? And what happened here is the network started to observe power quality issues, especially when you have fast, rapid, or super rapid charges. These type of charges actually have a direct impact to the 11 kV network. So with that, there's an impact on the power quality and the total harmonic distortion. So there are reports from studies that shows the impact of the grid integration of EV on the aspect of power quality issues such as voltage profile, harmonic and power losses, as well as stability issues of the power grid. So once, since the EVs, while charging from the grid, appears as a non-linear load, right? The load profile is very different. It has a very different characteristic from the typical load. It starts to put some stress on the power system. So once you have a large number of EVs charging at the same time, you are starting to have concern about the power system stability, right? So the impact of the grid integration of EVs on the power quality also depends on the characteristic of the EV chargers. What kind of chargers they're using? Is it a super rapid chargers, and also number of EVs are connecting at the same time. So to summarize, both distribution generation and EV adoption has a large impact to the MV distribution grid. So first thing for DG, you need to have the reverse power, right? And then you have harmonics from the inverter that needs to be taken care of. From the EV point of view, we need to have a good load management to support the rapid and superchargers, right? Which has a direct impact to the medium voltage network. And also the aggregate the impact of harmonics, because these are using a lot of inverters that they introduce harmonics to the network. So these are some of the challenges today we are facing, right? We need to have precise and real-time situational awareness of what's going on. We need to have better protection coordination. The current schemes are not working. Voltage regulation, VR optimization. So so that's my last slide. I know the topic is a bit dry and a bit more technical, but the goal is to just introduce where 3M is heading today, the new product we are introducing, and the way we work with the sensor cable accessories. We always start with a pilot. So if you see any of these case studies we saw today, you think that something is relevant to your network, you can always work with us. We will start with a pilot. We will guide you along the way, and we have a lot of learnings from the other utilities globally, right? So yeah, so that's pretty much what I have. Do we take Q&A? Yeah. No? Yeah. If anybody have any questions, maybe you can ask. We have about 5 minutes left for my time. Can you give the mic?
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the knowledgeable presentation. My question is the life cycle or the lifespan of the sensor, because the cable normally lasts for 30 to 50 years. So, and when we see the installation, when the sensor is faulty, you need to replace all the termination kit. So what should be the life cycle of the sensors?
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Good question. So the life cycle as a sensor plus a termination, as usual, is 30 to beyond 30 years. 30 to 50 years. That's what we are looking at least 30 years and above. Your second question is if your voltage sensor or your current sensor is faulty, you have to replace the entire termination. Because the sensors are built into the termination. So if you are having some issues for whatever reason, you cannot just remove the sensor by itself. You got to replace the entire termination. Yeah, but it's all type tested as you saw earlier, such a way that it should last at least 30 years and above. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions or user case or anything? Feel free to ask. I know it's a very new, it's a very new technology. It's still evolving. It's very new to most of our customers, for most of the utilities in the world. But as you know, that we are learning a lot from our customers as well. So always feel free to reach out to myself. You have our 3M Philippines team right here in Manila itself. So you got Glenn, you got Mark. You can reach out to them as well. Okay. Oh.
I think we have a question online. Is high pot test still possible after installing the sensors on the MV cables? Thank you.
Yes. In terms of field testing, everything as per normal. Nothing has changed. Treat it like just a normal termination, right? Whatever testing you're doing, OWTS, high pot testing, VLF, you can do any of this testing, not an issue. That's why I showed you earlier, the termination has been tested according to Sinelec HD 629.1, which is a type test for a typical termination. So it operates exactly like a normal termination.
Next question. Any solutions installed at your country for the effects of harmonics from EV or PV installed in the distribution utility? From the point of view, is this via or view of the user? Yeah, point of view of the user, of the DU as well.
So you want to talk about how to minimize the harmonics? That is not, not in our area. What we are here to detect what's happening in the network. We can provide the information. The analytics part is done by the utilities on themselves using the IEDs. How to minimize? We don't have a solution from 3M. We don't work. This is not our area of scope. But I don't know. I think they need to do an entire network study and see how to minimize that, but we don't have answer for that.
Next question. Can some of these sensors be used for the pull top application?
Yes, I will. I think if you want to use a full top, yes, but we have not done that before. I think it's possible. But you must remember that these sensors need to connect to the RTU, right? If you put on a full top, then where is going to be a RTU? You got to think of that. So to me, it's not practical. It's possible because normal termination can be installed, but how are you going to install it? Because it's an interface you need to do to the RTU. So something we can talk and figure out how to do that. But today we have not done outdoor termination yet.
Second to the last question. When did 3M started launching this product?
In 2013. So 2013, we started working with Enel, as I shared. And then it was a progress. So it was not we started working in 2013 and we started to produce the product. We started to do a pilot with Enel and then we started to supply to them after that. So I wouldn't say exact year when it launched, but I'd rather say when we started working with Enel, when it became a product. And then after that, we start to release the product to the rest of the world.
And finally, at least online, thank you, Mr. Kumar, for the informative topic. What if one of the parts broke down? Do we need to shut down the system in order to replace the defective unit?
Yes, because it operates exactly like a termination, right? When a termination failed, you need to shut down and replace it. So it's the same thing. So treat it like a termination. Whatever happened to a termination, whatever happened is similar to the sensor termination. So it's not independent. So once the termination failed, you need to shut down and do a replacement.
And follow-up questions. Does those sensors meet also IEE standard and not just IEC?
Today, focus in mostly in Europe. So right now we only meet IEC standard, but there is some development going on as well. So hopefully in the future, we will be covering the IEEE network as well.
Follow up on the pull top. How about integrating with reclosers?
Good question. I'm not saying we cannot do that, but we are not doing that today. Our focus is not really on the overhead area. Right now, we are more focused on substations and the equipment side of things. Good question. It's possible, right? It's possible. You can actually use the information and then integrate that with recloser. So remember, what 3M is trying to do here is just provide current and highly accurate current and voltage information. How you want to use the information is really up to you. You can use the information for reclosers. It's possible. But we can bring it offline and then we can discuss that if there's an interest in that area.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Any more questions? On-site and or online? If there be none, we would like to congratulate and of course thank you, Mr. Salva Kumar, for an indeed very informative topic. So we would like to present to you a plaque of appreciation.
And thank you to the audience. I think it's my pleasure to be here to share what we have done. Thank you, everybody.
The plaque of appreciation will be awarded by Engineer Lester Makalipay, the host chapter secretary, together with the host chapter treasurer, Engineer Joseph Rayhart Carpio. Thank you so much, Mr. Salva Kumar, for sharing your time, valuable insights, and expertise as a resource speaker. Maraming salamat po. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr. Salva Kumar. There you go, guys. I hope you learned a lot about the talk on sensor cable accessories. And now, let's have the control, safety, security, and savings solutions for commercial projects to be discussed by Engineer Adrian Nico M. Plazer, REE, the Business Development Manager from Panasonic MFG Philippines Corporation. Let's give him a warm round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. So I hope so wala pa namang lunch, no, pero we will be doing siguro a working lunch for this presentation. So thank you for that introduction. But for this particular presentation, I'll be specifically explaining the different solutions that Panasonic can offer. Because as you are already aware with our company, we have quite an extensive lineup of products ranging from different fields, from the electronics, mechanical, electrical, and even automotive. So for this particular presentation, para hindi ko na masyadong i-detail each and every product that we have, because I think the time will not be enough if that will be my presentation. I've arranged our products depending on the solutions that we can offer. Kasi we observe naman right now that yung most of the inquiries inquired to us before, yung mga engineers, mga electrical engineers, they're very much specific with the product. For example, meron ba kayong switches outlets, may MCB ba kayo? But right now, most of them are inquiring for specific solution na. For example, we have a project that are currently applying for LEED certificate. What are the products that you have that can solve our energy saving solution? Yan, ganun. Okay, may mga cases din na do you have any solution for control of the whole building? Not just for the lights, for the aircon, for other devices. Ganun na yung typical na, ganun na yung changes pagdating sa market inquiries right now. So that's why for this presentation, I've arranged our product depending on the type of solution that we can offer. And currently, we are quite proud to say that si Panasonic yung one of the brand that can offer this type of solution, offer different types of product for this type of solution. So kumbaga one-stop shop siya kung tutusin. So starting with my presentation, we can offer 4 different types of solution, namely control, safety, security, and savings. Not just for commercial po. This can be applied for residential, high-rise, even for industrial project din. So to start with, next po. Yeah. So let's start with the control solution. So before, I'm sure you are already aware na in terms of control, kilala si Panasonic pagdating dun sa wiring devices, switches and outlets namely, no. So even we during the start of our company under national pa, I'm sure meron ditong mga medyo senior practitioner na ever since national brand pa si Panasonic, ini-specify na to their projects, especially for our full color series. So we are still selling that type of business. We are still promoting yung wiring devices business namin. We are still selling the wide series, the Refina, even yung national lineup pa namin, pero right now under Panasonic flagship na siya. But we added additional control solution. So one of which is we will be engaging na rin into smart home automation. So hopefully this year we will be launching na our very first system for home automation. Of course, when we say home automation, hindi lang dapat siya ilaw. So for when we say control of lights, not just on and off, even yung dimming, even yung mode setting. Pwede mong iset Netflix mode ka, medyo magdidim yung lights. Now for the other type of control, pwede mong i-integrate yung electric blinds mo. So automatic, for example, at 8 a.m., bubukas na yung electric blinds mo, mamamatay naman or magdidim off yung ilaw. Not just that, even yung thermostat setting for the aircon, pwede mo na rin kontrolin using this smart home automation system. Ngayon, ang isa sa mga trend is integration with smart devices like Google Alexa at saka yung HomePod ni Apple. We can also integrate to those type of devices. For example, voice control lang, Alexa, open lights at 20%, pwede po yung integrate with our system. So it will be using a KNX protocol. So I hope there are some of the participants that are familiar with this type of protocol kasi we're very much common with Wi-Fi or Zigbee or Bluetooth. Pero si KNX, it was originated in Europe. Now, nasa China na siya and slowly, pinipenetrate nyo na rin si ASEAN market. So first time po ni Panasonic na mag-into open protocol. Ibig sabihin po noon, kasi one of the dilemma din, pag nagkaroon ng sira or maintenance, baka daw ma-lock in with Panasonic lang. So the advantage of using the KNX protocol, if magkaroon ng maintenance, you can use different brand as long as it is using KNX protocol. So ganun yung kinaganda ng using an open type of protocol. Now another type of control solution that we also have the kiosk, interactive kiosk. So if you're familiar, kung nakaka-order na kayo sa mga McDonald's or Jollibee, di ba, they're utilizing na yung order system using the kiosk. So sa Jollibee po, lahat ng branches ni nag-ano yata, screensaver mo yan. Sir, previous pa. Nasa control pa lang. Yan. So lahat po ng branches ni Jollibee utilizing the kiosk solution, we supplied that type of technology. So hindi lang po siya pang fast food, pwede rin sa mga self-check-in sa mga hotels and even sa mga airport. Then another solution for the control, of course we have the lighting control and passive infrared sensor. So for the PIR sensor, we are also selling the lineup for industrial na. Yung mga pang 8 to 10 meters height pang warehouse. Tsaka meron din tayong super sensitive na hypersensitive pala na sensor na even konting movement lang pwede na siyang makadetect ng movement and of course matitrigger nyo na yung control. Then for our aircon, majority of the newest lineup that we have, you can download a Comfort Cloud app. Kasi one of the dilemma pag meron kang aircon sa bahay, nawawala lagi yung remote or nami-misplace. So meron na kaming cellphone application, you can control na yung thermostat setting using the Comfort Cloud app lang. Then the next solution that we have, next po, is the safety naman, which is very much connected with our profession, especially for the fellow electrical engineers. No? So firstly, for safety, we are into MCB and RCCB and RCBO na rin. Yan po, slowly kino-complete na namin yung electrical solution kasi 'di ba we have pipes like EMT, IMC pipe, tapos may wiring devices tayo, and then we also have the lighting fixtures. So yung demand, isa sa mga demand sa amin, why not hindi kayo nagbebenta ng MCB para medyo complete na yung solution nyo, no? So we address that type of demand from the market. So starting last year, we have been marketing na yung aming newest member of our family, which is yung MCB lineup na ni Panasonic. So currently, we are selling the typical lineup like from 6 ampere to 80 ampere. And then we will also be launching up to 125 amperes. So we have our actual samples of MCB dun sa booth namin if you want to experience or to see the actual product. Then GFCI and outlet with switch. So for the GFCI, we are selling the EL guard lang yung term namin, but it's the same product with the GFCI outlet. So we have been selling that for a long time na. And yung isa sa mga bagong product namin is yung outlet with switch. So one of our pinaka-buena manong customer for the outlet with switch is our board of EEC, Engineer Jaime Mendoza. No? So isa siya sa mga pinakaunang bumili talaga nitong outlet with switch kasi according nga sa kanya, gusto niya ganyan na yung ipa-specify sana sa mga bahay. No? Kasi it's double or triple protection pa kasi you have the built-in switch at the same time, merong child safety cover. So for the safety of the children. UV light, for the deep sanitation, before ginagamit lang to for hospital, pero ever since the pandemic hits, even sa mga bahay at saka sa mga cars, ginagamit na rin siya. So we have the smaller version, 2.5 watts, rechargeable. Pwede siya pang deep sanitation ng mga sasakyan or small spaces. We also have for room size, yung 30 watts namin, yan yung ginagamit mostly for the hospital. So available na rin yung ganyang type ng model. And then ceiling exhaust, we also have then aircon and portable nano generator. So i-share ko lang konti yung nano EX technology ni Panasonic. So we develop a special type of technology that can inhibit yung different viruses and bacteria, including COVID. So ang technology niya is it emits a nanoparticle tapos dumidikit siya mismo dun sa virus particle tapos tinatanggalan niya ng hydrogen. So ang byproduct nito is H2O. So napatay mo na yung virus na convert mo pa into vapor. In short, nagmo-moisturize pa yung skin mo at saka yung hair mo. So may beauty effect pa yung product itself. So this is different from purifiers with HEPA filters like those type of technology. Kasi ito po, maintenance free siya. Wala kayong pinapalitang filters, wala kayong pinapalitang parts. So ganun po kaganda yung technology. Right now, we are equipping most of our appliances, especially the aircon. Pero since mataas yung demand sa amin, kasi especially if yung project, may aircon na sila pero gusto nila ganitong technology. So nag-come up kami ng product which are nano e-generators lang. So we have the portable one, yung mukhang tumbler. So kasya po yan sa mga sasakyan lang or very handy po yan. And then we also have the ceiling mounted type at saka yung parang air purifier type. So you can select which one of the portable devices yung pwede nyong gamitin for your application. Now going to the next solution that we have. Next po. Security naman. So ito very much applicable din for our profession. No? So let's start with our door hardware. So we launched na rin yung door accessories namin for the projects. So meron na rin po tayong auto door. So I think may mga malls na here in the Philippines that are using yung auto door system, no. And then FDAS. So we also revive yung business ni fire alarm system kasi we started in the Philippine market under national flagship pa. And then last 2018 we relaunched yung FDAS ni Panasonic. We are offering the analog addressable type na. Pero meron pa rin po kami ng conventional detector lineup. So pwede pa rin po magkaroon ng hybrid installation or semi-addressable type. So we are selling the special type of detectors then. I think in the Philippines kami pa lang isa sa mga brand na nagbebenta nun. Yung mga intrinsically safe tsaka mga explosion proof na mga detectors for mga hazardous area, for mga even sa mga boat application, sa mga barko. May mga ganong type po kami ng detector if you may ask. No? And also, we are also selling the wireless system na rin. So perfect po ito para dun sa mga project na hindi naabangan or may mga expansion. So may mga wireless detector kami, even call point. So meron na rin kaming full lineup of the wireless detection or fire detection system and is currently undergoing special certification from NTC. Para po mas legally pwede na namin siyang i-offer sa Philippine market. But just to inform you, we are also selling the wireless fire alarm system. Now for the CCTV, yan, we can also integrate it with our fire alarm system and the fire alarm can also be integrated with our auto door. So triple integration siya, no? Ang purpose nun, you can integrate CCTV with fire alarm para for example, high-rise siya. So if ever nagkaroon ng trigger ng alarm sa higher floors, ilalabas nung camera feed yung area kung saan may nadedetect na fire. So malalaman mo doon in actual feed kung actual fire ba siya or arson, baka may nagsusunog na doon sa location. So as long as IP-based yung CCTV, pwede po siyang integrate with our fire alarm system. Now, for the CCTV, we equip it with special features na highly applicable for this current situation. So we have this feature, no mask detection. So pwede niya pong ma-identify kung sino yung mga tao na walang mask. And then it can also trigger a notification. So ma-alert po yung personnel or yung security personnel natin kung sino yung naka-off yung or nakatanggal yung mask. Tapos meron din siyang detailed face detection kahit nagparitoke yung mukha, tumanda or medyo nag-gain ng weight or talagang naglagay siya ng kung ano sa mukha niya, kaya niya pa rin pong i-detect yung pinaka face feature nung specific na taong yun. So kaya po majority of the international hotels or airports right now in the Philippines nakuha po namin because of those type of feature. Kasi yun talaga yung kailangan pag mga excessive yung security measures. Then VIS, Video Intercom System, ito quite common na rin. Currently may mga developers na into this type of technology. Yung from the lobby, pwede mo nang kausapin yung unit owner using the video intercom system. Ngayon, kung wala naman yung unit owner dun sa bahay, remotely using cellphone, pwede pa rin siyang maka-receive ng notification. And pwede mo siyang i-trigger or i-connect with your door lock system. So kung meron kang family relative na magbe-visit dun sa unit mo and wala ka dun sa mismong unit, pwede mong i-unlock yung door para makapasok sila dun sa premise mo. So ganun kaganda yung integration with video intercom system. Now for the next solution that we have, next po, is yung savings, which is yung pinaka-common na ini-inquire sa amin right now. Especially lahat ng utilities ngayon tumataas for even the electricity, no? So for the saving solution, we can offer this type of products and then we can also integrate it into one. Kumbaga sa project nyo, kami na yung magpropose ng mga products and solutions para ma-achieve nyo yung specific savings na tina-target nyo for your project. Starting off with our solar panel, so I'm sure there are some of you that are familiar that we've been selling na yung solar panel namin ever since 2012 pa. So we acquired the technology from the Sanyo. So yung combined experience po between Sanyo and Panasonic, around 65 to 70 years na yung technology development ng solar panel. And for our solar panel, kasi ngayon ang labanan palakihan ng panel. So dati we started at 190 watts. Ngayon, we are selling 545 watts na po na panel. Ganun na po yung kalaki yung size ng panel na binebenta namin. So it's a monocrystalline technology. And then, ngayon po ang business lang ni Panasonic is panel. So if you will be requiring for a complete installation, meron kaming mga solar system integrator partner. So they can provide the full system na, even the mounting frames, the inverter. And then if there are some of the participants here na ang business naman is to solar integrator or system integrator, you can also inquire to us if you want to sell yung Panasonic, if you want to include Panasonic solar panel into your lineup. So open pa po kami for system integrator development. So madali lang din po yung requirements from our end. Then daylight sensor, so ito passive infrared plus daylight siya. So for example yung lighting mo, which is for example yung mga LED, yung ginamit mo Panasonic LED, then equip it with passive infrared sensor, so mas magiging malaki yung savings na makukuha mo. So yung sa LED lighting namin, we offer almost complete lineup from the typical downlights hanggang sa mga special type of detectors for the industrial application, yung mga sea breeze or yung mga salt-proof na devices for mga installation malapit sa dagat. May mga ganong type din kami ng lighting. And even yung mga spotlight, mga cove lights, yung typical, yung very common na mga ginagamit for the projects, we can offer those type of product din. Then lastly, if you will be talking about savings, of course, we have our inverter aircon. So for a specific project, we can come up with a solution combining this type of products. Para pag-propose po namin sa inyo, makikita nyo na, you use solar panel, then for the lights, you use LED. For specific area, you use passive infrared sensor. And this is the total savings that you have. Then, next po. So ano naman yung pwedeng ibigay na support ni Panasonic? Kasi ito, we presented the solution. I'm sure you will be asking, paano namin siya i-specify sa project namin? Or paano namin siya ipipitch dun sa owner ng project? So we can provide you a detailed software-based na proposal. Kasi before, pwedeng i-explain lang namin sa inyo na ganito yung features, ganito yung specs. Pero right now, mas na-appreciate ito even the end user na very low lang yung knowledge nila with technical, pero mas na-appreciate nila pag naka-based ka with a software. So for the software, we are using different types of application for different types of installation din. So for the lights, we are using dial-lux. So we have our own designers that can do dial-lux design. For example, for your project, gusto ko matry kung ano yung magiging advantage ng Panasonic or magiging output ng Panasonic. So even without purchasing the actual sample or requesting a sample for us, we can justify yung magiging output niya using the Dialog software lang. So for this image, this is an actual project, residential project. So gusto niya lang makita kung ano yung magiging resulta pag in-apply niya. So fortunately, nakuha namin project because of this type of proposal. Then solar PV layout, we are using the Solar Labs application. So ito, before kasi, mga last year, bago kami mag-provide ng proposal sa inyo for the solar, ang dami naming hinihingi, 3 months electric bill, pati yung schedule of loads nyo, kailangan makuha namin. So yung mga lumang establishment, medyo nahihirapan sila mag-provide ng mga documents. Pero right now, address lang po yung tinatanong namin. Tapos from there, basta kailangan, madali lang siya i-locate sa Google Earth or Google Map. From there, pwede na po kami maka-generate ng proposal. So if you can see with this image, this is an actual project in Santa Rosa, a warehouse project. Tinanong lang namin yung address niya and then we search it in Google Earth. We projected in 3D yung warehouse. Tapos nalatag po namin yung solar panel dun sa roofing. So after nun, nalaman namin kung gaano karaming solar panel yung kailangan, gaano kalaking system yung i-install, yung expenses, malalaman din namin kung ano yung costing niya. And most importantly, yung ROI. Kasi yun yung tinitingnan ni boss. After ilang years siya, pwedeng ma-return yung investment. So using address lang po, nakakame up kami with this type of proposal. So from there, complete po yan, naka-report, in report format po yan, ipapasa namin sa inyo for your pitching or kung gusto nyo kami yung mag-present dun sa owner side, pwede pong gawin yon. So ganun kadali yung proposal for the solar. For fire alarm naman, yung aspirating, yung VESDA kung tawagin, yung very early smoke detector system, we also have that type of technology and we are using a software to design it. Kasi before, there are some brands na kayo yung dapat mag-design. Most commonly, hindi kayo familiar with those type of fire alarm system. So ang ginagawa namin, kami na po magde-design for you. Even yung computation ng pipeline, kaya na pong gawin ng software mismo. Then we also have, ito naman for aircon, for mechanical, VRF design. iPro CCTV naman. So for example, walang layout for CCTV yung project. Pwede rin po kami mag-come up with the design using iPro. And if you will be requesting us several design documentation in AutoCAD format, pwede rin po kami mag-provide ng ganong type of document. For example, yung one-line diagram, schematic diagram, kung paano install yung product namin. Before, tatanungin nyo kami, spec sir, paano ba yan? Paano ba may setup? Ganito, ganyan. So kami na po gagawa nung schematic diagram using AutoCAD. Para pag-submit nyo or pag-attach nyo dun sa software nyo, mas madali na. Hindi nyo nagagawin mismo yung file itself. So ganun kadali yung process. And pinaka-importanting announcement, lahat po ito pwede namin i-provide for free. So wala po kaming i-require na payment from your end. Pag siningil po kayo ng katrabaho ko, sabihin nyo po sa akin. Kasi for free po yan. No commitment at all. So even in the long run or at the end, kung nakita nyo yung price figure, ay sir, hindi kaya ng budget, mag-iibang brand kami. Okay lang po yun. So masakit man sa loob namin, pero okay lang po yun. So ang importante po, nakapag-propose kami or nalaman nyo yung magiging system design under Panasonic product. Now, i-add ko lang po, kasi for the solar panel, kasi ito yung commonly na tinatanong din sa amin, warranties at saka product guarantee. So we're providing 12 years warranty, 25 years product guarantee. So when we say product guarantee, pag sinabi naming 25 years, after 25 years, dapat ang degradation niya 20% lang. Pag nag-degrade siya around 30 to 40%, papalitan po namin ng bago yung panel. After 25 years, pwede pa rin kayo maka-avail ng new panel replacement. So ganun po ka-extensive. Now, maraming solar players, maraming solar panel brands, pero si Panasonic yung isa sa mga brand that can support that type of warranty. Kasi pwede kayong makamura with this brand A, solar panel, bibigyan kayo 10 years warranty. After 2 years, dissolved na yung company. So wala na siya, hindi na siya nag-exist sa Philippines. Common po yun sa solar market. Mabilis po yung turnover ng mga companies pagdating sa solar market. But Panasonic can support you with that type of warranties and guarantees. Now, case study tayo. So kung halimbawang very interested na kayo, may project kayo in mind or you are working on a current project right now, pwede na tayo mag-proceed with the case study. So gawa kami ng software design, bigyan namin kayo ng cost estimate proposal, tapos pitch nyo dun sa owner, pitch nyo dun sa project management, or kami magpe-present mismo. Then we can proceed with the actual sampling. So pwede po kaming magpahiram ng mga product namin for your actual mock-up. Install nyo dun sa area para ma-observe yung performance ng product. Possible po yan with our with Panasonic na pwede namin kayo pahiramin with ng aming mga product. So yun po, that will be my presentation. If you have further questions or if you have project in mind that you want to discuss, meron kaming booth dito. Register po kayo, may paraffle din kami, I guess, ngayon and then until tomorrow. So if you have further questions, I think we still have time for the question, but if not, kung mamaya pa mag-pop out yung question, you can approach our sales engineers dun sa booth namin. Dito lang sa paglabas lang dito. So yun lang po. Maraming salamat po for your attention. Thank you.
All right, so we'll be opening the floor for questions. Please type in your questions to our chat box for our online attendees. First question. Can your fire... Sorry for a moment po. Okay, again, can your fire alarm detection system be integrated to the existing fire alarm system installed?
Ayun, so thank you po for that question, Sir Adrian. Katukayo ko pa. So yes, we can integrate po. So una, we have two types of integration. Integration with conventional system. So ang tawag po namin doon is semi-addressable. Any brand, pwede po, any brand. So as long as conventional siya, pwede siyang integrate with our fire alarm. Now when we say addressable naman, we can also do that, pero kailangan mag-prepare din sila ng module nila. So module po nila, module ng brand na yon, tsaka module namin, yun po yung pag-uusapin natin. So but for conventional, any brand, module lang namin pwede. So yun po.
Ayan, next question. Magbabundle po ba ng annual inspection with warranty?
Yes, for the fire alarm po yan, no? Even for the solar panel, we can also do a proposal with PMS kung biannually ba yan or annually. And then even yung inspection, pwede pong mag-propose na kami with those type or mag-come up ng ganong type of proposal.
Next question, can your auxiliary systems such as FDAS, door access, CCTV, and intercom integrate to building management system?
Yes, it can be integrated po. Building management or SMS security management system. We have our one of our pilot project. It's a petrochemical plant in Batangas. They have a system, a security management system. In-integrate po yung Panasonic FDAS, CCTV, tapos Autodoor, different brand. So into one security management system. Pwede pong gawin. Even ventilation system, pwede po. We can do that po.
Is the system hack-free?
Siguro yung hacking po, we leave it to the IT na yung ng building, no. Pero I think from our side, yung ginagawa po kasi ni Panasonic, especially for our FDAS, we develop our own protocol. So dun lang po kami sa home automation nag-open protocol, pero for the other type of system, Panasonic own protocol na po yung ginagawa namin for hacking protection.
Ayan, next question. What is the maximum warranty period that you can offer for lighting products?
Standard po is 1 year, pero depending on the project or the request, we can negotiate po ng extension for the warranty.
Next, sir. Next, wait, nabuhay. Pakisuyo po ng contact details ni Engineer Nico Blazer. Would it be fine to share your contact details, sir?
Yes, yung PowerPoint kanina.
All right. Any questions from our on-site attendees?
We have a microphone at the center of the ballroom. Just approach our microphone. Any more questions from our online attendees? Okay. If wala na po, we would like to thank Engineer Adrian Nico Emplazer. Thank you so very much for discussing control, safety, security, and saving solutions for commercial projects. And please receive this plaque of appreciation to be presented by Engineer Abby Jewel Torres, Vice President External. And once again, Engineer Lester Makalipay, the Secretary of our host chapter. Maraming salamat, Engineer Reserve from Panasonic Philippines Corporation. And now, we are going to discuss know-how of business registration and taxation. Let us welcome the founder, chairman, and CEO of TVP Consulting Group Incorporated, Mr. Nick Jewel B. Torres. A big hand for Nick.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's good morning. So I have 1 hour or less than 1 hour to share with you guys how to register a business and the basic tax compliance process here in the Philippines. So I understand most of you are engineers or some of you are contractors and practicing professionals or practicing engineers. So this will be relevant as well on your practice or in your business. So the topics that I'll be discussing, first is the business registration process of the Philippines, and second will be taxation in general, and third one is understanding the relevant business taxes or the taxes here in the Philippines that is applicable to your business and to the practice of your profession. First, let's talk about why is it important to register your business or the practice of your profession. First, it is required by our laws here or regulations here in the Philippines. And second is that mas okay po that we have a legal and independent personality as we conduct our business, our legal business or the practice of our profession here in the Philippines. Third, it will improve your credibility, the credibility of your business or the credibility of your practice. Fourth one is you will have access to different business opportunities, especially abroad. Of course, if you will apply as a supplier or as a contractor, the first thing that the customer will ask are these business documents or legal documents of your company. Last one is, of course, it will formalize everything that you do, your business and the practice of your profession. First, how do we form a business? Or let's understand muna ano yung business formation and organization. Okay, here in the Philippines, we have 3 types of business formation or business organization. We classify them as sole proprietor, partnership, and corporation. So let's discuss quickly what are the differences on those 3 categories. First is sole proprietor. So more likely, a lot of you here are registered as a sole proprietor, as practicing engineers, or you have registered in DTI as a sole proprietor business under your name. So it's an independent business or it's a practice of profession. It's registered under the Department of Trade and Industry. Second classification of formation or organization is partnership. So there are two types of partnership, ordinary partnership and general professional partnership. So what are the difference between the two? Ordinary partnership is, for example, two professions, a doctor and an engineer, a CPA or a lawyer, decided to form a business. So magkaiba po yung profession nila and they're conducting trading, services, or manufacturing. That's an ordinary partnership. A general professional partnership naman po ay magkakamukha po ng profession. For example, a group of CPAs or a group of lawyers or a group of engineers decided to form a partnership. So that would form part under general professional partnership. So ang pinagkaiba po niya, ordinary partnership is treated as a corporation here in the Philippines. Whereas general professional partnership, the partners under that partnership will be taxed or will be recognized as individual partners. Yun po ang pinagkaiba niya. Lastly, and most common under big and medium or large and medium businesses is a formation or organization of a corporation. So there are two types of corporation: a closed corporation, or usually a family corporation, and we also call it a private corporation. And the second one is the public corporation. So ito po yung mga listed companies, as we call it, under the Securities and Exchange Commission. So most of our clients, we recommend, most of you siguro would ask, ano yung best suit of formation. We always recommend to register your business if you have partners, if you have investors under corporation. But if mag-isa lang po kayo, of course, you can do sole proprietor, or if meron kayong partners, you can do partnership. So these are the options that you have if you want to form a business or register your business. Second is, once you have identified what kind of formation or business you will be forming, identify naman natin ano yung klase ng operations na gagawin natin as a business. So there are three types. Again, it's either you'll do merchandising, service, or manufacturing. So in merchandising, we ask the question, what can I sell? So this is partly a trading business wherein you buy a product and then you sell it. You import a product and you sell it here in the Philippines, or you buy a product here in the Philippines and then you export it outside, or you sell it within the Philippines. Second one is service, which normally in your industry, ito po yung ginagawa natin. Electrical services, installations, refurbishments. So we answer the question, what can I do for you? So in your industry, ito po yung most likely. Nagahalo po yung merchandising and service in the engineering industry or in the construction industry. Lastly is the most complex one, is manufacturing. So it answers the question, what can I make? So this is where you buy your materials, you process those raw materials, and then you come up to a finished goods, which you can sell. Okay. So after your formation of the business, you identify what kind of operation you will be doing, and that's the time you will decide to register your business formally. Okay. So what is the registration process here in the Philippines? So as for sole proprietorship, if you remember in the previous slide, we have three formations: sole proprietor, partnership, and corporation. So for sole proprietor, ang nag-govern po niyan is DTI. So you have to register under DTI, or Department of Trade of Industry, the business name that you wanted to register. And then you will go to your barangay office to register that business, to your LG or to your city or municipality to get the business permit. And then that's the time that you will go to the BIR, or Bureau of Internal Revenue, to secure your TIN or to register your business under one TIN. And then that's the time, if you will be hiring employees, you have to also register to our statutory agencies such as SSS, Pag-ibig, and PhilHealth. So common mistake among newly mga bagong entrepreneurs, nag-i-stop na po sila pagdating sa BIR. Hindi sila nag-register sa mga statutory agencies natin, SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, which results to unwanted penalties, especially po sa mga employees natin. For partnership and corporation, ang pinagkaiba lang po is it is governed by SEC or by Securities and Exchange Commission. So if you want to register a partnership or a corporation, you have to register your business name or your corporation and partnership in SEC. And then same process, after you secure your certificate in SEC, you have to go to your barangay and then to your city or municipality and then BIR and then secure a registration in your statutory agency, SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth. So I would like to emphasize, kasi ito yung medyo common problems of entrepreneurs or mga businessmen and practicing professionals natin, registration under the BIR. SEC is pretty straightforward. Once you submitted your corporation name or your business name, they will just have to process it. But for BIR kasi, medyo maraming complications and maraming rulings that we have to secure and follow. So under BIR registration, there are two registration category. We call it primary and secondary registration process. So yung primary registration process is where you secure your certificate of registration. So ito yung nagsasabi na registered na kayo sa BIR. Doon yung makikita na may company name kayo, andun yung TIN, andun yung address, what are the tax types na masasubject kayo, and then ano yung mga deadlines of filing. But common mistake of business owners is they always stop on that primary registration process. Once they secure the COR or the certificate of registration, they will operate their business right away. And they don't know that there's a secondary registration required by the BIR where you have to register your book of accounts, secure your invoices and your receipts, and then fill up those accounting records. So doon po nagkakaroon ng common mistake and nagkakaroon po ng penalties yung mga startup businesses natin. And most commonly, late na po siya na-identify, kaya tumataas po yung penalties. So always remember that there's a secondary registration wherein you have to register your book of accounts or yung accounting books natin, and you have to secure a valid receipts and invoices. And then also, it's allowed under BIR to secure a one-time TIN. So ito po yun if may pupunta mga foreigners dito or you just have to secure a TIN for your employment, it's also under that registration po. I will also be discussing some relevant rulings or memorandums issued by the BIR recently. So nag-issue sila ng RMO or Revenue Memorandum Order 19-2018 where it is mandated to have a single window policy. So the BIR is making an effort also to streamline all the process of business registration para mas bumilis. But I understand most of you are still encountering or experiencing inconvenience, but rest assured that our Bureau or Bureau of Internal Revenue is making an effort to really improve their process to accommodate us in registering our business because they are really pushing forward to register, to encourage a lot of entrepreneurs or business owners to register their practice or register their business. And this is a good news. Ito sariwang-sariwa pa po. RMO or RMC 57-2022, removal of mayor's permit as one of the mandatory requirements in BIR registration. Ito kaka-issue lang po last June. So a common issue po kasi on registration with the BIR is that matagal po makuha yung mayor's permit natin sa mga city and municipality. So now hold up din po yung registration process ni BIR. Commonly po kasi we only have 30 days from the registration sa DTI or SEC for us to register kay BIR. Pag lumagpas tayo sa 30 days, nagkakaroon po ng penalty. So ang nangyayari po dahil po nade-delay yung mayor's permit, nagkaka-domino effect po tayo. And nagkakaroon ng unwanted penalties yung mga gusto mag-register ng business and nadi-discourage sila to push through with their registration. So the solution of the BIR is to remove the mayor's permit as a mandatory requirement. But still, note that it's still required to have a business permit under your city or your municipality for you to conduct a business. But it's not required anymore for you to secure a registration with the BIR. So ito yung streamlined documents na required na lang ngayon ng BIR. We will be sending these slides to those interested so that you will be well informed dun sa mga gusto magpa-register. ng businesses nila. And ito po, sariwa din po ito, RR 6, 2022, no expiration of invoices and receipts. Before, your invoices and receipts of your businesses is only valid for the next 5 years or until maubos yung receipts and invoices. Now, it was recently issued this June 2022, inalis na siya ni BIR. So hanggat di nauubos yung mga invoices and receipts natin, as we conduct our business or the practice of our profession, pwede po natin siyang gamitin. Wala na po siyang expiration. Kasi before every 5 years, you have to renew, secure ATP or authority to print and then communicate to a printer to print your invoices and receipts. Now, wala na po siyang expiration. So dapat yung mga invoices that you will be printing moving forward, wala na pong nakalagay na valid until 5 years. So wala na po siya. And this is a very good pronouncement from the BIR because it will really provide convenience and cut costs for our to us business owners. Okay, so this is the COR. Ito yung Certificate of Registration. Just want to run through this. Kung makikita nyo, ito yung registration date. That's very important kasi that's where the date of your responsibility to file taxes will start. So common mistake is that once na nakasecure na itong certificate of registration, pinapabayaan na po ng mga business owners. They don't know that they have the responsibility to file taxes already, regardless if you have transactions or wala pa. You have to file your tax returns already based on that registration date. And the tax returns that you have to file is indicated also in this certificate of registration. Yun nasa body po, nasa gitna. Those are the taxes that you have to file, or the tax returns that you have to file, and the deadlines are also indicated there, the bottom, yun as reminders. So, kaya every time po we visit the BIR and then we will complain na hindi kami nakapag-file, they would really push back because the information is already there. Once you register your business, your responsibility to pay taxes is already indicated in the certificate itself. Okay, so be cautious on that. You always check as business owners, especially yung mga startups pa lang magpaparegister, be cautious on your certificate and please understand the content. Because it's indicated there our responsibility to file tax returns and what are the tax types or taxes that we have to pay. Okay, so that's business registration process. Would like to go into dig deep on that, but if you have questions, you can reserve it later, or you can just contact us so that we could assist you in your business registration needs. Now I'll be discussing taxation in general. So what is taxation? So taxation is based on the lifeblood theory. This is what our government use, or the funds that we are using to operate our government. So we need to secure or to collect taxes for our government to function. So that's why it's called the lifeblood theory. So regardless of how the funds are being used or allocated by our elected politicians, we have the responsibility to pay our taxes based on the lifeblood theory of or general principles of taxation. Because a government cannot function without taxes or without funds. And those funds will come from collecting taxes. So what's the difference between taxation and taxes? So taxation is the power to tax. So yun yung batas. That's the power of the government to collect taxes. So ano yung kinokolekta? That's the taxes. So yun yung pinagkaiba niya. Taxation is the power. Taxes is the fund na kinokolekt talaga ng government for them to operate. Okay, so who are the agencies involved in tax administration, or sino yung mga nagko-collect ng funds for the government? So there are three agencies or three government bodies na involved in collecting taxes. BIR, or Bureau of Internal Revenue, where national taxes are being collected. Bureau of Customs, where import and custom duties or import VAT are being collected. And then city or municipality, where business taxes, city taxes, or municipality taxes are being collected. These are local taxes. Yung BIR and BOC are considered as national taxes. For city and municipality, local taxes po siya. So these are the three agencies or governmental bodies na allowed to collect taxes. So compliance and remedy. So these are the pronouncements from the BIR or our tax code relevant to collecting taxes and registrations. So we will be sending this. So if you're interested, you can just go through it. May mga digest naman po. As business owners, we have to be responsible to know everything about our tax code, our responsibility to file taxes. Okay, so I'll be discussing na yung tax compliance natin. So, but before that, I'd like to discuss what are the common sources of tax compliance problems. Okay. First is non-performance of tax planning. Of course, as a business, we have to understand ano yung mga babayaran natin taxes throughout the year. And a lot of companies, they don't, I'm sorry. Let's wait for the slides to come out again. Um, 22. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Okay. The next slide. Okay, understanding taxes or relevant taxes for businesses. So as I've said, we have to understand first what are the common sources of tax compliance problems. Inefficiency in filing and payment process. So there are certain issues in BIR processes that we are encountering, especially in the systems that they are using, or in the internal processes that the company is implementing. So hindi nagkikip ng tamang records, the accountant is not well informed of the recent tax codes or ano dapat yung mga fina-file, they're not familiar with the business of the owners. That's why nagkakaroon tayo ng inefficiencies in filing and payment process. Second is insufficient basic knowledge about taxation. As I've said earlier, though it's the responsibility of your accountant to know what are the taxes that you have to file and pay, as business owners, you should also be informed, at least the basic of it. Kung ano yung mga kailangan nating bayaran or saan tayo na-expose na taxes as a business or as a professional practicing our profession. Third is improper documentation and accounting. So ito po, I think, if I would rate it, is the number one source of issue of problems in tax compliance here in the Philippines. Wala pong proper documentation and accounting. Next is there is a mismatch between your financial reporting and tax reporting. So financial reporting is kung ano po yung lumalabas sa ating financial statements. Ang tax reporting is kung ano po yung lumalabas sa ating tax returns. So dapat po hindi siya magkaiba. It should always agree. Pag magkaiba po siya, definitely the BIR will have a basis to impose tax deficiencies come their audit process to our companies. Last is lack of tax advisory. So there's a lot of accountants out there, or if you have a family friend or a friend or direct colleague who is an accountant who has an experience in taxation, it's free to ask questions to understand what are your accountabilities and responsibilities and understand your exposures as well. Thank you. Okay, so here's the main topic, the taxes relevant to businesses. So the tax type that are, or we call it national taxes that we have to understand are income taxes, business taxes. So there are different business taxes, which I will be going through later. Withholding tax system. So a withholding tax is not a tax, it's a system. Excise tax, or itong other taxes natin, excise tax, donors tax, estate tax, and capital gains tax. So yung sa last po, yung excise, donors, estate, and capital gains tax, circumstantial po siya sa business natin. It depends on the transactions that we entered into. Channels of payment. So meron po tayong mga tinatawag na AAB or authorized agent banks. Usually ito po yung mga malalapit sa ating business establishment, which partnered with the BIR, na doon tayo pwede magbayad ng taxes natin. We can also pay online using EFPS payment module or the system of the BIR, where you will have to enroll your business to the specific bank, and then you can do online payments of your taxes. But now you can also do online banking through Land Bank, DBP, Union Bank, GCash, Paymaya, and MoneyGram. But us personally, we are using a web-based platform called OneTax. So it's the first digitized tax system approved and accredited by the BIR. So mas mabilis siya and mas improved kasi it's a privately owned system. And we use that to our clients kasi connected na siya sa iba't ibang payment channels. Mas mabilis magbayad ng taxes, mas mabilis mag-file ng tax returns. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are income taxes? So income tax is a tax on person's income. Lahat ng income natin as a business or as a professional, tinatax po tayo dyan. Ay, nawala. Yan. So, if you remember, there's a recent issue 2 years ago or a year ago about taxing influencers or social media personals or personas. So, a lot of them did not pay their taxes properly. And they're arguing that hindi sila dapat matax. As long as you are earning income here in the Philippines, or as long as you are a citizen of the Philippines, or you're a resident of the Philippines and you're earning income here, you are subject to income tax. So income tax is computed from your gross revenue or sales or income minus your costs and expenses. You will arrive to your net income. Yun po yung magiging subject ng income tax. So it's the net, not the gross. Okay, so hindi ibig sabihin na subject ka sa income tax is you have to pay taxes right away. Kasi what if you have a lot of costs and expenses where you can offset to your sales and revenue and then magkaroon ka ng negative amount at the bottom. So you don't have to pay your taxes. So proper accounting, proper documentation is the key for you to be well informed of the result of your business. So who shall file and be subjected to income tax? Individuals, partnership, corporations, estate, and trust. So everyone, technically, who earns income in the Philippines. Next slide, please. So when to file? Usually it's 15 days after the quarter. It's a quarterly filing for income tax. For individuals and for sole proprietorships. For corporations and partnership, it's 60 days from the end of every quarter. So May 15, August 15, November 15, pag sa individual. Pag sa corporations and partnership naman po, May 30, August 30, November 30. So 15 days ahead lang po yung mga individuals natin. So modes of payment, you can pay cash, check, or bank debit, which you can deal with your authorized bank, tax debit memo through bank, and also GCash, as I've said earlier. Pero most commonly, we are using yung mga AABs or yung mga authorized banks natin na malapit sa ating establishment. Next slide, please. Sir, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, tax rate. It was recently issued during the term of President Rodrigo Duterte back in 2018, yung train law. So the individual tax table was revised. So ngayon, if you are earning net 250 below as an individual, you are exempt sa taxes. So I think in the package 4, let's still hope na ma-revise pa rin ito. Kasi for us, it's still high when it comes to rate. So sana bumaba pa siya. Pero sa ngayon, if you're earning 250 below, It doesn't mean that you have to file your tax returns is kailangan mo na magbayad ng tax. If 250 below ka naman, wala kang dapat bayaran. For tax rates on corporations and ordinary partnerships, because of train law, nagbago na po siya. Until this year, it's 25%. Next year, it will be reduced to 24%. And the following years, 23, 22, 21. Until 2027 onwards, it will be 20% na lang. And that's the ideal rate for us as a tax consultants and CPAs. Our view is dapat andun lang tayo sa 20% level. So that's the purpose of amending the law para ma-achieve natin yung 20% level of corporate income tax or tax ng mga partnerships. But for the individuals, hopefully, the Congress can still reconsider to reduce or change the tax rates for individuals para mas bumaba pa. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's income taxes. So ano naman pinagkaiba niya sa business tax? So the simple difference is that income tax is based on net or based on your income. Business tax is based on the business that you conduct. So based as a gross. So it's either you will be subjected to VAT or you'll be subjected to percentage tax. But you cannot be subjected to both. So it's either you'll be VATable or non-VATable. If you're non-VATable, you'll be subject to percentage tax. But both taxes, naka-gross siya. Unless you have input taxes for expenses where you can reduce your VAT. But for percentage tax, gross po talaga ang basis niya. So let's discuss value-added tax first. So it's imposed in the course of trade and business. So if you are conducting business or services or trading, you are subject to VAT. And the rate is 12%. Now, if you are not subject to VAT or if you opt to be registered under non-VAT, you will be subjected to other percentage tax, which is also a business tax. Generally, the rate is 3%. The difference is that percentage tax is 3% of the gross. VAT is 12% of the net. Output VAT or the VAT of your sales and the VAT of your expenses and costs, yun po yung babayaran nyo. Kailangan nyo siyang i-offset. Okay, so most commonly, mas okay po kami sa VAT because we can control it. And lahat po ng expenses naman ng isang kumpanya and cost ng isang kumpanya ay VATable. So nagagamit po namin siya to reduce the VAT payable of a company. Next slide, please. So who should file VAT? Yung mga companies or mga individuals earning 3 million above. Before, the threshold is around 1.5 and because of train law, tumaas na po siya. So if you're only earning gross sales or gross receipts 3 million below, you are not required to be VATable. So you'll be subjected to percentage tax. Yun po yung pinaka-main ruling niya, yung 3 million na threshold po natin. Pero meron din naman pong mga under the tax code na mga tao or mga businesses that is required to be VATable, especially if you are importing goods. Kasi if you are an importer, you are paying input tax. You're paying import VAT. So if you sell that goods that you imported, technically it has to be subjected to VAT as well. Okay, who shall file yung other percentage tax? So mga individual and businesses that is not subject to VAT. It's as simple as that. So kung below 3 million ka, subject ka sa percentage tax. If above 3 million ka, subject ka sa VAT. But as a businessman or as a business owner, we have the discretion to register if gusto mo maging VATable or non-VAT. For example, kahit below 3 million ka, kung gusto mo talaga maging VAT registered, pwede naman. Papayagan naman tayo ni BIR for that. Next slide, please. Okay, deadline of filing, it's quarterly for VAT, every 25th. For OPT or other percentage tax, it's every 20th. So ito po yung deadlines po natin and the tax returns that we have to file. Next slide, please. Okay, so because of train law, again, there's a new tax rate. We call it GRT or gross receipt tax or 8% income tax. wherein hindi mo na kailangan magbayad ng business tax. Ito na yung maging all-in tax mo, the 8% based on gross. So, pwede ka lang mag-avail nito in these cases. If you are using graduated income tax rate, or if you are an individual or a professional earning income here in the Philippines, you can avail an 8% tax on gross sales and receipts in excess of 250,000. Kasi yung 250,000 nga po is exempt. Tama po? Yung diniscuss natin kanina. Pag 250,000 below, you are exempt sa tax. So 250,000 above, pwede kang masubject sa 8% basta huwag kang lalagpas sa 3 million threshold. So pwede mo siyang i-avail. So commonly, ang nag-avail nito yung mga professionals, mga freelancers, IT freelancers, engineers, architects, CPAs, lawyers, and other doctors na hindi nagde-declare ng tama, na 3 million up below lang yung dinedeclare nila. So they can avail of this incentive na 8% tax in lieu of all taxes. Wala ka nang babayarang business tax. Ito na yung income tax or final tax mo lang, 8%. Okay, next slide please. So ito yung criteria, as I mentioned, dapat 3 million below ka. So the individual should be either a self-employed or a professional. The taxpayer shall be registered and subject to percentage tax or non-VAT. Kasi pag magpas ka sa 3 million, vatable ka na. So technically dapat below 3 million ka or subject ka sa non-VAT or percentage tax. Taxpayer should have expressed his intention availing the 8%. So ito, hindi siya automatic. We have to apply it to the bureau. We have to submit an affidavit or apply na you will avail the 8% GRT or gross receipt tax. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is just the process to how to file. So you just have to go to the BIR and file the request, and then you just have to update your details that you will be availing the 8%. Next slide, please. Okay. Withholding tax. So withholding tax is not a tax type. Actually, it's a withholding, it's a system. Withholding tax system. So ang purpose niya is it encourages voluntary compliance kasi ina-advance na natin yung pag-collecta ng taxes. For example, I'm gonna pay someone who rendered a service to my company. For example, I hired an electrical engineering company to assess my electrical facilities. Pag binayaran ko sila, I would withhold 2%. So it means I'm withholding the taxes on behalf of the government. So it encourages a process or a system para magkaroon ng advanced tax collection. Mas mapabilis yung collection ng government. So pinapasa ng government yung responsibility to us, business owners, or we call it withholding tax agents, para mag-collect ng tax on behalf of the government. So it's a system. So binabawas ko na yung tax doon sa nag-render ng service sa akin na engineering firm, and then i-remit ko siya sa government. It reduces cost of collection effort, of course, kasi tayo nagiging agents ni government to collect those taxes. It prevents delinquencies and revenue loss. It prevents dry spells in the fiscal condition of the government by providing revenues throughout the taxable year, because we have to file or we have to remit those taxes on a monthly basis. Basta nagbayad tayo sa isang income earner, we have to withhold that taxes and remit it to the government. So napapabilis talaga yung collection. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are two kinds of withholding taxes, yung creditable withholding tax and final withholding tax. So yung creditable withholding tax, ito yung pwede nating ibawas sa mga tax due natin. For example, you have an income tax due, you have a VAT due, pwede mo siyang ibawas. And there are three types of creditable withholding tax. Withholding tax on compensation if you are purely employed. So ito yung mga binabawas sa atin ng mga employer natin sa payslip natin. It's called withholding tax on compensation. So wala na tayong binabayaran na taxes kasi binabawas na siya ng employer natin on our behalf, tapos sila na nagre-remit sa government. That's why we don't have to file our tax returns anymore as employees. Second is expanded withholding tax. So ito yung in-explain ko kanina, if two companies or two individuals are transacting to each other, yung customer, we withhold na natin. And tayo na yung re-remit sa government. Last is withholding of VAT and percentage taxes. Yung sa pangalawa, expanded withholding tax, ang ni-withhold dyan is income tax. Yung pangatlo, sir, pabalik lang, sorry. Yung pangatlo, yung withholding tax on VAT and percentage tax, ang ni-withhold dyan is business tax. Okay? Last is final withholding tax. So if may mga transactions na, for example, yung sa bangko, yung mga interest natin sa bangko, final tax na yon. Binabawas na yon, wala tayong dapat bayaran. Or if we are remitting cash abroad, may mga taxes doon na binabawas na that's considered as final tax kasi wala tayong dapat bayaran or i-file. Next slide, please. Okay, other taxes. Capital gain tax, if there will be transfer of property or sale of property. Siguro kayo familiar dito, if you're going to sell a real estate property, lupa, condo, bahay, or shares of stocks ng company, you will be subjected to capital gain tax. Donor's tax naman is medyo kamukha siya ng capital gain tax if there will be a transfer of property as well through donation. For example, magkamag-anak tayo, magkaibigan tayo, gusto ko sa ibigay ng libre to, mas subject sa donor's tax yan. But there should be a transfer of property, both in capital gain tax and donor's tax. And also on estate tax. Estate tax naman, transfer of property din, pero patay na yung nagka-transfer. Sa donor's tax and capital gain tax, parehas buhay. Estate tax, patay na yung magka-transfer. Pero all these three, merong transfer of property required. And then before you transfer that property or you will able to transfer that property, you have to pay these taxes first or file the necessary tax returns. Especially if you have properties under your business or under your name. Next slide, please. Okay. Ito yung mga hindi masyadong common. Excise tax if you're doing import and exports, which based on volume. Documentary stamp tax, ito very common pala siya. Every time you enter into a contract with the supplier, receivable contract, payable contract, or mortgage loan, lagi tayo may binabayaran na documentary stamp tax. But this is just a minimal tax na binabayaran natin, but it's still considered as a national tax. I think that's the end of my presentation. So allow me to promote lang our company. We are TVP Consulting Group. We are an end-to-end CPA firm and consulting firm who guide and support businesses, medium and large corporations for their accounting, finance, tax, payroll, and business consultancy needs. And I'm also involved to 3 companies together with my engineer twin brother here, VP of Metro North. Yeah. Twin Torres Group of Companies, Twin Torres Power Builders focus on electrical services, Twin Torres Construction focus on construction, and Twin Torres Logistics for your logistical needs. So I think the last slide is for Q&A if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
The floor is now open for questions.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
What if I have a company that ceased to operate, say 10 years ago?
Okay.
Okay, and I want to restart it again. What are the compliance or regulatory compliance that I need to do?
Okay.
And of course taxes, no, that I need to pay.
If the company is already registered 10 years ago, it depends if your accountant or your staff filed the proper tax returns in the past. If all of the requirements or all of the tax returns were filed timely, you can just operate ng normal. But what we usually do there is we go to the BIR and we call it CMS. Nagpapa-generate kami ng verification if meron bang mga backlogs or unfiled returns. You just have to go there, do a routing slip para makita natin ano yung mga pendings natin. And then we have to settle that first para hindi siya mag-accumulate ng penalties.
BIR lang, sir.
Yeah, BIR. If you are registered in SEC, you have to go there as well because for SEC, corporations and partnerships, you are required to file yearly yung general information sheet and your audited financial statements. So you have to check there if na-file ba siya. If hindi, we have to file all the unfiled documents in SEC and BIR. For business permit, you just have to renew. Pero most city naman, meron silang amnesty for that. If gusto mong i-renew ulit yung business permit mo, magbabayad ka lang ng amnesty payment and then they will issue a new business permit for you.
Thank you for that question. Any more questions po? We also have our microphone at the center of the ballroom. Online. Okay, first question online. Is there a standard rate for municipal tax? I remember before we were being charged by the municipality, we are enduring business permit renewal, a fixed percentage of our gross income, not net income. Is this true for all municipalities? Also, is it legal when executing projects in remote areas that the barangay or municipality covering the area will charge us fees or taxes for doing a project in their area?
For business taxes in municipalities and cities, it differs depending on the ordinance or on the imposition of taxes of the city and municipality. But normally it ranges from 1 to 3% only. And it depends on the industry or the type of business that you conduct in the city. For barangay, yeah, it's normal that some of them would really charge or impose taxes if you conduct business there. Especially if you don't have a business establishment there, but you're conducting or operating a project specifically in their area, you have to secure a business permit and pay taxes.
All right. Well, this is not a question, but please include registration of establishment under Rule 1020 of Occupational Safety and Health Standards sa DOLE or DOLE to avoid penalties din po. Salamat.
Thank you for emphasizing that. It's really important, especially if you are a contractor. And if you will be hiring contractual employees or regular employees, but especially for those will be under contract of your company. Important din po siya. This is a special, actually special registration. Not all companies are required, though.
Next question, how to file business termination?
Okay. So pabalik naman po siya. If the registration of the business will start from SEC, barangay, city, and then BIR, pabalik naman po siya. You have to start with the BIR first. That's why it's really, it's easy to register a business, but it's really hard to terminate a business. So you have to start with the BIR, settle all unpaid taxes, settle all unfilled tax returns, settle all issues that you have with the bureau, and then they will issue a closure, and then pabalik po siya. You will close it's a city, you will close it's a barangay, and that's the time that you will file it as a DTI or SEC. Pabalik po ang termination. But the hardest part is with the bureau.
Ayan. Any more questions po?
Oh yeah, finally, don't forget the PICAB. It's required for construction industry. And it's very hard because the due diligence of PICAB is every year mas nagiging stringent po siya. And that's why it's very important to file our taxes, to prepare our financial statements properly, especially audited financial statements, kasi yun po yung nagiging basis ng categorization po natin sa PICAB. So yeah, thank you for emphasizing that, Sir Alexander.
Any more questions? Okay, so I guess that is it. And so, thank you so very much po, Mr. Nick Jul B. Torres, CPA. So please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to be presented by our host chapter officers. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the know-how of business registration and taxation. Once again, maraming salamat po to our technical speakers. Now, before we proceed to our next topic, I would like to remind everyone to please use our official hashtag for today. That is hashtag 1MMR. Whenever you post on social media, once again, that is hashtag 1MMR. And also, later on, magkakaroon po tayo ng raffle draw. So please stay with us up until the end of the program. After our technical sessions, we'll be drawing winners for our raffle. Of course, thank you so very much to the generosity of our sponsors. Now, to discuss power system analysis, protective device coordination, may I call on Engineer Christian Mark, DR Tabios, PEE, Technical Manager, Exquis Electrical Services and Supplies Company. A big hand for him.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. So, this is a very interesting time, no? Kasi after the lunch break, so ito na. So let us consider this as a dessert. Itong topic na ito, no? Actually, I am not scheduled for this topic talaga, but due to popular demand, hindi po ako but the topic itself. So, let us enjoy, and then I'll share some of my experiences regarding power system analysis, and especially dun sa protection coordination study. So let's start. Ayan. But before we start, no, because our company XK Engineering is having a campaign regarding a different topic, which is energy audit. Are you familiar with RA 11285? Or is your business compliant to RA 11285? So basically, RA 11285 is more on the energy efficiency. If you want to learn more about energy efficiency, just capture this QR code and then sign up for free. So yan po, no. Maraming salamat po. And then to start our webinar for this webinar, nasanay kasi ako, it's been 2 years since my last seminar, no. This is the first time after 2 years ng aking pagsasalita, no. And for this, I would like to congratulate Metro North chapter for spearheading this Metro Manila Regional Conference. So yan. Congratulations. Especially headed by the Metro North chapter, Engineer Mark Sanchano. Yan. So, wala ba kayong mga kamay? Yun. Yan. So, inabala lang natin yung pagkain nyo. Actually, it's just an icebreaker. Well, to start off talaga yung ating seminar for this afternoon, actually, I have an hour of talk for you for the protection coordination. But hopefully, may matutunan kayo and may maintindihan kayo sa mga protection coordination. And actually, bukas kasi, may mangyayaring interview for the Professional Electrical Engineering Licensure Exam, no? And this will be a helpful topic para sa mga aspirant natin for the PEs. Okay? And the outline for this afternoon is number 1, ano ba yung importance ng protection coordination? At ang tanong, ano ba yung coordination study? Siguro pumunta ako sa gitna because ayoko nandito lang sa gilid. Gusto ko nakikita ako kayong lahat, no? And ano ba yung importance ng coordination study? Pangalawa, ano ba yung laws governing protection coordination study? Pangatlo, ano ba yung basics ng coordination study? Pero alam ko na marami nang naka-attend dito na may idea na kung sino ba at ano ba si protection coordination. Way back 8-9 years ago, when nagsisimula ako mag-talk about protection coordination and power system analysis, konti pa lang yung knowledgeable or konti pa lang yung interested sa topic na ito. But now, marami nang gumagawa, marami na ring nakakaintindi when it comes to power system analysis or the protection coordination study. And then, i-discuss natin yung mga steps in having a protection coordination. And then lastly, ito yung meat ng ating seminar for this afternoon is the practical application examples. So I'll share to you some of our experiences in the company na nagiging problema at ano ba yung nagiging solution using protection coordination. Okay? Ayan. So we have here a simple single line diagram. So nakikita po ba sa likod? Ayan, so mukhang nakikita naman. We have this simple single line diagram. So makikita natin in this single line diagram, meron tayong radial system. So simplihan lang natin. Meron tayong motor load, meron tayong non-motor load, and then meron tayong supply, which is the utility. So in a normal scenario, let's say, nagkaroon ng fault dun sa terminals ng ating motor. So kung nagkaroon ng fault dun sa terminals ng ating motor, ano kayang mangyayari sa system? Anyone? So sino kayang makapagsabi kung may fault dun sa ating terminals ng motor load, anong mangyayari? So definitely, dapat ang next na mangyayari dyan is mag-trip yung circuit breaker nearest to the fault. Pero in a real world scenario, kapag nagkaroon naman ng fault dun sa mga motor terminals natin, hindi naman agad natin makikita itong scenario na to. There are 3 scenarios na makikita natin. Ano-ano yon? Number 1, malalaman natin na may fault na lang yung motor kapag nasusunog na siya. Yun yung worst case, di ba? Pangalawa, ito pa, worst case din ito. Kapag yung LVSG or yung main protection natin sa nag-trip, nawala ng power sa buong facility. So definitely, isa itong indication na possible may nag-trip sa system natin, may problema sa system natin. And then lastly, the ideal condition, itong pinakita natin sa inyo. The other one is ganito yung mangyayari. What if nagkaroon ng fault dun sa mga non-motor loads natin? Let's say for example sa lighting panels. Nagkaroon ng fault sa lighting panel. Anong mangyayari? So we expect yung ideal condition na yung nearest circuit breaker dapat mag-trip. Pero that's not always the case. So may mga time ganito yung nangyayari and we see seldom na ganito yung system na yung reaction. So mangyayari, hindi yung circuit breaker na malapit sa kanya magti-trip, but the main protection or the MDP, tatagos na yung fault. Imbis na yung pinaka nearest circuit breaker lang yung mag-trip, naaapektuhan yung other loads. So in this case, there is a miscoordination in the system. So ibig sabihin din, this is the importance kung bakit kinakailangan natin ng protection coordination para maiwasan natin yung mga ganitong scenario sa system natin. Okay? So let's move forward. And ang worst case talaga dyan, paano kung yung main circuit breaker yung mag-trip, yung LVSG? So kung titingnan natin, this is very parang bihira mangyayari. Pero I tell you, marami kaming nagawang projects na ganito yung nangyayari. Kaya nakukuha yung service namin dahil nagkakaproblema dun sa main na agad nila. Hindi nila alam, maliit na portion lang pala yung problema ng system nila. So with the coordination study, magagawa natin, masusolve natin ito. And we go to the laws governing protection coordination or power system analysis. San ba natin siya makikita? So wag na tayo lumayo pa. Doon na lang tayo sa Bible ng ating electrical engineering, which is the PEC 2017. And based on Article 1.3.2F, Design Analysis, which states that ito yung mga kinakailangan natin to summarize load flow analysis, short circuit analysis, coordination study, at saka yung arc flash hazard analysis. So ito yung kinakailangan natin for the design analysis. So magkakapatid po sila. And having this in our Bible, which is the PEC, may mga implementing bodies din na nagre-require nitong design analysis or power system analysis. Number 1 is si DOLE. If you are covered with the DOLE, so Department of Labor and Employment, pwede kasi nila kayong hindi bigyan ng may mga facility na pwede kayong isyuhan or hindi kayo bigyan ng permit to operate. So kung makikita nyo yung item number 9, short circuit and protection coordination analysis. So it's a requirement. And then second is yung DILG. So Department of Interior and Local Government. So ito yung mga OBO. And shout out sa mga OBOs natin. Alam ko nandito si Engineer Arwin Goyena from Makati City Hall, no? And ito nandito rin pala yung mga OBOs natin from Quezon City Hall. Yan, sina Sir Dante. Ayan, no? So shout out sa inyo, no? Para na tayo nagsi-stream, nagsa-shout out na lang tayo, no? Anyway, ito nire-require to ng mga Office of the Building Official at meron kasing Memo Circular number 2016-23 or the design analysis. So ito po yung sinasaad niya. So kinakailangan natin ng protection coordination. Hindi lang pala important yung coordination study dahil important siya, pero kailangan din natin mag-comply. Okay? And ang tanong, bakit kailangan ba natin gawin yan every year? Hindi po. There is a standard in the NFPA 70E-2018. Actually, ang recent na ngayon is 2021. But NFPA 70 states that yung protection coordination or yung power system analysis will be only conducted every 5 years. So every 5 years lang po. Unlike yung mga preventive maintenance, yearly natin siya ginagawa. Itong protection coordination or power system analysis, every 5 years. Okay? Pero may nakikita kayong malaking asterisk dyan. 5 years if or without any significant change in the system. So kung walang pinagbago yung system nyo for the 5 years, pwedeng same report yung ipasa nyo. However, kung may pinagbago yung system nyo, at ang tanong, paano natin mo-consider yung change sa system ninyo? So ito po yan. Based sa IEEE 551, more than 50 horsepower, either motor or kung ano mong contributor na 50 horsepower, ay malaking contribution na sa system or considered a major change na. So ibig sabihin yan, kung may idinagdag tayo, may binawas tayo, or may nirelocate tayo na more than 50 horsepower, ibig sabihin yan, kailangan na ulit nating mag-conduct ng protection coordination or power system analysis. Okay? And then ito pa yung common misconception with regards to protection coordination. Pag sinabi nating protection coordination, it only means overcurrent coordination. Itong common misconception na ito ay nakikita natin kung yung system ninyo is merong medium voltage or high voltage. In one of our projects, ni-require kami ng coordination study. Pero itong facility na ito is a power generation. Pag power generation, mas marami ditong mga high voltage, lalo na yung mga units nila ng generators, and then yung mga step-up transformers nila. So if we only deal with protection coordination, ang matatakil lang natin is overcurrent protection. Tatandaan nyo, sa mga power generation at saka sa mga utility, secondary lang o secondary protection lang ang overcurrent. So ano dapat ang ginagawa natin for high voltage at saka sa mga medium voltage? Dapat ang analysis na ginagawa natin is protection settings review, not the protective device coordination alone. Yun po yung tatandaan natin, ha? Kapag medium voltage at saka high voltage, protection settings review. Hindi lang protection coordination. Okay? Let's proceed. And then, if we talk about protection coordination, we will deal with the sizing of fuse, settings of protective relays, at saka yung mga circuit breakers natin. So, yun po yung tatandaan natin. Siyempre, yung fuse, hindi naman natin masaset yan. Masasize lang po natin yung fuse. Diba? So, sino na po ba nakapag-set ng fuse? Ayan, wala. Wala naman. Hope. And then, with regards to protective device coordination, kapag nakagawa tayo ng report or nakatanggap kayo ng study or nakagawa kayo ng study with regards to protective device coordination, ito yung usual na report na makikita ninyo. So itong makikita natin from my left, so sa left po ninyo, ito yung tinatawag na time current characteristic curve. Definitely, you know this already. And then dun sa right side, this is the network or the single line diagram. So ibig sabihin ito, it corresponds or the curves in this figure corresponds to each protective devices. So kung makikita natin, yung kulay red, yung kulay blue at saka yung kulay gray corresponds to a protective device. Protective device meaning circuit breakers. So for example, this is the time current characteristic curve, and then the network single line, and etc. Pero ang gusto kong i-discuss ngayon, bibigyan ko kayo ng tips. Dito na yung tinatawag nating mga engineering tips. So kung bago kayo sa protection coordination, para magmukha tayong mas magaling, no, compared sa iba, ito na yung mga tips. So if you see a time current characteristic curve, ang kailangan lang nating malaman dyan is kapag walang nag-overlap na trip curve, ibig sabihin, they are in good coordination. Okay? So kung makikita nyo kanina, balik lang natin. Yung tatlong curve na yan, nag-overlap ba sila? Hindi, di ba? Ibig sabihin, it is a good coordination. Okay? So at least, nadagdagan yung kaalaman natin ngayon. No? But technically speaking, it's not always the case. Pero pag nakakita kayo ng report, for example, na merong nag-overlap na trip curve, magtaka na kayo. I-check nyo mabuti, ay, baka may miscoordination sa system. So, it's a good sign na makikita natin na baka may problema. Okay? So, yan yung rule of thumb natin. No overlapping is a good coordination, but not all the time. So may disclaimer tayo dyan. Okay? And the next is the protective device behavior. So usually makikita nyo itong curve na ito, pero ang ibig sabihin lang yan, kapag nakakita kayo ng curve na ganito, circuit breaker yan or protective device. Kapag nasa left side ng ating curve, ibig sabihin it's non-operating region. Meaning kung may mga currents tayo lower or slower dun sa ating curve, ibig sabihin, hindi magtitrip yung circuit breaker natin. And then kung meron naman tayong doon naman sa right side and then sa upper part ng ating trip curve, ito naman yung tinatawag na operating region. Kapag pinag-usapan natin yung operating region or kung may mga currents tayo with this region, ibig sabihin yan, magtitrip yung ating protective device. Okay? So nandito na tayo sa mga basics ng protection coordination. And I know some of you already know this, but I want to reiterate na ganito lang kasimple yung coordination study. Okay? We'll start with the simple and then pahirap ng pahirap. Ganun lang siya. And then we'll go to the equipment. So lahat ng equipment sa isang facility, like for this example, this hotel, let's say, kunyari, may mga AHU, air handling unit, for example, mga motors. Lahat yan, merong tinatawag na damage curve or operating curves. Itong mga operating curves na ito ay nagsisilbing benchmark natin kung paano natin maiseset yung mga protective devices natin. So kung makikita natin dito, we have a load na 300 amps and we have computed for a short circuit na 20,000 amps. So for this, maipa-plot natin sila na merong equipment operating region at saka merong damage area. Ano pong ibig sabihin nito? Yung white area, dyan po tayo maglalagay o magseset ng mga protective devices. Yung green curve corresponds to the protective device. So ibig sabihin, kung nasa white region yung ating green curve, coordinated siya. Pero paano kung ganito yung scenario? Anong mangyayari sa system? Anyone? Ano kaya sa tingin natin? Yan, yung iba nag-iisip kung anong sagot. Ayun si sir, table number 35. 35 ba? Tama ba? Yes, sir. Ayun, tama. Thank you, sir. Anong name mo, sir, and from what company? Sige, sir, mamaya na lang, no? Dahil dyan may extra rice ka, sir. Hindi, biro lang. No? Thank you, sir. That's correct, no? Tama yung observation ni sir. Kapag ganito yung scenario, hindi pa nagfo-fully operate yung motor mo or yung equipment mo, magti-trip na yung circuit breaker mo. These are the usual cases kapag meron kang mga motor. Nag-start yung motor mo, tapos biglang nag-trip yung circuit breaker mo. Ano kayang scenario? Usually, kapag di tayo knowledgeable about protection coordination, ang sasabihin natin, hindi, sira na yung motor. May problema yung motor. Or may sira yung circuit breaker natin. So, basically, ang kailangan lang natin i-check initially, syempre, yung settings ng circuit breaker natin. Okay? And another example, paano naman kaya kung ganito yung scenario? So, kung kanina, nuisance stripping, ito naman, ano kaya magiging scenario sa system natin? Anyone from the group? Siyempre, yung left side may sagot na. Sana naman yung right side meron namang sagot. Ayan. Tingko sa table number 24, nag-uusap-usap na sila. Baka may representative kayo from table number 24. Mukhang busog sila. Ayaw na nila ng extra rice. Siguro ako na lang yung sasagot. No? Kidding aside, kapag ganito yung nangyari sa system natin, nasusunog na yung equipment mo, hindi pa nagtitrip yung circuit breaker mo. So, ganun yung usual na mangyayari dyan. Okay? So, ayaw din nating mangyari ito. So, let's move forward. Ayan. So, i-apply na natin yung mga basics ng protection coordination. So, kung nakikita nyo yung approach natin for the protection coordination is very basic. Kasi mamaya papakita ako sa inyo ng mga real-world scenario sa mga projects namin na yung application ng protection coordination. So, in this example, meron tayong motor load. Nagkaroon ng fault sa motor load. So, sinong circuit breaker yung magti-trip ideally? Anyone? So, ideally, ang magti-trip sa kanya, dapat si MCCB main, which is itong circuit breaker na ito. The nearest circuit breaker dun sa ating fault. Paano naman kaya kapag nagkaroon ng fault dun sa may cable natin? Sinong circuit breaker dapat mag-trip? Dapat yung nearest circuit breaker sa kanya, which is si medyo malabo, ACB branch number 2. Paano naman kaya kapag yung bus natin yung trip? Definitely, si ACB main yung magti-trip. So ganito yung ideal condition. But walang ideal sa mundo, no? So let's say ito yung ganito yung system ninyo, pero yung settings is nagre-reflect dito sa TCC natin. For example, meron tayong 7,000 amps na fault. And we plot this 7,000 amps na fault dun sa TCC natin and makikita natin sino yung tinamaan na curve. Anong kulay na curve yung tinamaan? Di ba yung kulay? May nagsabi ata green, no? Medyo malabo na ata yung mata, no? So red po yun. So color blind siguro, no? So red po yung tinamaan. So pag red yung tinamaan, it is represented or it represents the MCCB main, which is tama yung kanyang reaction. Pero paano naman kaya kung mas higher fault? Let's say 20,000 amps na fault. Ayan. So sinong circuit breaker or anong kulay ng curve yung tinamaan? Baka may magsabi ng kulay blue. Malayo po yung kulay blue. Yung kulay red and color green. So ano ibig sabihin po niyan? Kapag ganito yung scenario, there are 3 cases na pwedeng mangyari. Number 1, pwedeng sabay mag-trip si MCCB main at saka si LVSG main circuit breaker. Number 2, pwedeng mauna si ACB o si MCCB main. Number 3, pwedeng si LVSG main lang yung mag-trip. So there are 3 scenarios. So ayaw nating mangyari yon. Kasi yung fault lang naman nasa motor. Dapat ang mag-trip is yung MCCB main, which is in this case mali siya. So sabi nga natin kanina, yung rule of thumb, no overlapping is good coordination. Okay? So in this case, nag-overlap sila. Meaning, may problema sa system. So kailangan nating ayusin. Okay? And the next, so let's proceed. So yan, medyo malapit na tayo matapos. Pinapaspasan lang natin para at least marami tayong ma-discuss. So in this example, dito natin i-discuss na yung mga protective device coordination procedures. Ano ba yung step-by-step procedure? So usually kasi may mga nag-skip ng steps. But in this case, we will discuss a step-by-step procedure. And we will start with the data collection. So very important yung pagko-collect ng data. Kasi yung pag-a-analyze, whether you have it manual calculation or you use your softwares. Kung ano man yung makollect mong data, syempre yun yung magre-reflect sa analysis mo. Pwedeng mangyari na garbage in, garbage out. Kung ano yung makollect mong data tapos mali, definitely yung analysis mo mali na agad yun. So lalong-lalo na sa mga aspirants natin, no? Sa mga PE aspirants, it's very important na may mga data kayo or somehow involved pa kayo dun sa project para mas madali yung makollect yung mga data na kinakailangan for the project. Kasi minsan, kunyari, matagal na kayo sa isang project tapos wala na kayong mahagilap na data, definitely mahirap na siyang gawa ng analysis. Okay? And then yung mga approvals, definitely. And also, sa mga facilities na mga medyo may edad na. So kapag may edad na yung facility, lalong-lalo na yung mga 20 years, 30 years old na. So yun yung mga facility na halos wala ng plano or yung mga updated na single line diagram at saka load schedule. Tatandaan natin, bago tayo mag-conduct ng power system analysis, kailangan may updated na single line diagram tayo at meron tayong updated na load schedule. Kung wala tayo nun, mahihirapan tayo gumawa ng analysis. Okay? So that's very important. And these are the common data that we collect. So if you are based in Metro Manila, so kung sakop kayo ng Meralco, merong ni-issue na fault data request form. So ito, ibibigay nyo sa, pipilapan ninyo, bibigay nyo sa Meralco, and then they will give you default data. So this is very important sa analysis natin. Bakit? Kasi all of the facility is connected to a grid. And ang major contribution ng short circuit sa facility natin is the utility. So ito yung kinakailangan natin. Okay? And the next, yun sa mga transformers natin. These are the common data na we collect from the transformer. And I want to share you a rule of thumb, lalong-lalo na sa short circuit estimation. For example, nasa site kayo, and you want to estimate kung ano yung short circuit current ng low voltage. Let's say, for example, 34.5 down to 400 volts. So gusto nyo malaman yung estimated short circuit dun sa LVSG, which is 400 volts. In this case kasi, ang voltage nito ay 7.2 down to 460 volts. So the formula is short circuit current is equivalent to full load ampere divided by the percent impedance of the transformer. So yan na lang yung makukuha nyo agad na short circuit value. So ibig sabihin yan, kapag nag-compute kayo ng short circuit level o nag-manual computation na kayo o nagkaroon kayo ng software, dapat yung range ng short circuit hindi nalalayo dyan. So dapat malapit dyan. For example, in this case, 44 kA. So pwedeng tumaas dyan kung marami kayong motor contributions or pwedeng bumaba dyan kung wala naman kayong mga motor contributions. Lalong-lalo na. For example, kung data center lang yan, na nakahiwala yung mga cooling loads. Okay? And then next is yung mga motor. One important part of the motor data collection is yung tinatawag na NEMA codes. Kinakailangan natin yung multiplier ng LRA over FLA. So yan, makikita po natin sa PEC ito. And the next is yung mga circuit breakers po natin. It's very important na makuha natin yung mga parameters ng circuit breaker. Kung kanina wala tayong pakialam sa mga model at saka sa mga brand, but in this case, sa mga low voltage protective devices, sa mga protective relays natin, kinakailangan natin yung mga brands and models. Bakit po? For every brand, for every model, iba-iba yung characteristic ng circuit breaker. So kinakailangan natin silang makuha. So I have here a checklist. Usually ito yung ginagamit namin for the data collection sa aming company. So yan. So we have a ampere trip, Kaik rating, yung model, and then yung brand, and then yung mga settings. Okay? And then we move forward. After the data collection, pupunta na tayo sa mga prerequisite analysis. May mga clients kasi kami before, sinasabi nila, sir, kailangan lang namin ng protection coordination. Wala na kaming ibang kailangan, coordination study lang. Hindi na namin kailangan ng short circuit, hindi na namin kailangan ng load flow. So mali po yun. Bago tayo makapunta doon sa protection coordination, may mga prerequisite analysis. And the two of them is the short circuit analysis and the load flow analysis. So tatandaan nyo po, hindi tayo makakonduct ng protection coordination kung walang short circuit at saka load flow. Bakit po? Dahil yung load flow analysis is we simulate or we analyze the system at a normal operating condition. Pero yung short circuit analysis, we analyze the system at fault condition o kapag may problema na yung system. So with this parameter, nilalagay natin yung worst case at saka yung normal operating condition doon sa ating protection coordination. And then we set yung mga settings natin. Okay? And then also, if we move to R-class hazard analysis or R-class risk assessment, hindi rin tayo makakonduct ng R-class risk assessment kung walang protection coordination. Marami pong ganito kasi may mga nagre-require sa kanila na hindi, R-class lang kailangan namin. Yun lang nire-require eh. Hindi po ganon. Kailangan mag-conduct muna tayo nitong lahat na ito. Okay? So tandaan po natin itong apat na ito. Definitely, you already know this for. No? Sabi ko nga, way back 8-9 years ago, wala masyadong interested dito. But now, mas marami nang interested. And then just like I said earlier, after having this prerequisite analysis, we determine yung mga equipment and then operating curve ng isang equipment. So, dito pumapasok yung mga data gatherings natin or yung data collection. So, very important yung data collection natin dahil dito siya papasok. So, madedetermine natin yung, ito, just like in a generator, kinakailangan natin ng mga values niya or ng mga parameters for us to determine the equipment operating region at saka yung damage area niya. Okay? So, I will not discuss further dito. You can refer to ABCs of protection coordination. This is a very useful reference for you. And then, to analyze yung ating analysis, we go to the zones of protection. So meron din po tayong kino-consider na zones of protection. Ano ibig sabihin nun? During our college days, parang ang hirap isipin ng mga zones of protection. But actually, it is done in the power system analysis. So kung makikita ninyo, yung single line diagram natin is segmented into broken line or broken line na mga boxes. So ibig sabihin po niyan, kapag nag-create tayo ng isang time current characteristic curve, mapapansin natin na yung naka-box na equipment, yun lang dapat yung makikita natin sa isang TCC. Kasi kung isasama natin lahat yan sa isang TCC, anong mangyayari dun sa TCC natin or the time current characteristic curve? Ganito po. May naiintindihan po ba kayo dun sa time current characteristic curve natin? Wala, di ba? So sana hindi na lang tayo gumawa ng coordination study. So kaya kailangan meron tayong zones of protection. So this is the basic explanation of zones of protection. Actually sa high voltage, sa medium voltage, there are other explanation. But as much as possible, I tried to simplify it. Okay? The next. And then the protective device. Kung meron tayong equipment, dapat meron din tayong mga equipment na pang-protect. So sino bang gumagamit ng protection dito? Ng mga circuit breaker po. So ito po yan. So if we refer to protective devices, dito papasok yung operating at saka non-operating region. But ako kina-classify ko into two lang. The low voltage protective devices and yung mga high voltage protective devices. When it comes to low voltage protective devices, these are mga ACBs na merong mga trip unit and then yung mga MCCB na may mga thermal magnetic protection. And then on the other hand, so before we go to the high voltage, ito yung mga usual lang na makikita natin. So definitely you've heard LSI GF. So meron tayong long time, meron tayong short time, meron tayong instant GF. So wala ata nakagets, no? Next na lang tayo. Anyway, so sa long time protection, it corresponds to the overload protection. So usually, meron tayong setting dito from 0.4 to 1 and goes to the ground fault protection. So hindi na natin i-discuss lahat yan, but this is a good reference for you. May natatawa naman, no? So when we refer to the high voltage protective devices, actually I want to focus on the high voltage protective devices. Bakit? Kasi lagi tayo nakafocus sa LSIG protection, but nakakalimutan yung mga high voltage protection, lalong-lalo na dito sa Metro Manila. Kasi karamihan naman dito sa Metro Manila, more on mga facilities, makikita natin yung mga high voltage protection, usually sa mga primary side, 34.5 kV, primary side ng transformer, ilan-ilan lang naman yan. Pero sa mga industrial facilities, definitely madami itong high voltage protection. But in our case dito sa Metro Manila, kukunti lang ito. At minsan nakakalimutan din. At alam nyo ba, based on this mga parameters or equipment, wala dito yung usual na nagiging problema. Ang nagiging problema sa high voltage protection is yung supply or yung battery or yung DC supply. Kadalasan, tama yung mga settings ng circuit breaker, natetest yung mga circuit breaker natin, tama yung mga settings ng protective relay. Pero minsan, ito usual na nangyayari sa mga projects namin. Nakikita na lang namin nagkaroon ng tripping outside the facility. For example, si Meralco na lang yung nag-trip, hindi na nag-trip yung facility. Bakit? Kasi walang DC supply yung kanilang high voltage protection. So kailangan i-check din natin yung mga DC supplies ng mga facility natin. So it's very important. So going back, ito yung mga parameters na kinakailangan natin for a high voltage protection. Number 1, protective relay. Protective relay is siya yung brain ng ating circuit breaker. Wala po tayong sineset sa mga circuit breaker natin sa high voltage. Sa relay po tayo nagsiset. Then second is yung instrument transformers. Since matataas yung voltahe niyan, maliliit yung current. So pinapasok natin siya dun sa relay para mas mabasa ng relay at di ma-damage yung relay. Self-explanatory. And then yung circuit breaker, this is the arm of the system. So siya yung nagko-close at saka nag-open kapag may fault. Ito yung mga usual na data na kinakailangan natin for a high voltage protection. And then, siguro makakita kayo ng mga protective devices. The usual is the digital relay. Pero meron ng yung mga may edad na. Ito yung tinatawag nating electromechanical relay. And then, yung medyo nasa gitna lang is the solid state relays. So, kapag nakakita kayo ng mga electromechanical relays, usually yan, kasi ngayon, yung digital relays, isang piraso na lang for all the protection. Let's say over current, merong ABC, isa na lang yan. Pero sa electromechanical relay, ABC or line ABC, merong isang unit for that, unit for B, unit for C. Tapos meron pang unit for ground. So napakadami. So may mga facility pa na gumagamit ng ganito, siguro mga power generation, kasi this is reliable. And also yung mga sobrang lumang facilities na. Ayan. And then lastly, after all the analysis that we've done, pupunta na tayo sa testing. So ito yung nire-recommend talaga namin as part of our corporate mandate. Hindi lang kami tumitigil doon sa pagbibigay ng mga settings, but we recommend to test yung mga protective devices. Ito yung usual na nakakalimutan. Bakit po? Kasi if we only recommend and we only set yung protective devices, paano natin malalaman yung integrity ng mga circuit breakers na yun? Paano natin malalaman yung integrity ng mga settings na nilagay natin sa relay? So malalaman na lang natin yan kung hindi natin tinest kapag nagkaroon ng problema. So what we do is we test after the setting of the circuit breakers or the protective relays. Okay? Ang mahirap i-test definitely yung mga low voltage circuit breakers. Bakit po? Kasi may mga proprietary sila na mga equipment. Unlike yung mga protective relays, universal yung tested for protective relays. Okay? Sino po bang nakapag-conduct ng mga testing dito when it comes to trip unit testing? Anyone po from the group? Ayan. Okay, siguro sa online meron, no? Yan. And then, we come to the meat of our session for this afternoon. Yung mga practical application examples. And possible na na-encounter nyo na ito at hindi nyo lang alam yung sagot, or possible na sagot nyo na din on your own. One example is, ito usual na nangyayari sa amin to. Hindi naman sa amin nangyayari, pero there are times na yung primary protection, for example, nagkaroon kami ng preventive maintenance. Primary side o primary protection. Meron kaming MVSG or HVSG, and then meron kaming transformer. So just like in this diagram, meron tayong VCB, relay, transformer, tapos may ACB. So usually kasi kapag nagkakaroon tayo ng preventive maintenance, ino-off natin yung ACB or ino-open natin siya. So syempre, i-isolate natin yung transformer, itetest natin, tapos ibabalik natin yung terminals, and then kapag i-energize na natin, i-on natin yung VCB, and then i-on natin yung ACB. So pagka-on ng ACB, pagka-on ng VCB, naka-off pa yung ating ACB, nagtitrip yung ating relay or yung ating VCB. Ano kayang senaryo? There are two scenarios, lalo na pag nagko-conduct ka ng preventive maintenance. Possible baka may mali kang nagawa dun sa testing mo. So kailangan i-check natin ulit yung mga nagawa nating testing. Mamaya may naiwan na ganito, may naiwan na ganyan. So yun yung pinakamadali. Pero pag chinek natin, upon checking, wala namang problema. Tapos niretest ulit natin, wala pa rin problema. Tapos pagka-energize natin ng VCB, ganun pa rin. Ano kayang problema? Wala naman tayong load kasi naka-open pa yung ating ACB. So yung scenario na ganito, usually ang problema, yung tinatawag nating magnetizing inrush. Sa mga naging PE na, definitely you know the magnetizing inrush. And sa amin as preventive maintenance contractor, na-experience namin to kadalasan. Lalo na kung hindi kami nag-conduct ng power system analysis. Hirap na hirap kami kasi there are solutions para dito eh. Number one, aantayin lang nating, for example, cleanose natin yung VCB. Mag-aantay lang tayo ng some time. Siguro mga 30 minutes. Energize ulit natin. Minsan, nagiging okay na siya. Pero at times, hindi pa rin. So ano kaya yung scenario na pwede natin gawin dyan? Ang next step natin is to check the settings of the protective relays. Possible kasi, yung setting ng ating protective relay masyadong mababa. Kung makikita natin sa TCC, there is an X value. Tapos merong kulay violet na curve dito. So dapat, yung ating violet curve, nandun sa right side ng X. Yung X kasi is the magnetizing inrush. So dapat ganito yung senaryo. So kapag ganyan yung senaryo, i-energize natin yung transformer. 100% sure, hindi na magtitrip yung circuit breaker. So ganyan yung usual na nangyayari. Actually, may project kami ngayon na ganyan yung problema. And then, ito pa, isa pang example. Ito naman, usual na nangyayari kapag bago yung facility. Ang tanong kasi, kailan ba papasok talaga si protection coordination or si power system analysis? Kasi kapag too late na pumasok si protection coordination, dito natin madedetermine yung incomplete low voltage protection. So for example, in this example, i-differentiate natin yung MCCB, yung ACB with long time and instantaneous protection versus ACB with long time, short time, and instantaneous protection. Mapapansin natin, sabi nga natin kanina, ito pare-parehas ng rating ito. Pero iba-iba sila ng parameters. So meron tayong MCCB, ACB with incomplete protection, and ACB with complete protection. So meaning to say, kapag MCCB yung ginamit natin, tingnan niyo yung TCC curve. Anong mapapansin nyo dun sa red at saka blue curve? Mapapansin natin na may overlapping na nangyari. So this is the usual case kapag MCCB yung mga kino-coordinate natin. May mga miscoordination. And same thing with the LI protection, yung mga ACBs natin. Sa upper part ng ating circuit breaker, walang overlapping. Pero pag tiningnan nyo yung lower part, which is the instantaneous protection, nagkakaroon na ng miscoordination. So yan yung nagiging problema. So ngayon, pupunta tayo dun sa complete protection, which is the LSI protection. So mapapansin natin, there are no overlapping of trip curves. So dapat ganyan. Pero ang tanong kasi, budget constraint. So kailangan makapasok ng maaga o pumasok na yung coordination study natin bago pa lang kayo magpo-procure ng mga protective devices para makita na agad natin kung anong mangyayari kapag ganito yung setup. Okay? So ganun yung scenario. Next. Ito naman, it's an actual na nangyari din sa system na sa project namin. Kami yung nag-study ng isang project. So after a year, na-coordinate na namin yung mga circuit breakers. Ngayon, na nagiging scenario dun sa circuit breaker, we have here a system. May LVSG main, meron kaming 3 branches, yung LVCB 1-1, 1-2, and 1-3. And then yung 1-3, going to the plug-in circuit breaker, papunta siya dun sa riser natin. Ngayon, tumawag sa akin yung engineer. Sir, nag-trip yung aking circuit breaker. May alarm yung circuit breaker ko. Doon sa alarm ng circuit breaker, may namula, which is etong nakikita natin yung may pula, which is the short time protection. So ang tanong, ito po yung circuit breaker na yan. Yan. So yung circuit breaker na daw yan, nag-trip. At ito yung alarm na nakita doon sa circuit breaker. Ang tanong, anong problema? Siyempre kami yung nag-setting, ang usual na sasabihin, sir, baka mali yung mga setting nyo. Ganyan naman lagi yung scenario, di ba? Pero upon checking dun sa coordination study nila or dun sa TCC nila, let's verify yung TCC. So ang nagkaroon ng the LVCB1 plug-in breaker corresponds to dun sa violet curve. And then yung blue curve corresponds dun sa branch na circuit breaker yung nag-trip kanina. So ibig sabihin, nag-trip yung blue curve. So pag nag-trip yung blue curve, ibig sabihin yan, ang problema lang, naglalaro doon sa plug-in, doon sa bus duct, at hindi siya lalagpas doon sa plug-in circuit breaker. Yung system kasi na ito, per floor, merong plug-in circuit breaker siya. So ibig sabihin, kapag ganito yung setup, nag-trip yung main or yung LVSG branch ng plug-in circuit ng bus duct na ito, ang makikita agad nating problema o ma-isolate agad natin yung problema doon sa bus duct. And true enough, na ang fault talaga ay sa bus duct. Pinahanap namin sa kanila doon sa isang riser na yon, doon yung problema. Pina-IR namin, siyempre bagsak. So ganito po yung nakita namin. Ayan. So makikita ninyo, may tama na yung plug, yung bus duct nila. So kaya nagkaroon ng tripping dun sa LVSG branch nila. And mapapansin nyo, dun sa joints ng circuit break, bus duct, may basa-basa pa, may water content. So definitely, magti-trip talaga yung circuit breaker na yun. So kapag ganito yung scenario, ang usual magti-trip, since naka-off kasi yung ating instantaneous function, ang nag-trip dito is yung short time protection. So, madali nating malaman kung saan yung problema kapag coordinated yung system natin. So, that's the reason why we conduct protection coordination. So, yan. Ito kasi nagkaroon ng sunog dun sa fan coil unit nila, tapos naapektuhan yung bus duct. Ayan. So, this is a good example. And I guess that's the end of my seminar for this afternoon. And sabi ko nga kanina, our company has a campaign for energy audit because our company is an accredited energy service company by DOE. So if you want to learn more about energy audit, which is an off topic, just sign up or you can communicate with us, lalo na kung may tanong kayo sa protection coordination. So yan. So maraming salamat po.
Ayan, thank you so very much po, Engineer Tabios. And as usual, we will be opening the floor for
Sir Christian, good afternoon. May questions lang. Regarding lang sir sa kailan sir ginagawa yung selective coordination? Yun sir.
Ayan. Yan. So magandang question niya, no, Engineer Abijul Torres, no. So when it comes to coordination study kasi, meron din tayong kino-consider na saan ba ako? Dito na lang para makita ko ng camera. Yan. So may kino-consider din kasi tayong yan. Para naman makahay tayo sa mga online community, no. Shout out sa inyo diyan. Anyway, moving forward dun sa question natin, no. Sa coordination study kasi natin, there is also called the selective coordination. Itong selective coordination, ginagawa natin yan usually kapag existing na yung system. Bakit pumapasok yung selective coordination sa existing system? Kasi dito na pumapasok yung mga compromise sa system. Kasi just like what I said earlier, ano kung yung system mo is meron ng nakakabit na mga MCCB, mga certain protections like ACB, LI, or LSI. So ano nang next step na gagawin natin? Papalitan na ba agad natin? Siyempre, we need to consider the client as well or the facility. Kasi yung isang circuit breaker, kung magpapalit tayo ng isang ACB, definitely, it will cost us 300,000 to 500,000. So, hindi naman ganun kadali mag-procure ng isang project. So, what we do in a selective coordination is we set the circuit breakers at a maximum capability. So may mga ganong scenario when it comes to selective coordination. So yun, usually sa mga lumang facility we conduct that type of coordination. Anyway, next question. Hopefully that answers your question, Engineer Abby.
Follow-up question lang, Engineer Christian, regarding sa mga MV circuit breaker. Yung, ano sir ang usual na opening time ng mga MV circuit breaker and paano siya ginagawa or in relation to coordination, sir?
Ayan. So that's a good question as well, no? With regards to the medium voltage and high voltage protection, may tinatawag tayong mga opening breaker opening time. So itong mga breaker opening time, kapag nilagay natin sa isang TCC, dapat may consider din natin siya. Kaya for example, sa isang protective relay, makikita kasi natin usually sa mga protective relays, lines lang siya. Pero dapat, in consideration with the protective relays, dapat yung dalawang line na yun hindi pwedeng magkadikit. Dapat there is a separation ng time. So yung usual kasi na breaker opening time is naglalaro from 3 cycles to 8 cycles. So dapat yung opening time na yun makonsider natin sa mga circuit breakers. So ibig sabihin that 3 cycle and 8 cycle ay dapat ma-incorporate natin dun sa ating coordination study. Kaya tayo nagkakaroon ng 0.25 or 0.2 na time difference sa relay to relay dahil dun sa mga factors na yun. At bakit natin kailangan i-consider yon? Kailangan natin i-consider yon para hindi sabay mag-trip yung ating mga circuit breakers. So that's the reality of it. Okay? So unlike dun sa mga low voltage protective devices, kung makikita natin yung TCC, basta magkapatong sila, okay na yon. Unlike kapag high voltage circuit breaker, hindi sila pwede magkapatong. Dapat may distance yung time nila. Okay? So yun, it's naglalaro ng 0.2 to 0.35 depending on the protective relay.
Ayan, any more questions? Meron pa po ba tayong mga katanungan? Sa ating mga attendees online, meron po tayong mikropono sa gitna, ha?
And may question ata dito sa
Just
live
approach
audience.
our microphone. O kaya kung shy type po kayo, pwede nyo rin pong isulat sa piece of paper. Ayan. Go ahead, sir.
Sir Christian, good morning.
Hello, sir.
Sorry,
Good morning.
good afternoon.
Good
Sir,
afternoon.
I just want to ask regarding sa, hindi lang ako ng professional opinion with regards to short circuit study. So by the way, I'm Tony pala.
Yes, sir.
So,
Ano pong
sir,
name nyo? And then, ano pong
Elmer
company?
Anthony Gabito, sir. From
From what?
Daikin.
From ano po?
From Daikin Air Conditioning.
Daikin.
But sir, anyway, I just want to ask your professional opinion pagdating sa short circuit analysis.
Yes, sige po.
Sir, I know you're aware about ANSI short circuit study, short circuit standard and IEC. Right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Ano sir mas prefer niyo, sir? Is it ANSI or IEC?
Ayan. So,
Or nakadepende sir sa equipment na existing sa building or facility?
Ayan. So magandang question yan, sir. No? Actually, kapag nagko-conduct ka ng short circuit analysis, dapat knowledgeable ka both. Bakit po? Kasi lalong-lalo na sa Pilipinas, maraming equipment na IEC, maraming equipment na ANSI. So ang sagot dyan is magdedepende tayo kung ano yung nire-require ng equipment. So meron namang equivalent standard. For example, yung isang circuit breaker, may equivalent standard siya for ANSI, may equivalent standard siya for IEC. Kung i-check nyo yung circuit breaker, kung parehas meron, definitely either of the two pwede nyo pong gawin. So yun yung pwede nyo karalan.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ayun, thank you. Anong chapter mo nga ulit, sir?
Sir, Central.
Ayun. So shout out sa mga taga-Central. So anyway, may questions po ba tayo? Any questions pa po?
Sa atin pong attendees online?
Ayan,
No
okay.
questions? Alright. Maraming salamat po, Engineer Tabios. And now to present our certificate of appreciation. Please welcome the host chapter president, Engineer Mark Gerald L. Santiano, together with the Vice President for External, Engineer Abby Jewel B. Torres. Once again, thank you so very much, Engineer Christian Mark, DR Tabios, PEE, for Power System Analysis Protective Device Coordination. Now for our next topic. The topic will be engineering fire-resistant wiring system, and our resource speaker will be joining us via Zoom. So, he is from Marmon Electrical Director, Buildings and Infrastructure, Asia Pacific and ME. Please welcome Mr. Richard Hosher.
Okay. Welcome. Well, thank you very much for the kind welcome to the presentation today. And yes, I'd just like to say I work for the Marmon Electrical Group, which is an American organization, and we're part of the large Berkshire Hathaway Group, which is listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Berkshire Hathaway, you may have heard of. It's owned and run by a guy called Warren Buffett, and you might have heard that name. And our group controls, owns, or has major shareholdings in many companies that you may know well, including Duracell Batteries, American Express, Coca-Cola, Bank of America, and Apple. So we're in good company here. We've got an overall group turnover of around 276 billion US dollars, and we employ over 371,000 people worldwide. Now, in the Imam Electrical Group or subdivision of this very large organization in the States, we have a group of 15 electrical wire and cable manufacturers in America, and we manufacture and engineer wire and cable systems for most demanding applications in defense, aerospace, infrastructure, transportation, resource developments and exploitation, and of course, building markets around the world. What I'll do is I'll move on to a PowerPoint presentation just to give you some slides and give you a bit of background of what we're going to cover today. So I'll share my screen if that's okay with everyone. Okay, hopefully everybody can see the screen. Now, specifically, what we're going to talk about today is fire performance wiring systems which enable all electrical life safety and firefighting equipment in buildings. We'll have a look at the cost and performance requirements for these wiring systems and have a look at what are the most critical life safety and firefighting systems in buildings, what the Philippine Electrical and Fire Codes say, what effects fire can have on essential wiring systems, what some of the cable fire tests tell us, but more importantly, what they don't tell us. We'll have a look at different classes of buildings, how we can risk profile those buildings and benchmark from an international perspective. We'll also have a look at the effects of fire temperatures on these critical circuits from the point of view of volt drop, current ratings and fault currents, and also what direction new standards are taking with regard to these new developments and new understandings. Now, if we have a look at what really is going to save most people's lives in fire, there are fundamentally 4 pieces of equipment that we really have to keep working regardless. Those 4 pieces of equipment are essential to keep the fire as small as possible, the atmosphere survivable, and keep the evacuation and support channels operating. And to do that, we need to understand why most people actually die in building fires. And if we talk to the fire service departments, they'll tell us smoke inhalation, oxygen depletion, which goes together with smoke inhalation, temperature rise, and trauma by people jumping out of windows to try and get away, which is a bit sad, but it happens quite a lot.
Sir Richard?
Yes?
For a moment, please. Are you sharing your screen? Because we cannot see anything being shared. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Okay, no problems. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll go back to that and we'll find out. Yes, I will share my screen. Can you, sorry, I thought I was sharing the screen, but okay. Thank you for picking that up.
All right.
Screen now?
It's now showing. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, you might have missed a couple of slides there, but no matter, no matter. Okay. Now, as mentioned, going on to the next slide, those 4 pieces of equipment which are going to keep most people alive under fire conditions are, firstly, the emergency power supply, the emergency power generators. Now, it's critical that these equipment keeps working and supplies power to things like the fire hydrant pumps, the smoke and fire shutters, and of course, firemen's lifts and the rest of the life safety and firefighting equipment. So we put those emergency power supply, mains and submains, down as the most important piece of equipment, which means the submains from this to the mechanical distribution board and the other fire safety equipment must not fail under fire conditions. Otherwise, all the other equipment that you bought and invested in is completely wasted. The second piece of equipment, which we say is absolutely critical, is the sprinkler systems and hydrant pumps to keep those firefighting systems going, to minimize the size of the fire. A small fire has less smoke, less heat, less toxic gases. Third most important piece of equipment is smoke and heat extraction to keep the environment safe. And that includes pressurization fans for stairwells, fire shutters, and the like. And of course, we put the next critical piece of equipment down as the fireman's lift, to facilitate firefighting and evacuation where necessary. That is not to say EWIS systems, emergency announcing equipment, whether it's lighting or fire alarm systems, are not important. Of course, they are important. But what is going to save most people's lives is keeping the atmosphere clear, keeping the fire as small as possible, and helping people get out. Now, I understand the Philippine Electrical Code actually defines the requirement for a fire resistance for circuit conductors having a minimum 1 hour fire resistance shall be permitted with a listed electrical equipment circuit protection devices of 2 hours. Emergency systems require a minimum 2 hour fire compliance. Fire alarm systems must be used to ensure the continued operation of critical circuits under fire. The fire code of the Philippines defines that the time duration that a material or construction must withstand the effects of a standard fire test should be in line with the standard fire time temperature curve of ISO 834 Part 1, which is the same as EN 1363 or the NSI UL 263 standard in the United States. Again, the Philippine Electrical Code states that a cable and components used to ensure survivability of critical circuits for a specified time under fire conditions, minimum of 2 hours, and that fire-resistive cables, fire-resistive conductors and components shall be tested and listed as a complete system. They shall be designated for use in specific fire-rated systems and should be not interchangeable. So the question is, how is what we do today aligned with the electrical code and the fire code? And the reality is, in most cases, it doesn't. Specifically, the code says that we should have a wiring system, not just a cable, but most of the fire-resistant circuits that are bought and installed, not only in the Philippines, but throughout Southeast Asia and many other parts of the world, are actually based on fire-rated cables alone, not a fire-rated wiring system. And the wiring system composes not just of the cable, but all of the components that go to install it, such as the supports, and the fixings and the fixing distances and other components that we might use, cable ladders, cable trays, U-channel supports, junction boxes and the such like. All of those components make up the system. And what we know about fires today is that components we use in the whole system can have negative and interference reactions which can compromise the performance of the fire-rated cables that are mounted on them. And we need to understand what those are, because if you get a compromised system, then your life safety and firefighting equipment stops working and people die. Typically, testing of fire-resistant cables in vertical installations is not done under British or IEC fire test standards. BS 6387 or IEC 60331 only requires the testing of cables in horizontal installations, incidentally where the cables are also supported. But in vertical installations, polymeric fire-rated cables, outer jackets, will generally burn away relatively quickly at fire temperatures of 800, 900 or 1000 degrees centigrade. The cable is then not able to be clamped by the cable supports where it was installed with, and the cable slips down and fails due to its weight and gravity. And the reason that we don't take this into consideration is because we don't test cables vertically. Another failure mode is where fire-rated cables are installed in galvanized conduits or with galvanized fittings, which incidentally is the most common way that these cables are installed. We know that the galvanization on galvanized fittings and in galvanized conduits is zinc, because that's what galvanization is. Zinc melts at about 450 degrees. So if you have a conduit, a galvanized conduit and a fire-rated cable inside that conduit, or mounted on galvanized fittings, it's quite possible and quite likely that that zinc will interact with the copper in the conductors to form a material called brass, because that's what brass is, zinc and copper. And this reaction takes place at fire temperatures, leading to premature failure of the fire-rated cables, specifically in conduits and specifically with hot-dip galvanized fittings, where the zinc is in a much thicker coating, then the problem is exasperated. Back in 2012, underwriters laboratories in the United States cancelled all certification and listing for fire-rated and fire-resistive cables because directly of this effect, and then came up with the new requirements for testing in the United States, which is the new standard UL 2196-2018, which requires cables and their fixings to be tested together as a system to prove compatibility at 5 temperatures. And that's not something we do today, and that can, and probably does in many cases, compromise the performance of our full life safety and firefighting equipment in many buildings. If we actually have a look at the temperatures that cables are tested to today and used today, we'll see in some countries like Germany and Belgium, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the fire-rated cables as a system are required to be tested inside furnaces where the cables see the full fire temperature. But many of the cables we use in the Asia Pacific region are only required to meet standards like IEC 60331 or BS 6387, or in Singapore, that's SS 299, where we test cables at lower flame temperatures and not in a furnace, but just with a ribbon burner. Now, this has consequences because whilst when testing cables to these British standards or IEC standards, the flame temperature may be 950 degrees. That's certainly not the temperature of the cable. As you can see in this particular picture here, whilst the flame temperature is set to 950 by the test, BS 6387, the only part of the cable which sees a hot flame is the underside of the cable, where the top side of the cable isn't. But these cables can pass these tests. It sounds like a good test, but the reality is the cable is seeing nowhere near that 950 degrees. Because of convection of the heat away from that ribbon burner, which doesn't have enough heat flux to heat the sample up, conduction through the copper conductors, and also from radiation, which is how the heat is lost from any body. So, there are big differences in test methods around the world. In the United States, the UL 2196 method is a different test altogether. It requires tests to be done on these circuits in full scale, in the horizontal and vertical installations, inside a furnace where the cables and the fixings and supports see the full fire temperatures. And then after a 2-hour test at 1010 degrees, the cables are removed from the furnace and hit with a 1¼ inch full pressure fireman's hose while still energized, and all of the circuits need to continue to work reliably. So what I'm pointing out here is there is very significant differences in the tests and the performances of fire-rated cables. If we actually put those performances onto a graph, and incidentally this presentation will be made available through our friends at FMIDC in the Philippines, so please get in contact with them and they'll give you a copy of this. You can plot on here the differences in performance between the various test methods from IC 331.2 up through BS 6387, other British tests used in the UK and Hong Kong, Germany, Belgium, Australia, AS 3013, and of course UL 2196. The only one of these tests that tests in full scale for horizontal and vertical installations with a full realistic fire intervention, a fireman's hose test, is the UL 2196 test. And of course, cables made to meet this standard are going to be very different to the cables that are made to meet the much easier and lower performance cable tests of IEC 60331. And the reason for pointing this out is because many people, which is quite understandable, think that a cable which is passing IEC 331 or BS 6387 or UL 2196 are fundamentally the same. And the objective of pointing these things out is that they're absolutely not the same and have significantly different performances. Now, the question is, of course, well, what standard is right for what buildings? And of course, you don't need a belt and braces top line solution for every building. If you've got a small building, low risk, low fuel load, where people can escape quickly, then it's perfectly okay to use some of these British standards or IEC standards. But if you have a large hospital with large number of people, with a slow evacuation time and a high fire load because of the medical gases and all of the other equipments in hospitals, then you might consider you need a higher performance wiring system. Now, the risk factors that we look at when defining whether you have a high risk or a low risk building fundamentally can be listed down pretty quickly into human factors, the project type and the fuel load and the evacuation time. So if we look at the population density and type do you have old people, young people, disabled people, ambulant, non-ambulant people, people that are familiar with the building, like an office block where people work every day and they know where the exit signs are. That has an impact on the risk factor for the building. Or if you have a project type and the fuel load in that building, like a metro tunnel for underground trains, generally it's quite a low fuel load because we don't build them with a high fuel load. But road tunnels are very different, where we have trucks and cars driving through with cargo and fuel and everything else. And we know cars burn particularly well, particularly EV cars. And then we have hospitals, definitely a high fuel load with a high population density, so they go into the high risk category. But there's also economical, cultural values, which we need to take into account, such as museums, for example, with priceless works of art that we have to protect, or critical infrastructure, or financial implications, such as data centers and banks. That can all plot these on our risk. And if we plot those against the evacuation time, whether you have fast or medium or slow evacuation time, it becomes quite clear whether we should be looking at a high performance wiring system to ensure all that investment in our life safety and firefighting equipment is going to be worth it, and it's going to keep it working for the egress time, the evacuation time of the building, or whether it's okay to use some of these slightly cheaper, but perhaps less well-performing products in low-risk buildings. How is this addressed around the world? Well, in most of the world, we regulate with what we call a minimum fire performance and expect people to upgrade it if the risk is defined as greater. Of course, in many cases, it doesn't happen because the cheapest product always is the product that gets used on the job. But it should happen. USA and Canada have got a completely different way of looking at it. They regulate a high performance system, which is UL 2196, and then they use it for every building, large or small. Of course, it's a good belt and braces solution, but it's a very expensive solution. I think we could be smarter and we can just say, have we got a high risk building? Then maybe we should be using a high performance wiring system so that our life safety equipment is going to work for the longer egress time. And if we've got a low risk building, fine, we can use the other ones. So let's a little bit of how we look at it. We should also bear in mind that the tests IEC 60331 and the basis for BS 6387 were developed in 1970, when, if you look at the skyline of Manila, it looked like this. Buildings were 5-10 stories high, not much bigger than that, and generally fast evacuation times, and certainly with lower fire loads. Manila looks like this today, and this can be done for every city through Southeast Asia or anywhere in the world. But we're still wiring up those buildings today with the same specifications and cables that were designed for 1970. So it's really time that we differentiate between what we might need for a small low-risk building and what we might need in a high-rise, high-risk building. And that's where we are today. Egress times are increasing, thus relying more on life safety systems to keep people safe and help them evacuate. Fire loads are increasing due in part to more synthetic lightweight building materials being used in buildings. So we have increasing fire loads, increasing egress times, increasing risks, and in many cases, we're still wiring up our life safety and firefighting equipment with 1970s technology. Clearly that has to change. When we look at the building risk probability profile, we think that this triangle perhaps shows pretty well what we mean. For large and high-risk buildings with long egress times, the one-size-fits-all approach we've been using up until now may not always be optimal. So we suggest that we define if we have a high-risk building or a low-risk building, and if it's high risk, we look towards UL 2196 as a world's best practice fire-rated wiring system. But if you have a low-risk or medium-risk building, then maybe 60331 or BS 6387 is an okay standard to use with the respective cost savings you might get there. So we're just given an indication there. So the question, of course, people always ask us is, do these high-performance wiring systems cost more? And fundamentally, the answer is, well, yeah, they do a bit, because they have to be designed to pass much higher tests. But what does it mean in real terms? The cost of life safety and firefighting equipment in building is usually in the range 2 to 4% of the building cost itself. Now, if you take a medium-sized hospital of 100 beds, with a construction cost of around 200 million US dollars. The life safety and firefighting equipment required for that building would cost in the region of 4 to 8 million US dollars. The cost of the fire-resistant cable system is usually in the range to 1 to 2% of the life safety system cost. So it's already negligible in comparison with the cost of the building. And of course, even if you have to increase the cost of the fire-resistant cables to put a high-performance system in, it's still a negligible cost in relation to the cost of the life safety and firefighting equipment. And we have to say, because the cables are an integral part of that life safety and firefighting systems, if we're not going to keep it going for as long as it needs to keep going, then why put that equipment in the first place? Now, moving on to the second part of what we wanted to talk about today is choosing the cable performance relative to the building risk profile is definitely important, but is our job as designers and engineers done? We need to engineer our wiring systems to work under fire conditions. We need to consider what fire temperatures, what effect fire temperatures have on the voltage drop, the current rating and the fault current rating of circuits, and where do we get this information? As engineers, you'll understand well, the hotter something gets, the higher the resistance gets. And with copper, it's actually pretty linear. The increase in resistivity of copper is actually pretty linear right up to 900, even up to 1,000 degrees centigrade. And what we know by measurement and by calculation is that the increase in resistance of copper at 1,000 degrees is 5 times higher than it is at normal operating temperature of 20 degrees, 5 times. Now, copper resistance of 5 times has a significant impact on the volt drop. It reduces the current rating and it reduces the conductor fault current capacity. We can have a look at that. If we actually want to calculate the volt drop of a cable, where some of that cable is subjected to fire, then we need to take account of the increased resistance in that part of the cable that's subject to fire. Now, you can do the calculation for what the correction factor will be by taking the starting temperature of the cable and the fire temperature and using the formula on this slide, which incidentally you can get out of British Standard 8519 as well. In practice, it would look perhaps a little bit more like this, where you have your mechanical services board, your fire rated board supplied by your emergency generator. You have a fire pump, for example, say 75 meters away. You've got to run the cable through a car park maybe to get there. And maybe some of that cable in the car park could be subjected to a fire. So what would the voltage drop be if 25 meters of that particular circuit was in a fire of 1,000 degrees? Well, the way we calculate it is to break that circuit into 3 sections, R1, R2, and R3, and calculate the voltage drop for each section. R1 is the standard way to do it. You take the millivolt per amp meter ratings times the current, times the length, divided by 1,000, will give us the volt drop. It's very simple. For the part in fire, we need to have that correction factor. So we're taking the correction factor from the previous page, or you can calculate it yourself. You take the millivolt per amp meter, multiply it by that VC, which is the correction factor, times the current times the length divided by 1,000. The correction factor for a 1,000 degree fire is actually 3.8047. And if you do the calculation there, you'll see that the volt drop has gone from 3.03 volts for the R1 to 11.56 volts for the R2. And of course, we add that to the resistance for the R3 and your volt drop for R3, and you'll end up with a total volt drop of 17.62 volts for that circuit where 25% meters are in fire. Now, 17.62 volts on a 400 volt circuit is probably okay. That motor's going to start, we know whether it's direct online or star delta, and probably no problems with that and continue to run. But of course, if a longer length of the cable was subjected to fire, it could become a problem. And for some circuits like lift submains, which tend to be a little bit more sensitive to volt drop and under voltage, then yes, we need to understand what we're doing there. Current ratings. If you look at whether it's British Standard 7671, IEC 60364, Australian Standard 3008.1, or any other standard, including in America, the current ratings given in these standards, or by most manufacturers of cables, are for cables under non-fire conditions. So if you have a circuit which needs to carry current under fire conditions, such as a fire pump, sprinkler pump, smoke and heat extraction fan, lift sub main, then we have to ask ourselves, what's the current rating of these fire rated cables when they're actually subjected to fire? Because that's what they're for. And when we do the calculations, we find out that the current rating under fire conditions is significantly less. And with current ratings, it's not like voltage drop. It's not the length of cable which is subjected to the fire, which is going to impact the current rating. It's basically any length. It's the point. So even if only 1 or 2 meters of the cable was subjected to high fire temperatures, that cable can fail if we try to pull the current that the British or IEC or the Australian or the US standards tell us through that cable. So what do we do about it? And what are those current ratings? Well, we've put together this chart here just to show some of those and what the effect is. If you take the top line there of a single core 10 millimeter square conductor, for a trefoil 3-phase insulation in free air on a cable ladder or cable tray, they will tell you for a 90-degree conductor temperature from a 30-degree ambient, the current rating will be 74 amps, which is fine. And that's what we use all day, every day for non-fire rated circuits. But if that cable or any part of that cable was subjected to a fire of 950 degrees, the current rating drops to 49 amps. And if you try and pull more than 49 amps through that cable, you'll melt the conductor. Because the ambient isn't 30 degrees anymore. The ambient is 950 degrees. The resistance is 5 times higher. And therefore, the current induced temperature rise is on top of the ambient, which is 950. Copper melts at 1083 degrees, and it fails usually long before that because of the mechanical aspect, because its tensile strength reduces significantly at these high temperatures. And at 1000-degree fire, which is common in many buildings, the current rating goes from 74 down to 30 amps. And that applies to any fire-rated cable and any fire-rated cable system. So if we're only designing our fire-rated wiring systems under non-fire conditions, how do we expect them to work under fire conditions? And unfortunately, the reality is many of them won't. This is an example I did of fire-rated lift submain. Fairly common, 60 amp full load current, 415 volts, 50 cycles. The cable's got to go from the mechanical services board through a riser shaft and a car park up to the lift. So we say 100-meter route length. What cable will we choose for that normally? Well, the normal cable you'd choose, you'd probably look at the tables, you'd look at the voltage drop calculations, and you look at the current rating loads and what protection you need for that. And you'd probably choose a 4-corner 16 millimeter square cable mounted on a cable ladder or a cable tray to run through up there. Maybe you have to take into account some derating if you put it in conduit, hopefully not a galvanized, hot dip galvanized conduit. And if you were to do the calculation on that, you'll see that, okay, the Australian standards or the IEC standards, the British standards, or the manufacturer will tell you the current rating for that cable is about 100 amps in a 30-degree ambient in free air. You do the calculation 60 amps, so you can put in your fuse protection or your circuit breaker protection for that. Your normal circuit service volt drop calculates to 13.8 volts on that circuit, or 3.3%, probably okay for modern lift submains. And that looks pretty good. The trouble is, if that 15 meters of cable where it's running through the car park was subjected to a fire of 1000 degrees, the circuit voltage drop would increase from 13.8 to 19.3 volts, which still might be okay. But the maximum current rating of the cable would reduce to 44 amps. And if you try and pull more than 44 amps through it, you're going to melt the conductors. So if you've got that lift full of heavy firemen and firefighting equipment trying to go up that building, then chances are that cable's going to fail and that lift main's going to stop. The correct cable size to use under this circumstance would be to look for a cable which has got at least a 60 amp current rating under fire conditions. And that would be a 4-corner 35 millimeter square conductor. Yeah, it's a bigger conductor, it costs more to install, but it's likely to work if you have a fire. Now, this subject is addressed in British standards today. If you look at BS 8519, 2020 edition, clause 13, it says where a cable is exposed to fire, the conductor temperature rises above the maximum conductor temperature, which tabulated current ratings and volt drop data are based. And this has implications for volt drop, current rating, and the effects of fault currents. It goes on to say the process for cable sizing and selection for fire-rated cables should take account of the effects of the cable performance from increased operating temperature above their normal maximum. And it goes on to say, where provided, any guidance given in the applicable wiring regulations, which is in the UK BS 7671 or IC 60364 or AS 3008, then you should take that into account. But I can tell you right now, BS 7671, IC 60364 or AS 3008 or the UL standards don't give you current ratings for fire-rated cables. They only give you current ratings for non-fire-rated cables. So they go then on to say, in the standard BS 8519, you should go back to the manufacturer to get the current ratings under fire conditions from the manufacturers, which most manufacturers won't give you. We will. So you can talk to FMIDC, they'll be happy to help you out, or you can use our tables. But BS 8519 does give some helpful information. It goes on to say, and you can read this for yourself, if you have the standard, in the absence of any such guidance and where detailed calculations are not possible, and we can do those calculations if you wish, it goes on to say there should be an increase of the conductor size by 2 sizes compared with that selected for normal operation in order to alleviate the effect of increased temperature, fire temperature on volt drop and current rating, and of course fault level as well. That's what's said in the British Standard today, and that's really what we should be doing when we're designing circuits which are going to keep life safety and firefighting equipment operational, especially for today's modern, high-risk, high-rise buildings. So what have we learned? We've learned basically that full-scale fire tests are essential to simulate real fire conditions and profiles. Full wiring system tests are essential to assess full system circuit integrity and the interactions between the components we use to install the cables and the cables themselves. The installation conditions and materials and configuration, vertical, horizontal, will perfect the performance of the cables. And we need to design the electrical parameters for circuits under fire conditions, not under non-fire conditions, to ensure uninterrupted continuity of supply or power to the essential equipment. I know we only have 30 minutes today. I hope I haven't gone over that too much, but you know, that ends the presentation. A copy of that is certainly available from our friends FMIDC, or I guess from the hosts of this presentation today. Of course, our company, Marmon Electrical Wire and Cable, we manufacture a range of cables which are manufactured to meet the requirements of UL 2196. We do make them in metric conductor sizes, and they are available today in the Philippines and in other countries around the Asia Pacific region. We're very much aware many engineers in the Philippines are doing work for consulting groups and projects outside the Philippines as well. So we hope that this information might have been information. If there's any questions, I'll hand back to the host and we can handle those. So thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you so much, Sir Richard Hosier. Ayan. Any questions po that you have? Please feel free to type it in using our chat box on Zoom. We also have our microphones available here at the ballroom. Or you could also like write down your questions on a piece of paper. I guess that is it. Thank you so very much, Sir Richard Hosier. That is Engineering Fire Resistance Wiring System.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We will just send you your certificate of appreciation. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
We would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Richard Hosier for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as technical speaker on the topic about engineering fire resistance wiring system during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity. Through passion and commitment leading on Road to Recovery held on August 4 to 6, 2022, given this 5th day of August 2022 via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, our officers. Once again, Sir Richard, thank you so very much for your time. Maraming salamat po. Now for our next session. We would like to thank our generous sponsors. Ayan, so before we proceed to our next session, I would like to remind everyone to please don't forget to use our official hashtag for today. That is hashtag 1MMR whenever you post on social media. Once again, that is hashtag 1MMR. And again, we'll be having our raffle draw later. We'll be giving away stand fans. What's this? Blenders, coffee makers, and pressure washers, of course, courtesy of our generous sponsors. Ayan. Diba? Marami nang natutunan at meron pa tayong chance na mag-uwi ng mga papremyo. Tomorrow, we are going to have another set of technical sessions. We'll be discussing about the boon and bane of looping the Luzon Visayas grid, currently new technology tools for the electrical segment, variable speed drives, also high voltage underground system, leveraging adaptability and flexibility of engineers in the workplace, a key to productivity. We'll also talk about updates on IIE Constitution and bylaws. Another set of technical sessions in the afternoon tomorrow, entitled EMAX 2 Air Circuit Breaker, overview of Huyu Product Explorer Series portfolio, also engineering procurement construction or EPC challenges and suggested mitigation measure as applied to electrical works contracting. And then we will also have energy management and solutions, and finally, how to start a construction firm. Ayan. So please watch out for that. And of course, needless to say, we will have our closing ceremony tomorrow after the technical sessions. I guess it's a good time to have a quick like coffee or toilet break. So we'll be back. See you in a bit. All right, and we are back. So for our next topic entitled EE Implementation and Road Ahead, please welcome the Chairman of the PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, no other than Honorable Francis V. Mapili.
Good afternoon to everyone, to the Metro Manila region chapters, the chapter president, to our national president. Please take your seat. To our national president, Jojo Padua. I'm not sure if he is here. And to all the chapter presidents of Metro Manila, I hope I'll be able to see each and every one of you. June Pereira is here. And then we have, of course, from Metro North, and we have, pasensya na kayo, medyo malayo ang, well, my topic, good morning to everyone. Good morning. Oh no, it's good afternoon. Well, this is the first time that we are going to have the very first time after the pandemic that we are going to have the face-to-face Metro Manila Region Conference. And I'm so happy that we still have a lot of people who after the pandemic is wanting to see each and everyone on a face-to-face event like this. My topic for today is a competitive roadmap for the electrical engineering profession. We have, allow me to be here, kasi nahiya ako dun sa flag na natatabunan ko siya. This is a competitive roadmap that we have done and completed during the mid-year performance assessment of replanning at the Professional Regulation Commission And we have invited, of course, your president, Jojo Padua, so to give some inputs as a stakeholder of the electrical engineering profession of IIEE. And this is a seminar workshop, and they have contributed a lot as far as the roadmap is concerned. This is a strategic planning that we have to do. So I hope all the presidents like you, all the people who are here right now, would be able to follow the roadmap jointly done by the IIEE and the Board of Electrical Engineering. Next slide. I wanted to start, which is very important always, is the core values of our Board of Electrical Engineering, and we combine it with the IIEE with an acronym of BEE, so that it would be easier for us to remember these core values, which is being benevolent in providing the best professional services to the Filipino people and to the world. And as our core values, we wanted to deliver an efficient and effective outcomes-based licensure examination and an exemplary and enabling regulatory functions for the monitoring, enforcement, and awareness of electrical safety. Okay. Next, please. And this is now our strategic goals. Okay. So as we follow these goals, we have to look into the conditions affecting the practice of the electrical engineering profession. It is through a feedback mechanism, through your organization, to our organization, the IIEE for Electrical Engineering. And after coming up with feedback and processing it, we will have to adopt measures for the enhancement of the profession by institutionalizing the maintenance of a highly professional technical and ethical standards. And finally, we need to update policies and develop new regulations for the electrical engineering practice to conform with the exigencies of the international community. So now let us go directly to our electrical engineering issues and concerns. As you can see, we developed the strategic plan from the year 2022 and the mid-year of 2022 up to the year 2025. And we selected only basically initially a key results area, which is our ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineers, the continuing specialization program, and the Philippine Electrical Code 1, 2. As you can see, I have written already there 3. So watch out for the Philippine Electrical Code Part 3. And finally, Section 33 of RA 7920 is the personnel required in industries, commercial establishments, schools, and other institutions. So allow me to briefly give you the results area on ACPE for initially. The ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer is a simple mobility as far as the ASEAN community is concerned. So our present situation in terms of our neighboring countries and on the 9 members ASEAN countries such as Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, Myanmar, etc. There is a low awareness in our industry that you guys, you engineers, could go cross-border and practice the profession of electrical engineering in these 9 countries. And what is the benefit of you guys being a registered ASEAN Chartered engineer in the ASEAN community? So our issue right now that there is a low turnover resulting in few applicants, which means that there are not much of those of you who are qualified to be ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer who are applying to become an ACPE. And in the registry, we only have about 699 ASEAN Chartered Engineer in the Philippines. We rank number 4, and the number 1 is Indonesia, followed by Malaysia, and followed by Thailand, and we rank number 4. Previously, about 2-3 years back, we ranked number 2. And Indonesia always ranked number one for the simple reason that there are about 200 million people in Indonesia. So which means that by population, by geography, well, it is assumed that they have more applicants. But in our country, to which we have more qualified electrical engineers, we have a low turnover, resulting in few applicants. Now, what is our position? The position that we need to do as far as you guys and the electrical engineering is concerned is to have a continuous massive campaign and include all industry. Last week, we have signed a memorandum of an agreement with the Philippine Contractors Overseas Board, which means that all of those companies doing overseas and construction, they will have to require eventually all their engineers to be a registered ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. So we started with that. So I hope that we are going to do that as our position. And our action plans immediately from the year 2022 to 2025 should be concentrating on industry and the entire global level. So we have given this to the committee on ACPE, and I hope that IIE will be able to have a massive campaign on that. For the specialization program, we now have as you know, the professional electrical engineer under the Philippine qualification framework is a national standard of qualification, which is level 7 already. And the highest level is level 8. And this leveling of the qualifications of our professionals is required so that we can align this with the ASEAN qualification reference framework, which means that if you are a professional electrical engineer and you are in level 7, this is almost equivalent to a master's degree. So therefore, and the level 8 would be equivalent to doctoral degree. But we still have to work. There's still a lot of work in progress in order that we can develop the draft on how we can go to the advanced level engineer, which is level 8. No? That's the highest. And right now, the issue is that there is still an ongoing discussion and development of the guidelines for the specialty certification. So the Board of Electrical Engineering will be the one to give the certification, but we need to come up with a draft guidelines so that it would be clear to everyone on how you will be able to go to level 8. And development of this is continuing, and I hope that by the time we reach the middle of by 2024, we will be able to approve already the guidelines. We are now consulting the stakeholders and a lot of you who are specialization. We are now working on various specializations such as power system, system operation, construction, facility management, etc. So we are now working on what should be your specialization that eventually in your ID you will have for example, a professional electrical engineer with a specialization on facility management. So these are the things that we still have to work on. For the Philippine Electrical Code 1, 2, and 3, we still have a lot of PEC1 competencies, understanding of the Philippine Electrical Code 1 and 2. 1 is, is for the buildings, and 2 is for the outdoors, for the substation, etc. But we do not have an electrical safety in the workplace guidelines or code. Unlike in NFPA 70B, they have a electrical safety in the workplace. For your information, we already have, IIE already have a memorandum of agreement together with the Department of Labor and Employment, developing standards, electrical safety standards in the workplace. And if we will be able to develop these standards and codes within IIEE to be approved by the Board of the Electrical Engineering, this can be adopted by the Department of Labor and Employment. And then a lot of things will follow as far as regulation is concerned. Today, as I was told by our national president, there is now a committee working on the Philippine Electrical Code Part 3, which is, I call the electrical safety in the workplace. So we need to develop also training programs for this. In fact, when we were when we are having interviews as far as the professional electrical engineers are concerned, we noticed that the competency as far as the knowledge of the Philippine Electrical Code is not so good. I wouldn't say it's poor, but it's not that good. So we still need to develop a lot of training programs for the Philippine Electrical Code. Today, in this conference, I have yet to see a program entitled the Philippine Electrical Code. Wala po siya. So maybe we have to come up with some topics involving a lot of our knowledge or competency skills as far as the Philippine Electrical Code is concerned. And di ba, you guys were saying, there's an old adage na sinasabi natin na, you know, the Philippine Electrical Code is the Bible of the electrical engineering profession. Di ba? Most of you would be saying, oh, Bible natin to, Philippine Electrical Code, Bible natin ng electrical engineering profession. But you know, relating to the Bible, unfortunately, a lot of us doesn't even read or open the Bible. So it's the same thing with the Philippine Electrical Code. If you learn to read the Bible very well, you try to read also the Philippine Electrical Code, since that is our Bible. So hopefully we may be able by the end of, before the first quarter of the 2025, we'll be able to come up now with the Philippine Electrical Code Part 3. It's now being developed, and hopefully by the end of 2023, a book called Philippine Electrical Code, Electrical Safety in the Workplace will come out, and we're going to approve that, and we'll make sure that that is to be implemented and adopted by all the industry, most especially the Department of Labor and Employment. Here, Section 33. We are now working very hard because we get a lot of complaints that there are a lot of industries that does not employ registered master electrician, registered electrical engineers, professional electrical engineers, or maybe there are some industries and companies who did employ RMEs, but there are only one RME in a very huge manufacturing corporation. So we are now doing an ongoing inspection. What we did in the inspection, that it would be able to generate the awareness of Section 33, we came out with a hybrid inspection, which means now we can be able to inspect industries, schools, factories via virtual, both virtual and face-to-face. So therefore, if we can do that, we may be able to increase awareness of Section 33 and all the industries. So that is part of our position, enhancing. And then we have now partnered with Meralco and NGCP. In fact, last month, we had an inspection with Meralco already, and Meralco have signified a very good intention to submit. And I was told a while ago that our partner in Meralco has completed now already the list of all their licensed electrical practitioners. Then we will follow through, we'll make use of Meralco as our benchmark, our example, our model, and then we'll go to NGCP. And of course, we will go to SM, our partner as well, okay? Because we have a lot of partners in SM. Okay, having said all of this, this is the only way we may be able to follow this before the year 2025. And I hope by then we will have a lot of this results area, and we will be performing about 100% on all of these key results area. Thank you so much for listening.
May we encourage everyone to engage or participate to our question and answer. To those who have any questions, kindly raise their hands, or you may go to the nearest microphone on the center of our venue. Let us also check the Zoom messages for any questions. All right, since I believe that all of our participants have had a very clear understanding of our president's presentation, so we will now move on to the awarding of the certificate. So to award this certificate of appreciation, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to the Honorable Francis Mapile.
May we call on our host chapter president, Engineer Mark Daryl Santano, and our Honorable Francis on the center of the stage. So together with our maybe we can invite as well our MMR chapter presidents. So please come up on the stage po. Metro East, Metro West, Metro South, Metro Central.
All right, once again, we would like to award the certificate of appreciation to our Honorable Francis Mapile for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as resource speaker on the topic about EE implementation and road ahead during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held today on August 5th, 2022. Once again, we would like to call all of our officers to be able to participate with our photo op. All right. Once again, we would like to thank the presence of our esteemed guest, Honorable Francis Mapile, and to all of our chapter presidents and officers. Thank you so much. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please.
Ayan, thank you so much. Ayan. Now, our next topic is entitled Splicing Medium Voltage Cables. And our speaker is no other than the Technical Manager of Switch Industrial Sales Corporation. So while waiting, guys, I would like to remind you once again to please use our official hashtag for today. That is hashtag 1MMR. Ayan, 1MMR whenever you post on social media. I would like to thank everyone, our delegates, our officers, national, regional, chapter officers, our speakers, our most distinguished guests, and of course, our generous sponsors. Ayan, later po, we will be having raffle draws. We'll be giving away stand fans, blenders. What else do we have? Pressure washers. And finally, ano pa nga yung isa? Apat yan eh. Coffee makers. Ayan. Coffee makers, pressure washers, blenders, and stand fans. Ayan. All right, so we are ready. Once again, please welcome the Technical Manager of Switch Industrial Sales Corporation. A big hand for Engineer Kevin D. Carlos, REE. By Mr. Salva Kumar. We also discussed about control, safety, security, and savings solutions for commercial projects by Engineer Adrian Nico M. Pleasure, REE. Of course, some business ideas, the know-how of business registration and taxation, brought to us by Mr. Nick Jewel B. Torres, CPA. We also had Engineer Christian Mark D. Artabios, who discussed power system analysis, protective device coordination. We also have another guest from overseas, Mr. Richard Hozier, who discussed engineering fire resistance wiring system. And we just had Honorable Francis V. Mapile, who discussed about e-implementation and road access. the Bunan Bay of Looping the Luzon Visayas grid. Currently, new technology tools for the electrical segment. Variable speed drives. We will also have high voltage underground system, as well as leveraging adaptability and flexibility of engineers in the workplace, a key to productivity. Our IIEE Legislation and Legal Affairs Committee will also discuss the updates on IIEE Constitution and bylaws. Also, for the next batch of technical sessions, we'll be discussing EMAX2 air circuit breaker, also an overview of Huyu product Explorer Series portfolio, engineering procurement construction or EPC challenges, and suggested mitigation measure as applied to electrical works contracting. Also, energy management and solutions. And finally, how to start a construction firm. Ayan. I hope that you will learn a lot for the 3-day Guys, wala daw pong aakyat sa stage hanggat walang masigabang palakpakan para sa ating next resource speaker. Ayan, once again, please welcome Engineer Kevin D. Carlos, REE for splicing medium voltage cables. Take it away, sir.
Good afternoon. Kumusta po mga merienda nila? Wala pa? Anyway, I'm Kevin Carlos from Switch Industrial. So before I would begin my presentation, magkaroon lang tayo ng icebreaker para magkaroon ng konting stimulation lang. Request lang po kung okay lang sa inyo, paki-interlock lang yung mga fingers natin. Okay, this is a test para lang malaman natin kung paano ba magiging approach sa presentation na to. Okay. Okay. Pag nag-interlock po kayo, merong mga persons na yung ang left thumb is over the right and yung right thumb is over the left. So sino po ba sa mga attendees natin ang right over left person? Meaning yung right thumb nila is nasa left, nakapatong. 1, 2, 3. So ilan po yung mga left over right? Mas madami. Okay. There was a study na ginawa. I'm not sure kung saan man yon, pero ang study na yon, they did say that yung mga persons na right over left, meaning yung right thumb nila is nasa left thumb, are highly intellectual people. So ilan lang kayo? Actually ako left over right din po ako. So paano naman tayo mga left over right? Ang mga left over right people naman daw, these are the people na high in sex appeal. Pwede? Pwede. So basically, itong presentation na to ni Switch Industrial is a presentation to discuss 3M products na maintindihan ng mga taong matataas ang sex appeal. Kasi alam natin yung mga intellectual people, pag in-explain ng taong mataas ang sex appeal yan, kaya nilang intindihin yan. So again, let me start my presentation. So we are Switch Industrial. We are the authorized partner of 3M in Luzon and Mindanao. You might be wondering bakit merong 3M sa labas and meron ding 3M sa loob. So si 3M po is our principal and we are the distributor. As for my profile, I am also a registered electrical engineer. My experience was with a cable manufacturing company. So I did work as a cable design and as a process engineer for a cable manufacturer. And I've worked with 3M as well for dealing with accessories for termination kits and lugs and connectors. So kung mapapansin nyo, somewhat complementing yung cable tsaka accessories. As for the company, paano nyo ba maalala si Switch? So yung on-off na switch, actually that's the name of the company. One thing din na para ma-recall nyo siya is we have been a partner of 3M's more than 20 years. So we started the business actually sa 3M talaga. So walang ibang product. Basically, electrical tapes. And one reason bakit kami naging long-time partner na ni 3M is because of the availability of stocks. We've proven our credibility to customers that in a way, kapag ang isang customer ay naputokan ng kable, tatawag sa amin yan ng madaling araw, kailangan namin ng ganitong kit. We make it to a point na meron kami ng stocks na yon, hook or by crook. Kasi at the end of the day, sa isang manufacturing company like halimbawa oil and gas or whatever, mas malaki ang revenue na nawawala sa kanila for every minute ng downtime na nangyayari sa isang planta. So again, for Sources Industrial, we value this type of industry na in a way, kailangan meron kaming solution sa mga ganitong klaseng customers. So switch, 3M distributor, and availability. Since we've been a long-time partner of 3M, we've been carrying several divisions na rin along with the 3M Electrical Markets Division. So to name a few, yan po yung nasa slides natin ngayon. So for technologies, we do know 3M has been famous mostly for their tapes. Nothing is comparable sa mga tapes ni 3M. More of sa mga lugs and connectors, the cold string technology, and as well as the resin technology. So kapag mag-i-splice kayo ng underground splice na kailangan matigas pa sa bato yung dugtong ninyo, ito po yung mga typical products na kailangan ninyong gamitin. So for power cable termination, these are the typical skills na kailangan ninyong maintindihan or malaman sa pagdeterminate. Again, we do know ang power cable has too many several components for us to understand. So kapag nagde-demo kami, nagpe-present kami ng medium voltage, we explain the specific components of a power cable as well kung anong purpose ng bawat components nito. You also have to know the skills and as well also yung mga termination kits ni 3M. So for those who are interested to know more about medium voltage hands-on training, we are most welcome to conduct a hands-on training with your company. So if you're interested, do email us. We'll schedule a session with your company. So more likely, alam na ninyong mag-terminate. Marami ng times na nagpe-present kami together with 3M on how to terminate. Pero again, ang topic natin ngayon is why do we splice? Alam naman natin na sa kable, as much as we wanted to, iniiwasan natin magdugtong ng power cable or any type of cable. Pero there will be an instance na kailangan natin magdugtong. And these are the following reasons. Some of the times, masyadong mahaba yung kable na ilalatag natin. Cable manufacturers are limited only to a certain length because of the weight, kaya hindi nila kayang ibigay yung total length requirement ng isang customer. So again, para mabuo yung total length, kailangan ninyo magdugtong. Minsan, hindi rin naiiwasan, nagkakaroon ng failure. These failures minsan gagawa ng mga daga, ng termites, or even ng tao. There are times na gusto nilang kumita ng konting pera, akala nila malaki yung copper na makukuha nila sa kable, pinuputol nila yung kable. There are times din na kapag may mga expansions, accidental backhose, tinatamaan yung mga kable natin. So there are times na kailangan ninyo magdugtong. And for rare occasions, yung T-splice na tinatawag. So those probably are the main three reasons bakit tayo kailangan magdugtong. And for the cable, so there are so many components sa isang power cable. Kapag nag-i-splice po kasi tayo ng power cable, basically dapat lahat ng itinanggal mo, kailangan mong ibalik. Like for example, nag-splice ka ng isang THHN. Kapag pinutol mo to, kailangan mo siyang idugtong. So gagamit ka ng connector. Ngayon, to re-insulate it, gagamit ka ng rubber tape tsaka vinyl. So basically, buo na yung THHN mo. Pero if a power cable, marami siyang components. So itong mga certain components na to, meron ding equivalent na 3M tapes, si 3M, na kaya magdugtong ng isang power cable. Okay, sa parts muna tayo. So start tayo sa basic. So first part of the conductor is the conductor, yung copper natin or aluminum. Sa picture na to, kung mapapansin nyo sir, merong 4 na klase ng stranding sa wire. So meron tayong solid, which is yung pinaka, as in buo talaga siya. Merong compact stranding, compressed stranding, tsaka concentric stranding. Pero just to give you an idea, yung cross-sectional area ng solid wire natin sa picture and yung cross-sectional area ng concentric stranded natin is of the same cross-sectional area lang yan. Nagigets niyo po ba? So parehas lang po lahat ang sizes ng mga wires na yan. Their only difference is yung manner ng pagkakastrand sa wire. So kapag solid kasi, wala kang mga air spaces, solid siya. Kaya kapag kinuha mo yung diameter niya, mas maliit. Pero kapag kinompact mo siya, kinompress mo siya, or concentric, mas lumalaking diameter mo dahil nagiging individual na strands yung diameter ng wire mo. So for a typical power cable, ang standard na stranding talaga is yung compact stranding, in which merong reduction ng 10% dun sa diameter as compared sa concentric. So just to keep in mind, pare-parehas po yung area ng mga yan. And paano po ba siya i-connect? Meron tayong mga bat connectors na present sa 3M, and at the same time, meron tayong tinatawag na shear bolt connector. The shear bolt connector is somewhat new sa technology natin ngayon. Basically, it can connect two sizes of wire na magkaiba. Kadalasan kasi kapag nagdudugtong tayo ng wire, minsan wala yung same size ng wire na available. So madalas ang ginagawa natin is yung nearest na lang. Halimbawa, 50 mm squared yung kable mo, pero ang available sa market is 100 mm squared. Ang shear bolt connector po, kaya magdugtong ng ganitong klaseng wire. Magkaibang sizes. Before, nung wala pang shear bolt, ang ginagawa natin, nagdadagdag bawas tayo sa strand. In which alam na naman natin, in electrical practice, hindi siya tama at hindi siya proper. So with shear bolt po, kaya niyang i-connect ang magkaibang size ng wire at magkaibang material. Copper to aluminum. So that's the advantage po ng shear bolt. Hindi ka na rin gagamit ng crimping tool dahil ang gagamitin mo na lang sa kanya is an Allen wrench. So kung gusto nyo pa malaman kung paano siya gamitin, pwede nyo po siyang i-search sa YouTube. Type nyo lang 3M shear bolt connector, makikita nyo kung paano siya gamitin. For the next component, the strand shield. So the strand shield eliminates the air gaps in between the conductor and the XLPE. Kapag kasi wala siyang strand shield, it creates these corona discharges that would basically destroy your XLPE in the long run. So sa design ng power cable, kailangan to eliminate the air gaps or yung mga air pockets na present. So ang 3M tape na equivalent naman nito is yung semiconductive tape ni 3M. It's a type of rubber tape na semiconductive. Semiconductive meaning pwede siyang daluyan ng kuryente. So it's the same component with the strand shield na present sa isang power cable. Next component would be the insulation. XLPE, yung kandila, yung puti, yun yung mga madalas na narinig kong terminology dyan. It's the insulation of the cable, so it also determines the voltage capacity of the cable. So just to give you an idea, sa Philippines kasi dalawa ang standards na ginagamit natin. Meron tayong IEEE standard in which we utilizes the voltages na 5 kV, 15 kV, 25 kV, tsaka 35 kV sa industry. And yung insulation level na 100 and 133. What's the difference between the two? Si 133 po, mas makapal ng 33% ang insulation ng isang power cable if you're comparing it to 100. Halimbawa, meron kang 15 kV na 100%, 15 kV na 133, mas makapal po ang XLPE thickness ng 15 kV na 133. So that's their only difference. IEC. There are now foreign contractors coming in, China, Korea, Thailand, to name a few, Japan. They are using this standard. So iba-iba lang yung terminologies nila. JIS for Japan, ASNZS for Australia, different. Pero again, it's the same IEC. Pagdating sa voltage class, these are the voltage class that they use. Merong 3.6/6/ or open close parenthesis 7.2. Ano po bang ibig sabihin nun? Si 3.6 po, siya yung voltage class for the line to ground voltage ng kable. Si 6 kV would be the line to line voltage of the cable, while the 7.2 is the line voltage maximum. So this is the highest voltage na kayang i-sustain ng isang power cable kapag kinokompara mo yung or pag sina-check mo yung voltage class ng IEC. In terms of voltage class, comparing it to IEEE, sa atin kapag 5 kV IEEE, ginagamit natin is yung 6 kV ng IEC. Kapag 15 kV, meron din naman siyang direct equivalent na 15. Sa 35, more likely yung ginagamit naman sa IEC is yung 30 kV nila. In terms of thickness, insulation, mas manipis po ng konti si IEC. So in terms of cost, mas mababa siya. So those are the differences of IEEE and IEC. So paano naman siya nire-rebuild gamit ang tape ni 3M? So meron tayong rubber tape that is capable of insulating up to 35,000 volts. So mamaya po makikita niyo yung rubber tape na yon. The next component would be the semiconductor shield tsaka yung metallic shield. So ito yung outer semicon na tinatawag natin. There are times na gumagamit tayo ng copper wire shield. There are times na gumagamit tayo ng copper tape shield. So kapag wala po kasing shielding ang isang power cable, ang high stress concentration niya would focus on the nearest metallic conduit. Like for example, sa scenario na to, yung kable natin nakalatag sa isang metallic pipe. So ang high stress concentration niya is dun na sa baba ng metallic pipe natin. If meron kang metallic shielding na nakarap dun sa kable natin, it provides an even distribution dun sa stress sa kable natin. So wala kang parang nag-hotspot sa kable natin. So to repair or splice a cable na pampalit mo dun sa component na yon, you have the Scotch 13 semiconductive tape and you have the Scotch 24 shielding braid. So this one po is made of copper na ginawa lang tape ni 3M. So tanso po yan. Pag-provide as continuity sa shielding ng power cable. And then, lastly would be the jacket. So again, we do know ang jacket would be the mechanical protection of the cable. So rubber tape lang yan, tsaka vinyl. Okay? So ang dami kong diniscuss na components kanina. Pero ito lang po yung tapes na kailangan natin para makapag-splice tayo ng isang power cable. You have the Scotch 13 semiconductive tape which will provide continuity for the semicon components. You have the Scotch 24 to provide continuity for the shielding or yung copper tape or yung copper wire. And you have the Scotch 130C to provide So you have the Scotch 130C to provide continuity for the insulation or the XLPE and the Scotch 33 for the outer jacket. So kami sa Switch Industrial, we recommend mga industrial companies to have these tapes na readily on hand sa warehouse nila. Kasi at the end of the day, kapag emergency, hindi natin kasi masasabi kung kailan. So once na nagkaroon kayo ng emergency na naputulan kayo ng cable or kailangan nyo mag-repair, these are the basic tapes that you need to splice a power cable. Ngayon, kung paano, gaano pa kapal, gaano ba kahaba yung babalatan, we also have the procedure on how to do this tape splicing ni 3M. So meron tayong kailangan thickness na sundan, kailangan haba na gawin. So basically, ang cable preparation naman ito, parang termination lang din. Ang difference lang is dalawang kable babalatan mo para madugtong mo yung dalawang kable. Okay? Now, kung gusto nyo naman ng medyo advanced, meron tayong tinatawag na QS3 na splicing kit ni 3M. So ito naman po yung tinatawag nilang quick splice na cold shrink ni 3M. So anong pinagkaiba niya? Basically, pre-molded na lahat, cold shrink. Mas mabilis ang repair. So meron lang tayong several models available for 15 kV that is capable of splicing 5 kV to 15, and then meron tayong pang 25, meron tayong pang 35. So just to give you an idea how is this being done, this is a video actually that came from YouTube as well. So it's not a video that came from us. Pwede nyo pong makita to sa YouTube anytime. So first and foremost, again, ang importance ng pag-splice ng cold shrink is kailangan lahat ng components is nakapark na sa loob. Kasi once na na-connect mo na yung connector mo, hindi mo na sila magagamit. So kailangan dapat lahat nakapasok lang. So first objective is to connect the conductor. So gumamit siya ng compression connector. And then very important then that you follow the procedure for the cutback. This is an electrode, so it's also included in the kit. So there are times kasi na minsan maliit yung wire, kailangan mong ilagay yan, which is nakalagay din naman sa procedure. So this is the splice body. Yung splice body natin, tatlong components na yan. Inner semicon, insulation, saka outer semicon. Kaya magtataka kayo bakit hindi na siya naglagay ng semiconductive tape sa loob. Kasi itong splice body na to is 3 components in 1 na. So na-connect niya na yung tatlong components up to the semicon material. So ang next naman na ipoprovide niya ng continuity would be the metallic shielding. So this braid is made of copper din. Tin-coated copper. So since na-connect niya na yung shield, ang next naman na i-connect niya would be the jacket na. So yan po yung rejacketing tube. So cold shrink din po siya. So hihilay lang siya dun sa mismong kable, yayakap na siya dun sa kable natin. This splice kit is intended for direct burial applications, submerged applications, so pwede siyang mabasa. Ngayon, if i-expose nyo siya sa outdoor, kailangan nyo lang pong balutan ng Scotch 33 na vinyl tape yung cold shrink jacket natin. So if you'd like to see yung actual splice kit na to, meron tayong isang sample na nakahang dun sa booth namin for you to see kung anong itsura ba ng isang QS3 na splice body. And these splice kits po are, again, locally available na kay Switch. So kung may mga emergency kayo at gusto niyo na mas mabilis yung trabaho, mas lesser yung downtime, ito po yung mga kits na pwede namin marirecommend. Ang tanong dyan is, syempre, first time yung gagawin to. Isa sa mga support na binibigay ni Switch is we provide assistance. Meaning kung gagawa kayo sa site, sasamahan po namin kayo para ma-install ng tama yung splicing kit natin. kung nakapag-terminate na kayo ng 3M termination kit, actually, halos ganun lang din naman ang installation ng QS3 na splicing kit. Wala naman siya pinagkaiba doon. So, that is for the splicing. So, let me add lang yung mga other products namin with Switch. So, we also sell or carry yung mga personal protective equipments ni 3M. Like yung mga products na to. And if you would like to see more of these products, meron pong naka-display sa booth namin. For abrasives, so we have the typical cutting and grinding, and we have these two products. Actually, yung dalawang product na yan are made of Scotch Brite. Sino po ba dito yung mga madalas magugas ng plato? Joke lang. Kung napapansin nyo, pag naguhugas tayo ng plato, ang ginagamit nyo is Scotch Brite. Hindi na pupudpud yung mga kaldero kung nagugas tayo. Ha? So, it's the same material na ginamit din for this type of product. Yung nasa gitna would be a clean and strip na Scotch Brite ni 3M, and yung isa naman would be the hand pad. Saan po ba siya ginagamit? Kadalasan kapag nag-PPM kayo ng mga terminal connections, like specifically mga bus bar, yung mga nagkakaroon na ng mga green or yung nagkakaroon na ng ibang kulay, nililihan nyo yan, correct? Kapag nililihan nyo kasi siya, the problem with sandpaper is nababawasan yung metal. Makikita nyo naman yun may mga grits kayo ng copper na nalalaglag. So with Scotch Brite po kasi, it just basically cleans the surface. Hindi niya binabawasan yung metallic component nung bus bar natin. So meron tayong Scotch Brite na pwedeng ibala sa angle grinder. Kung gusto nyo maglinis halimbawa ng isang panel, i-strip to metal ninyo. Or kung gusto yung mga malilit na cleaning lang, we have the hand pads as well. So again, these products are available sa booth. And if you would like to set a hands-on demonstration of these products, do let us know din as well. Pwede kami magpunta sa mga sites ninyo at i-demo itong mga products na to. Tapes and adhesives, so yung mga lane marking tapes, double adhesive tapes, tapos yung mga tinatawag nilang anti-skid or mga safety walk na tapes. And then for commercial solutions, cleaning, and yung mga mattings na tinatawag. This is comparable dun sa mga car mats ninyo sa kotse, pero mas makapal siya. Usually ginagamit for sa mga lobbies, sa mga entrance ng mga hotels, sa mga receptions. So those are the products that we carry. So that ends the presentation. So again, I'm Kevin Carlos. I'm the Technical Sales Manager of Switch Industrial. That is my contact details, my email address. I'm located in Manila. Miss Vilma, you would probably know her already. Yung iba alam siya as Miss Wilma. So siya din ang sales manager namin. Dito rin siya based sa Manila. And si Mr. Mario Vargas is our sales naman sa Batangas area. So that ends the presentation. Hopefully yung mga matatasang sex appeal dito, naiintindihan ninyo yung presentation ko. And kung hindi nyo siya naiintindihan, pwede nyo naman akong puntahan sa booth to again discuss further kung meron kayong mga questions with regards to the product. So in behalf of Switch Industrial, maraming salamat po Metro Manila Regional MMR for inviting us to be one of your sponsors. We thank you for this opportunity and again, maraming salamat po.
Pasensya na po, hindi nag-on ang aking microphone. Maraming salamat po once again, Engineer Carlos. So if you have any questions, please feel free to type it in using our chat box via Zoom. Of course, we could also cater questions. Here on site, meron po ba kayong question? Going once, twice. If there be none, maraming salamat po muli. Engineer Kevin D. Carlos, REE. Palakpakan po natin ang ating resource speaker. And of course, sir, please stay po muna with us. Dito po tayo. Sa gitnang part to receive your certificate of appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Kevin Carlos for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as technical speaker on the topic about splicing medium voltage cables during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022, given this 5th day of August 2022 via Zoom, video conferencing, and of course live here at Novotel Manila. Signed, our officers. So let's have a photo up po. To present, here are our officers. Once again, thank you so much po. And of course, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Arthur A. Lopez, the former national president and the current president of IIEE Foundation. Now, for our last topic for today's session, our speaker will be joined via Zoom. The presentation is entitled Introduction to Energy Audit. Please welcome the Energy Efficiency and Energy Management Expert, Engineer Raymond A. Marquez, REE. Go ahead, sir.
Hi. How's my audio?
Ayan. Okay naman po, sir.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon again. Okay, so my topic is Introduction to Energy Audit. This is the result of, the DOE circular on the implementation of every 3 years for Type 1 or Type 2 DE or designated establishment to undergo energy audit. Okay. As you all know, Type 1 DE is 500,000 to 4 million kilowatt hours per year, and Type 2 is 4 million kilowatt hours and above per year. Okay. So let me. There's a pointer. Okay, so the slides I am presenting came from ASHRAE Standard 211 and from a seminar given by Asian Productivity Organization on energy audit and energy management. Okay, so first is definition of energy audit. According to ASHRAE, they define energy audits as processes in which engineering service providers identify and recommend efficiency opportunities to clients. Okay? There are two objectives of the energy audit. First one is to reduce the energy use and or cost of operating a building. So yun yung primary, no? To reduce the energy use. And second, to improve indoor environmental quality experienced by the occupants, especially for commercial buildings. Now, under this ASHRAE 211, there are 3 levels. Actually, for me, it's 4 levels under this standard. So stated, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. Okay, so first level, or I call it level 0, is the preliminary energy use analysis, wherein the energy auditors will get more information about the facility to come up with to calculate the kilowatt hour per square meter and other information before he go to level 1. Okay, level 1 is walkthrough, and this requires experts on conducting the energy audit. Normally, in our case, we do it like half day to 1 whole day, depending on the complexity of the facility. Okay, and there's no metering. No, for level 1, there's no metering involved. So we will use the meters installed at the site. Now, for level 2, it's energy survey analysis. This requires metering, and there's more details later on. While on level 3, it's more detailed survey and analysis. For level 2, the difference between level 3 and level 2, it's the amount of or the number of days for data collection. For level 3, normally it's 1 month to 6 months. While for level 2, it's I for one, normally for commercial buildings, 7 or 8 days continuous. No, maximum is 1 month. Okay, so between the two, level 3, of course, is more expensive because there's a lot more number of days of data collection. Now, under the DOE clarification document issued earlier in this year, they talk about the energy audits to be with that, which has a deadline of 31 December 2022. But it doesn't state what level should be done. No, so I clarified with them, and they said that level 1 or level 2 is acceptable. Energy audit. So I would normally suggest level 1 for now because there's no baseline. Then eventually, after 3 years, maybe DOE will impose level 2 in our respective facilities. Okay. Okay, so who can conduct energy audits? The energy assessment provider may be one person or a team with several members. No? In our case, we have 5 in our team. First team, I'm creating another team for to do parallel energy audits. No? First one is building envelope expert. Mechanical engineer, we have 2. There's focus on energy audits, and 2 electrical engineers. No? We also do the energy modeling and the financial modeling in the team. So again, going back to the DOE circular that was released first quarter of this year, they mentioned that an energy audit can be done by accredited or registered or certified energy auditor or a certified energy auditor. Now let's talk about level 1, the preliminary walkthrough audit. The level 1 audit allows the overall energy consumption of the facility to be evaluated. Okay, so overall energy consumption is expected to give an overview, so more of macro, and provide rough estimate of savings and costs. Okay, so macro. So then the process, you conduct the preliminary energy analysis, so yung data gathering or data collection, very early stage. Then conduct a walkthrough survey, identify low cost, no cost recommendations, and identify capital improvements. Okay. Now, the report will be brief. It includes estimate savings from the utility, rate change, also savings from estimated improvement or energy efficiency measure. You compare the EUI or the energy utilization index to that of similar sites. Summarize utility data then estimate savings if EUI meets the target. So that's for level 1. Now for level 2, or what we call energy survey and analysis audit, so it's more detailed and it also requires short-term metering and logging. Okay, so the process, you have a detailed site visit, review of mechanical and electrical design, condition, and O&M practices. Okay. Measure key parameters, analyze capital measures, savings and costs, including interaction, meet with the owner and operators to review recommendations. Okay, so big difference between level 2 and level 1, there's metering. Of course, if you have sub-meters already, we will validate that sub-meters installed. Like in the most recent energy audit that we conducted for a hotel, they had sub-meters already, but when we measured using our meters or PQAs, we found out that most of their meters are off or not calibrated. So we included that findings in our report, no, to have maybe every 2 years or 3 years calibration of their energy meters. Okay, as to the report, estimate low cost, no cost savings, perform detailed end use breakdown. This end use breakdowns shows the percentage of, let's say, steam consumption or refrigeration, production, and other energy use for this industrial facility. While for commercial buildings, it's normally HVAC, which is like 60 to 70%. And then you have, elevators, then offices, etc. Then estimate capital project costs and savings. With level 2, we have more details on the project cost and savings, no, because you have enough time to solicit, quotes from vendors. Complete building description and equipment inventory, complete general description of considered measures, recommend measurement and verification method, and financial analysis, no, on the level 2. Okay, for level 3, it's called detailed analysis of capital intensive modifications audit. Level 3 audit provides a detailed analysis of energy usage, may cover the whole facility, or may concentrate on an individual item and or system. So as mentioned earlier, this is like 1 month to as long as 6 months. Okay, and it's detailed metering and data logging. So from level 2, you have additional information, testing or monitoring, and schematic layouts for recommendations. So for us to report more details, no, versus that of level 2. Okay. Now let's compare the different levels in terms of process and reports. No? So if you notice level 1, it's like 4 steps. No, if you were able to identify, or the energy auditors have identified the capital improvements and low cost, that's it for level 1. Okay, but for level 2, it's much more in terms of energy efficiency measures and others. But in our case, we normally, besides a walkthrough visit, we include the interviews for each energy use stakeholder. Okay. Now, of course, for level 3, it's more comprehensive, like the entire process, at the same time with the reports also. Okay. So that's why level 1 is more is cheaper than level 2. Okay, so this came from Asian Productivity Organization, the seminar I attended on energy audits and management. Okay, so here the key consideration for measurements to estimate energy use. Do we need to measure everything? No. We are after the major energy use. So in that case, for commercial buildings, we isolate the HVAC, the lighting, the elevators, others, and then maybe tenants, no? Or in the case of industrial, it's production. Okay. Okay, we need to measure enough to estimate energy use and savings for the required level of accuracy. So in case of level 1, if there's no submeters, we will estimate the energy use. And has to be to match that of the annual energy consumption as reported. Okay, it is acceptable to make estimations and use documented data depending on details required. Consider saving potential, accuracy versus cost, and the risk. Okay. Now the following slides are instruments used for spot measurements. Now, as mentioned, for level 2, it's spot measurements. So you have multimeters, or power meters, pressure gauges, tachometers, light or lux meter, thermometers, or in the case of industrial boilers, stack gas analyzer. And for short-term metering, now you have more information like current data loggers, flow meters, pressure loggers, dew point, velocity, and temperature loggers. Okay, to be installed. For long-term, they call it permanently installed because it's long-term. But in our case, we use PQAs. We will have more memory for data collection. Okay, more information, power loggers, no? Of course, three-phase to measure RMS, power factor, kVA, kVAR, hertz. Okay. Current loggers, do have that. Multimeters, clamp meters. Now we have also power clamp meter. Nowadays, there's digital already. Currently, in our inventory, we have 8 PQAs and 4 current data loggers, plus several clamp meters, whether it's current or power meters. Of course, you have the infrared thermal camera, okay, to look for, to check the insulation, the infiltration, exfiltration, hotspots in the system. These instruments are used for level 2, of course. These are the results of the infrared thermal camera. Okay, you see the hotspots. Temperature loggers, okay, important, especially for those that require or dependent on ambient temps like HVAC and refrigeration. Okay. Okay, you have PQAs. This is a sample from Fluke, yes, Fluke, and the other brands that can measure harmonics also. Then you have ultrasonic liquid flow meter, ultrasonic, so there's no disruption. You can install it, just remove the insulation, measure this requirement in terms of diameter, distance between input and output. And then there's data logging capability of these ultrasonic liquid flow meters. Currently, we have 3 chilled water and hot water application. For refrigeration flow meter, ultrasonic, we have someone who we rent out. We pay rental for ultrasonic gas flow meter. Very expensive. You have pressure measurements. You have, of course, pressure gauges. In case we doubt the calibration of their pressure gauges, we install our own or install our pressure data loggers. Ultrasonic leak detector for pressure and vacuum leaks, exhaust system leaks, no? Related to steam or compressed air. Anemometer for HVAC. Use. Then you have flue gas for furnaces, boilers, and ovens. Here we rent out because it's also a very expensive tool, the flue gas analyzer. Okay, for For electricals, you have lighting measurements, basic electrical, no? The lux meter. Then you have indoor air quality for CO, CO2, and RH, and temperature. Okay, sample installation of ultrasonic flow meters, okay, for HVAC application. That's for the evaporator side. This one is for condenser side. Then you have the electrical side of it, using the PQA. Okay, then EA safety guidelines, general, of course, safety shoes, scaffolds, for electrical, rubber gloves, 600 or 1000 volts maximum, equipment grounding, then mechanical equipment stoppage during installation of sensors, whether pressure or temperature. Now, for commercial buildings, this is the normal requirement before the walkthrough, no? The utility billing, 12 months. Could include electricity, water, fuel, site plan, floor plan, equipment schedule that mentions model, brand, quantity, condition, and ratings. Then mechanical schematic diagrams, especially for buildings, you have HVAC. But for industrial, it could be steam, compressed air, refrigeration, and cooling. And then, of course, the electrical signal diagrams. Now, here we have an example of building energy audit level 2, no? In terms of contents. No? So first one is, of course, executive summary. Then you have the methodology. The methodology has 4 parts. Part 1 is baseline, facility description. Part 2 is walkthrough analysis. Part 3 is building and systems report. So here, papasok na yung building envelope, HVAC systems. No? Then part 4, energy analysis summary. Okay, based on your analysis, walkthrough, etc. And part 5 is detailed recommendations. Of course, the difference in terms of table of contents of level 2 and level 1, it's almost the same, but the contents will be much simpler because in case of level 1, there's no metering involved. So you just present the assumptions. Now we will, I will discuss a case study, level 2 in the US. No? But unfortunately, I cannot share samples here in the Philippines because of NDAs signed. So here it's a level 2 Franklin building in California. Okay, of course, as mentioned earlier, you have the executive summary. So what's the content of the summary? Executive summary, it's an overview of the results of the energy audit level 2 in this case. Then you have a short mention of operation maintenance measures and capital improvement measures for that particular building. In this case, in this energy audit report, there are 2 buildings involved, 140 and 160 Franklin. Okay, the next part is methodology. So here you mentioned which ASHRAE was selected as your reference. So here it mentions level 2 energy audit. Okay, based on what standard ASHRAE. Okay. Now, next part is investigation and data collection. So here you mentioned about when you conducted the first meeting, then the succeeding meetings. In terms of documentation review, what documents were reviewed, what are not included in this energy audit level 2. Okay, for part 1, baseline facilities description, it mentions the facility in general. Let's say, well, of course, this is in the US. It mentions 15,000 square foot. The other one is 30,000 square foot. No? And it mentions about glazing being used in the building. And they're using wood frame with steel throughout. The roof is a single-ply vinyl roofing system. And what's their general occupancy? So that's the general information. Then you have on the right side, the primary building type. In this case, it's office building list. Then you have, you have other choices like hotel, apartments, etc. Then you have an energy performance summary for that year. In this case, it's 2008. Of course, in the US, you have electricity and natural gas. Natural gas is used for heating, while electricity is used for cooling and the other consumption. Okay, so dito kaya dalawa sa kanila. For in our case, well, except for industrial, you have electricity and coal, for example, or diesel or bunker. Okay, then right side, you have energy and cost indices. Now, EUI, ito yung EUI, na Energy Utilization Index, is just the kilowatt hour per gross floor area. Okay, so in their case, they're using kBTU per square foot per year. In our case, it's kilowatt hour per square meter per year. Okay. In terms of cost index, it's the total cost of the year annual divided by gross floor area. Okay. And then analysis of metered electrical demand. Currently, they have a maximum demand of 54,400 kilowatt per month. And then you divide it by gross floor area, then you get a watts per square foot. Okay. Then here, critical is to compare that building with that of an established building in the area, or in this case in the US. No? So they're comparing 82 and 52, I think. Okay. The problem here in the Philippines, if you ask DOE, there's no benchmarking yet to be used as reference or for the EUI. So what we did with the hotel that we just finished, we used information from Singapore to compare. Now, in terms of preliminary building use, you know, the average hours per week and average weeks per year. Then you have the overall building schedule. Okay, now on the right side, it's the 12 months data, okay, in terms of electricity, kilowatt hours, and the cost. Then a description of the systems. No? Like here in the case, of course, for commercial building, it's basically HVAC. But in the US, you have cooling under HVAC, cooling, heating, fans, and HVAC controls. No? Heating, they use this reheat, VAV reheat with preheating coil. Okay. Okay, then for cooling, they use DX, no? Or direct expansion. Okay. Now, on the right side, electrical system, you have interior lighting, exterior lighting, lighting controls. Then, lastly, the fossil fuel system. They're using natural gas for domestic hot water. Okay, part 2, walkthrough analysis. Okay, so here they classify the existing system into zones, no, or function types, no, A, B, C, D, E, F. So A, okay, under A you have 2. Okay, function type 2. Function type here, it's corridor. So this column refers to corridors. Letter B refers to general. Letter C refers to toilet and washroom. Letter D refers to reception and waiting. Letter E refers to 22. That's elevator lobbies or atrium. And letter F refers to reading, typing, and filing. Okay, so yeah. And then they measure the condition area, the space, okay, weeks per year, usage, space usage. And then what's the lighting type use? In this case, they're using fluorescent lamps. And the HVAC is they're using VAV. Okay. Then building shell. Okay, kasi with ASHRAE, you have 3 systems. No? Building, mechanical, and electrical system. So building envelope, ito na yung building envelope part. No? Building shell refers to the wall, the roof, the floor. Okay. whether it's insulated or not. No? So that's part of the description. Then you have the operation maintenance. No? The right side is lighting systems data. Okay, in this case, again, 100% is fluorescent. Part 3 is building and systems report. Envelope of characteristics. Okay, so W1 is wall. They're using wood. No, W1 is wood. D3 is door, uninsulated metal. D5 is glass. R2 is wood deck roof. G11 is windows. No, G11 is single glaze. G12 is single glaze. Single glaze. Okay, so then you mention about the R values. Glass shading if there is, and the area covered under that. That's for level 2. Okay. Lighting system characteristic mentions typical watts per square foot. Of course, again, in the US, in this case, they approximately have 1.3 watts per square foot. But California Energy Commission says 1.1 watts per square foot as a reference. Then HVAC system, for heating system, gas fuel source, cooling system, electric source, and air system. Then you have to make targets. No? So reduction in terms of electricity and natural gas. Again, tabulate it. Then there you need to compute again the EUI after you do the target reduction. Part 4 is energy analysis summary. Okay, so here you list down actual use, no, letter A, and then target. So of course you see the reduction from 57.11 nagiging 32.53. Okay. And then on the right side are the breakdown of annual energy use. No? Space heating, outdoor air heating, space cooling, fans, pumps, etc. In tabulated form. And then you can now make this pie chart. So now you can see any biggest areas of energy use, or for which you can now focus on it in terms of energy reduction. Okay. The right side is the recommended energy efficiency measures. It listed 13. Okay, 13 energy efficiency measures, ano yung dollars per year save, and the estimated cost. Then a simple payback is given also. Okay. So in the case of our energy audits, if it's level 2 or even level 1, at the end of 3 years, DOE will expect that you have undergone some of the energy efficiency measures, and now they will require an energy audit to validate whether you were able to achieve the savings that was committed. Okay, and then lastly, part 5, detailed recommendations. So especially for level 2, yung 13 EEMs naka-breakdown na. So how we what are needed to be done. Okay. And that's it. No, you can email me or contact me for clarification. But I'm open for questions at this point.
Any questions po? As regards introduction to energy audit, anybody who would like to raise their questions?
Okay, everyone has a deadline. Type 1 and Type 2 DEs are required to have an energy audit by 31 December 2022. Ito na yun. Itong December na.
Any questions online, sir? All right. So I guess that is it, sir. Maraming salamat po. And with that, we would like to present this certificate of appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Raymond Marquez for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as resource speaker on the topic about Introduction to Energy Audit during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading On to Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022. Given this 5th day of August 2022 via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, our officers. Once
Thank
again,
you.
maraming salamat po, Engineer.
Thank you.
Ayan. So, that's it. Our last topic, our last technical topic for today. And now, we are excited to give away prizes for our raffle draw. But before that, we are going to play some audiovisual presentation. So eyes on the screen, please. And let us all watch this. Tomorrow, please be early po, ha? Because the early birds will have the chance to qualify for our another round of raffle draw tomorrow. Ayan, thank you so very much po once again for your generosity. And once again, I would like to acknowledge our prestige partners, our Jade sponsor, Eaton Electric Philippines, our platinum sponsors, 3M Philippines Incorporated, Koban Kiat Hardware Incorporated, Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation, First Gen Energy Solutions Incorporated, Panasonic Manufacturing Corporation, Switch Industrial Sales Corporation. Our diamond sponsors, Danitech Power Systems Incorporated, Magic Lux Company, Presidium.ph Corporation, Shielding Electric Corporation, Wholesale Electric Asia Philippines. Our emerald sponsor, Prisma Electrical Controls Corporation. Of course, our gold sponsors, Fighter Lock Philippines Incorporated, Intelsis Power Controls Corporation, LS Electric, U and Cow, Electrical Supply, Energy OPC Mega Female Corporation. And of course, we do have our conference sponsors. Our lunch sponsor, SM Engineering Design and Development Corporation. Our event shirt sponsor, FMJ, Cliff Fabricator, Crown Asia Chemicals Corporation, Safeplus International Corporation, Thunderlinks. Those who sponsored our technical presentation, ABB Incorporated, Eaton Cooper Industries, International LLC Philippines Branch, First Multi-Tech Industrial and Development Corporation, South Dodge Philippines Energy Products Corporation, Meralco, Nidec Thailand, Our registration sponsor, R&R Support Systems Incorporated. The plant tour sponsor, Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation. The second MV Cable Termination Olympics sponsor, Priam Philippines Incorporated. Souvenir program advertisers, Priam Philippines Incorporated, Kubankiat Hardware Incorporated, Danitech Power Systems Incorporated, Eaton Electric Philippines, ENA Power Buildings Incorporated, First Gen Energy Solutions Incorporated, Magic Lux Company, New Energy Nexus Philippines, Panasonic Manufacturing Corporation, Presidium.ph Corporation, RP Cericos Incorporated Metro East Chapter, Shilin Electric Corporation, SM Engineering Design and Development Corporation, Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Thunderlinks Integrated Corporation, Wholesale Electric Asia Philippines. Our logo ad sponsor, AC Tech Services, Crown Asia Chemicals Corporation, Alice Cable and System. The RME Forum technical sponsors, Priam Philippines Incorporated, Fluke, MHI Engine System Philippines, Static Power. The second IIEE MMR Sports Olympic chapter sponsors, RP Cericos Incorporated, Starbites, iPower Incorporated, Venus Electrical Solutions, Bonner Linkage Enterprise, L2J Contracting and Supplies Company, X-Twist Electrical Services and Supplies Company, Arco Limited Industries Corporation, Moiblen Marketing Solutions, Pure Power Manufacturing Corporation, Tomelec Power Systems Incorporated, Twin Torres Logistics Incorporated, Vetstro M Company Limited, United Electrical Specialists, Bear Electric System Incorporated, Alternative Power Solutions Incorporated, Column Energy Technique Incorporated, Electricom Incorporated, Trosho Engineering Services, LG Industrial, and Shiryo Philippines. And finally, the golf tournament sponsors, BGC Field Builder Incorporated, Alexis Power Corporation, Durlux International Lightning or Lightings Incorporated, Unit Building Solutions Incorporated, Golden Ratio Electro Automation Systems Incorporated, Goldline Power Innovations, Green Power Solution Provider Incorporated, Interconnect Systems Incorporated, Indo-Pacific Construct Corporation, L2J Contracting and Supplies Company, Mon Richer Construction and Development Corporation, One Kinetic Enterprise, PowerEdge Solution Philippines Incorporated, Solid Tech Metal Trading and Fabrication, Thunderlink Integrated Corporation. Napakahaba po ng listahan. Maraming salamat po for your generosity. Palakpakan po natin ang ating sponsors. Ayan. So before we proceed to the next audiovisual presentation, I would like to remind everyone to please do your best to be early tomorrow kasi yung mga early birds po natin yung magkakaroon ng chance to be qualified sa ating another round of raffle draw tomorrow morning. And also, did you know that all sessions are recorded? Again, all our technical sessions are recorded. So that is a good thing about the hybrid setup, right? We get to get back to the past topics that we have. Kahapon, we had several topics as well. And if you weren't able to attend those, you could have access to it. Just reach out to iie.mmrc@gmail.com. Once again, that is iie.mmrc@gmail.com. And now, for another audio-visual presentation, eyes on the screen.
The pride comes from the idea that you know your job has a purpose.
And it's always bigger than you. Like how the mall is a customer journey.
And how it is an opportunity for people to work in their hometowns. And knowing that keeps us driven
to perform every single day.
Our offices are the arenas, the theaters, the rinks, and the parks.
We bring world-class acts and shows to the country, creating lifestyle-defining experiences.
Understanding what's at stake in our jobs
makes us results-oriented. Imagine one day you can just look at the horizon, point to that building and say, I am a part of that. To create with a commitment
to excellent speed and intensity. This is the key to a new chapter in their lives. Being a part of making that happen will always be a privilege. That always keeps me mindful
and accountable for the quality of my work. My pride is a daily chance to show the Filipino hospitality. So I always go above and beyond for exceptional performance.
And that's what makes us the #1 integrated property developer in Asia.
We have found our purpose. How about you? We are SM Prime.
Hi, I am Camille L. Rojas, an engineering officer at SMEDB Corporation. I've been with the company for about 5 years. I handle indoor substation system of the 76 SM malls. My role is to draft guidelines, propose standardizations and improvements to electrical system, as well as the maintenance service repairs and engineering data analytics. Our team is assigned to analyze data and trends of existing repair work orders and devise improvement plans to effectively enhance our system. We are also tasked to standardize the scope of work and cost of repairs, and most importantly, streamline the process of project approvals of our 75 malls. The biggest achievement that I have acquired during my stay with SM is that I was able to draft 25 guidelines with specification and design criteria that is now being implemented to SM malls, both constructing and existing ones. Before we were able to draft guidelines, we are to check if this complies with the established codes, especially for the local and international standards, commercial impact of the proposed standard against the current setup of our existing system, and the benefits that SM could gain from it, especially for the energy-saving technologies available in the market. Even though this is the most challenging experience, there is an amplified fulfillment and feeling of accomplishment to every guidelines and standards that is approved by the management. I remember when I was interviewed by our division head. He asked me to promise him 2 things: honesty and integrity. From that day on, in every work I do with SM, I always abide by these 2 virtues or 2 values. Kasi kahit anong galing natin sa workplace, if these are not done without honesty and integrity, we will never get the sense of fulfillment and success. I am grateful to SM for the management who is always giving us 100 support and challenging us to level up in everything that we do. Prior this pandemic, I was able to enjoy the team building activities, Christmas party, and the other events that they initiate for us to become one EDP. Most especially to my colleagues who I work with and to my immediate heads who honed and mentored my skills and extended their knowledge for us to become who we are now. For us to still be the #1 project delivery company, we should aim for more or higher. As the world and technology is changing, we need to continuously improve our system as well.
Hi, my name is Mark Kevin Maligat. My colleagues call me Mark. I'm working as resident engineer at SMEDD for almost 4 years. I am assigned to do and handle new construction, renovation, and expansion SMOs. We are focused on doing and managing the MEPs from the design stage up to the bidding, installation and commissioning, testing and commissioning, up to the project closeout. Every day is different from yesterday. New problem, new learning. You'll be faced with the reality that there is so much to learn in this industry. You have to grow and adapt after each day. Either you get pulled by the trend or you just go with it at the same time at your own pace. This culture of testing your limit really produces the best professional in the field. No wonder SM Group of Companies is the leading retail group in the country. SM EDD heads are not the typical boss you'll expect. They'll give you the privilege of working freestyle. You have to be resourceful and creative in delivering or doing your job, because at the end of the day, they are after the result. You have to work smart and delivering quality projects on time. They are open to ways of solving a problem, but at the same time, will advise you if they got inputs or better approach. I am grateful for the management. They'll make you feel they always got your back and fulfill our needs. They develop employee engagement activities where you can interact with other departments. I participated in basketball and volleyball leagues. It really helps a lot for us to have a better team coordination in any project. And also the side benefit of meeting new friends and expanding your professional network and contacts. I am grateful that I am continuing to understand engineering trades like the air conditioning and ventilation system, the fire protection system, and the plumbing and sanitary system. It's the joy of comprehending these systems and designing them to work efficiently. The experience from the design stage up to actually maintaining these items. I can say I made a great leap in my career with my competitive team and really grew more than I expected as a professional.
I'm Onofre E. Algara Jr., Engineering Operations Manager at SMEDD Corp. I've been with the company for 5 years and 8 months. I started my engineering career as a resident engineer assigned at SM City Santa Rosa way back 2015. Adjusting from being a student to a licensed electrical engineer is really intimidating. But I owe everything I learned in the world of engineering to SM. I was assigned to monitor everything about MEX, how equipment operates, and how it is maintained. But now, as an operations manager handling standalone stores, I have to see through every project detail submitted by my REs for the benefit of the company and the clients. So in general, I must still have the technical knowledge as an RE and at the same time, talent in people management. The most challenging experience I have encountered where my capabilities are really tested is the electrical fault happened in one of my branches handled. So normal electrical supply have been compromised and backup power is getting out of control. But despite all of this, the show must go on or the mall must be open. But after all, hindi ko naman mabilang yung learnings and it was really worth it. I learned a lot from my boss. Multitasking, working on pressure, and most importantly, malasakit. So he used to tell me, think the company as your own. And these are my everyday guidelines every time I go to work. So sabi nga nila, if you like or love your job, you don't have to work. And for me, that's how SM keeps an employee like me. Having the mentality of keeping yourself busy can get to the top. Just like any other company, SM is continuously improving despite this pandemic that we are facing. There are still things to be standardized when it comes to cost, guidelines, and others. As a proud member of the engineering group or engineering arm of SM Group, if someone wants to prosper in their career, think what you can give to the company rather than what you can get. By doing your job, you'll get to learn unexpected things, and this will be enough reason for you to stand out. SMEDD have had given me the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to level up my skills in the field of engineering.
Hello everyone! I am Val and I am here to guide you on how you can become a member of SMEDD through our seamless talent acquisition process. In order for you to know what are the vacancies in SMEDD and select the best opportunity that suits your qualifications and experiences, please go to our website at smprimecareers.com/SMEDD or scan the QR code. When we receive your profile, our recruitment team will send you an application form. As soon as we receive and review your profile, we will contact you and conduct an online interview. Once you pass the initial interview, you will be sent a link for our tests. These tests are video proctored and can be done at the comforts of your home. Upon passing the exam, you will be scheduled for an interview. Our recruitment team will get in touch with you before sending a calendar invite for the next level interviews. Technical interviews will be conducted by our hiring managers. Once you pass, you shall be given a job offer and medical endorsement. Secure your medical clearance and complete your pre-employment requirements. You shall be given your start date and attend our onboarding program. So, what are you waiting for? Please visit our website or scan the QR code found on the screen and be one of us. This is SMEDD, proud to be the best project delivery company built by you.
Ayan, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are ready to award our raffle draw winners. Are we? Ayan. So, guys, yung kanina pa lang sinabi ko ha, baka naman hindi na kayo umattend bukas kasi recorded naman. Wag ganun. Siyempre, mas maganda pa rin pag live kasi you get to ask our speaker, diba, right after each session. Tsaka iba pa rin talaga pag live. Plus, meron pa kayong chance na manalo nga ng ating raffle prizes. Tapos, tomorrow pa pala ipapamigay yung ating ilan sa mga binanggit ko kanina tulad ng pressure washers, tapos yung isang coffee maker kasi dalawa yon. So, if I were you, be ready to be early tomorrow. Ayan. Are we ready to draw our winners? Tapos guys, upload na rin kayo on IG, Facebook, pwede na rin diba sa Twitter, pwedeng mag-upload din sa Twitter ng photos or videos using our official hashtag, that is hashtag 1MMR. And also for our virtual attendees, we'll be giving away 2 sets of PEC2. I think this is the Philippine Electric Code 2. Also, 2 winners of IIEE cap. Ayan, customized po, IIEE. And another 2 winners for the IIEE car emblem. Ayan. For our on-site attendees, we'll be giving away 2 stand fans, 2 blenders, And 1 coffee maker po muna. Bukas na yung another one. Was the pressure washers. Yesterday, we had our day 1 talaga, pero pure technical sessions lang yon. We discussed about what you need to know about GOP, promoting research and development culture among EE practitioners, SwitchGuard partial discharge monitoring device, also grounding of lightning transients and electrical faults in metro subway systems, value engineering solutions, Vetro EM energy solutions provider. So locating and marking, tunnel ventilation design, and understanding disaster. Okay, I guess we are ready. So, award of Metro Central Chapter Engineer June Nagulat si Sir. Sir, siya po yung salarin. Char. Or dito na lang po sa baba. Award our raffle draw winners. Alright. Ito pa lang po, sir. Mag-draw pa lang po tayo. Alright. First winner. Unahin po muna natin ang ating virtual attendees. Please with your eyes. Ay, wait lang daw po. Sorry na, joke lang daw po yun. First winner of PEC2, congratulations, Antonio Velasquez Cruz. Please reach out to our event coordinators on how to claim your prize through iiee.mmrc@gmail.com. Once again, congratulations, Antonio Velasquez Cruz. Another winner of the same prize is Alright. I-check po muna natin if present sa Zoom. Baka nag-leave na. Siyempre. Let's be fair sa mga nag-stay. You have to be here. Ayan. Present po. Once again, congratulations, Antonio Velasquez. Now let's draw the second winner of the same prize. De la Cueva, congratulations. Let's check more present. Hold on. Yes, once again, congratulations, John Emmanuel Umaga de la Cueva. Next choice, IIEE cap, customized cap. Wow, napakarami nating attendees, hindi na mabasa, parang mga tuldok na lang yung mga pangalan. Congratulations, Jason Joseph Bautista Gagalak. Let's verify at present still. Yes, once again, congratulations, Mr. Jason Joseph Bautista Gagalak. You'll be taking home, so to speak, an IIEE cap. Alright, another winner of the same prize. Is Wow, Kausan, congratulations to 25.
Nothing feels like home. I'm so alone. Trying to find my way back home to you.
Winner. I'm sorry, Sir Julius. You have to be here. Qualify for our raffle draw. And another winner is Mr. Joey Morales Verdejas. Who's that? Yeah, congratulations, Mr. Joey Morales Verdejas. Ayan. So before we announce muna the car emblem winners, let's draw muna yung some of our on-site winners. So to award, once again, calling on the President of Metro. Wag ka muna. Ferrer. Are you here with us on site? Come here, sir. Please claim your prize. You've just won a stand fan. Okay, another winner of the same prize. The winner is Mr. Leody Diaz. Ayan. Wala, akala ko sir, ikaw yung tumayo eh. Wala. Sir Leody, 5, 4, have to pick another winner. And that is Mr. Paul Michael Saniega Sangalang. Ayan. Congratulations po once again, sir. And now, first winner of a Amos Menciano. Congratulations. Nanderito ka pa, diba? Jason Amos Menciano. And 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm so sorry, Sir Jason. We have to pick another winner. Good answer. Leo Lester Atilo Roloma. Ayan. Okay, please raise your hand. We acknowledge. Ayan. Congratulations, sir. Ready na always, sir. Meron pang bag. Ayan, congratulations po. Another winner of the Kitchen Lux Splendor. Congratulations to Miss Janielle Talin Sendrijas. Ay, sorry, sir pala. Sir, Janielle Talin Sendrijas. Congratulations po. First winner is a customized IIE car emblem. Mr. Giovanni Gantong Dungan, congratulations. That's last winner of the same prize hala, ba't siya ulit? Bakit ganon? Hindi, umikli lang yung pangalan. Ibig sabihin siya talaga yung winner. Let's verify. All right, verified. Congratulations, Florian. And now, let's go back here on site. Take home a coffee maker. Asan na si sir? Doon. Let's have instead Sir Sunny Banag, Metro East Chapter President, to award our winner. Sir, hindi ko yung winner. All right, let's draw. Congratulations to winners, and thank you so much to all of you who attended the MMRC